"If Archbishop Spenksaville does not pay," Ankh roared, "I find Gemelki and I kill him." Ankh's great bulk blocked out the light of the doorway as he stepped from the courtyard right into the smithy, not 10 paces from Jondrelin. He once more carried the deadly-looking iron-studded mole. Her wine goblet slipped and hit the floor with a clang. At the noise, Ankh Bourbon spotted her. His liquid brown eyes sparkled with malice as he growled, "You hear things you shouldn't." He brandished his maul, hunched shoulders bunching, slabs of muscle flexing beneath the taut grey skin. His leathery lips curled back, exposing rows of jagged teeth behind slavering jaws. The ogle had a look of determination on his rough-hewn face, but as much as panic wanted to send Jondrelin running, she gathered herself and snatched up her sword. With a roar that shook the smithy, Ankh hurled himself at Jondrelin, his maul upraised, swinging for her face. She lunged at the ogle, sword now firmly in hand, point aimed at the ogle's heart. She knew her attack was nothing if not suicidal, as Ankh's heavy maul arced toward her head. But the ogle slipped and fell in an ungainly sprawl, his maul swinging wildly over Jondrelin's right shoulder, whilst her own sword found its mark. It plunged deep into the ogle's rough chest. Ankh slumped against the trough as the maul fell from his grubby paw, his body finally sliding down to rest in the pool of water. Jondrelin held tight to the sword as the ogle hissed one last curse through his yellow teeth and blood dribbled from his slackening jaw. She yanked on the sword, but the weapon protruding from the dead ogle's thick chest remained stuck as if fixed in stone. Her hands shook uncontrollably as she tried to wrench it free. She saw the other ogle in the doorway, the one named Gemelki. The smallish ogle, hearing the commotion, had stepped back into the room. Their eyes met. Whereas Ankh's face was flat as an oar blade, this ogle's was as thin and narrow as a hatchet, but no less greenish-grey and repulsive. Jondrelin, hand still fastened to the hilt of the sword in Ankh's chest, watched the slow, animal-like blinking of the smallish ogle's heavy grey lids. The ugly fellow quickly sized up the scene, turned, and fled. Jondrelin gave one final tug on the sword lodged in Ankh's chest and pulled it free. She took a deep breath, fatigue forgotten, and darted to the chase. If what she'd heard was true, one of the 5 archbishops, Spencerville, had paid for the poison the ogle was going to spread on Shkilgar's blade. She had to stop the ogle from reaching the arena. She tore from the smithy and into Ankh's small courtyard just in time to see Gemelki shove his way through a group of dirt-covered dwarves, leap the far wall, and dash off down the alley. Jondrelin's legs churned under her, the soft sand of the training yard kicking up behind. The dwarves scattered as she passed by, her sword still in one hand. With her free hand on the wall, she leaped up and propelled herself over in one bound, landing cleanly, scarcely breaking stride. Gemelki was a good 50 paces ahead, his gait more ambling than running. Still, the narrow-faced fellow was fast for an ogle. As her quarry rounded a sharp corner and disappeared, Jondrelin uttered a vulgar oath. She had gained some ground, but the fellow probably knew these streets and alleys like the back of his own cracked and leathery hand. She flung herself around the corner, just in time to see him disappear down another side alley. After racing through a few more twists and turns, Jondrelin had again gained on him considerably. She soon found herself chasing the ogle down a more open thoroughfare, sparsely populated. What few people there were quickly scurried out of their way. With more room to run, she picked up her pace, but kept her sword out in front of her, ready in case the ogle were to whirl about with an outstretched blade of his own. Jondrelin closed in and nearly seized the fellow, but the ogle took a sharp turn and dashed into another side street. She turned and ripped down the New Street too, now lagging over 10 paces behind. 2 pigs rooting in the centre of the lane, setting her farther off course. A score of religious beggars were in the mud and dung beyond the pigs, and weaving through them bogged her down further. Gemelki was small for an ogle, and agile too. In this narrow and crowded alleyway, Jondrelin felt ungainly as she ran. A few toothless women in rags shuffled aside as she shoved by. She had fallen more than 20 paces behind the ogle now. He was passing under a vine-covered archway and into a crowded marketplace. People shouted as the ogle pushed his way through. Jondrelin followed, holding her blade high. She and the ogle broke from the crowd and into the open at about the same time, the ogle taking an abrupt right, leaping a waist-high brick fence. Jondrelin jumped the fence, only to find herself face to face with a dusty yellow dog barking up a storm. The deranged beast was wearing a spiked iron collar and trailing a length of heavy chain. It charged. She flung herself away. The dog hit the end of its rusted leash, whipping the snarling monster around by the neck. At a full run, she chased the ogle around another corner. Jondrelin instinctively threw her left leg wide, narrowly avoiding smacking her knee on a water trough. But she slipped and fell, tumbling into the legs of a crowd of people. When she stood, she realized she was face to face with a gaggle of the worst scum Amadon had to offer. Bloodletters. Filthier than dockside whores, these grotesques would stand about shady corners, waiting for swollen-gummed ogles, then open the veins in their necks and wrists and fill flagons with their own steaming blood and sell it, slaking the thirst of their ogle customers. Jondrelin's eyes darted beyond the bloodletters to see that Gemelki had run into a dead end not 50 paces away. A stone wall, 12 feet high, now blocked his path. Until now, Gemelki had managed to avoid all such blind alleys. The bloodletters stared at her, recognition dawning on some of their faces. Jondrelin knew that some streets in Amadon, without warning, could turn from familiar to sinister. She was lucky that this alley held only the few bruise-necked bloodletters and was empty of any brigands or outlaws. She realized she'd best cover her face soon. As Gemelki dragged a wooden barrel toward the wall, Jondrelin shoved her way through the bloodletters and sprinted toward him. Gemelki climbed atop the barrel, grabbed the lip of the wall, paused to kick the barrel aside, and pulled himself over just as Jondrelin lunged for his grubby boots. She cursed as the ogle escaped her grasp, his footsteps slapping on the cobblestones beyond. Jondrelin righted the barrel and threw herself over the wall, only to see the small ogle now moving through a wrought iron gate and out of sight, around a bend that sloped down toward the docks. Jondrelin reached the gate quickly and flung herself around the bend just in time to see the ogle, down a steep, narrow alley, slip by a wagon laden with lodgepole pine logs, dip into a doorway, and disappear. Jondrelin darted down the uneven stones of the alley. She was breathing hard now. She sidled past the wagon of sharp, tar-smeared poles and continued down the cobbled slope, checking what few doors there were. They all looked the same, and all were locked. The alley came to a dead end at the bottom. Another stone wall, this one about 10 feet high. She looked back up the cobbled slope. The hatchet-faced ogle was removing the last of the wooden blocks from under the wagon's wheels, releasing the wagon to lurch and rumble down the steep alleyway, its heavy logs now a rumbling, roaring forest of spears aimed right at her. Jondrelin's heart thundered. The alley was narrow. There was nowhere to go. Her eyes darted about frantically. There was no escape. At the last moment, she turned her back to the careening wagon, dropped her sword, and jumped for all she was worth, her fingertips barely grabbing the lip of the 10-foot-high stone wall above. With all her remaining strength, propelled by pure terror, Jondrelin threw her legs up and swung her body to the side as high as she could. Her momentum carried her completely over the stone wall, just as the wagon full of logs smashed into it with the sound of thunder and a billow of dust and mortar. Weaponless, she dropped to the other side, and found herself in a dirty little courtyard, smack in the centre of 5 dour-looking men, one elderly, fat and bloated, the other 4 younger, all looking like ruffians in their patched shirts and ripped rough-spun breeches. The fat one pulled back a thick-bladed short sword. Immediately she turned and leaped again, grasped the lip of the same stone wall, scrambled back over, and landed atop the wrecked wagon and scattered logs that had nearly killed her moments before. Dust still billowed. She could hear the curses of the 5 men coming from the other side as they tried to climb over the wall after her. She coughed. Her eyes quickly scanned the narrow alley, but Gemelki had already slipped out of sight. She shuddered when she saw what the impact of the wagon against the wall had done to the logs under her feet. They were shattered and splintered and tossed about in every direction. The wall had buckled from the power of the crash. Had it struck her, the wagon's load would have pulverized her to mush against the wall. Weariness settled upon her as never before. Gemelki was lost to her now. There was no use searching this bewildering maze of ruined stone houses and alleys rife with twists and turns. She coughed again and quickly pulled the scarf from her pocket, tied it over her nose and mouth. Now she could breathe again and, more importantly, travel back to the arena unrecognized. She gingerly climbed from the wagon of ruined poles and searched for her fallen sword. It lay atop the weed-encrusted cobbles under the wagon, undamaged. She could reach it if she crawled on her belly, but decided to abandon it where it lay when the head of one of the 5 ruffians appeared over the wall. "I see her, lads," the dirty fellow said. "A pretty thing. Push me up." Jondrelin wasn't about to wait for the other 4. She turned and bolted up the alley as fast as her tired legs would carry her. She ran in hopes that she could still reach the arena in time and warn Squirek. From the Moon Scrolls of Mir. The last warrior angels chose to embellish, ignoring truth. In their account, Lejeune was stabbed in the neck by the last demon lord, and then nailed to the atonement tree. But I, his wife, was there as Lejeune drank in those last breaths. I saw the wound in his neck. It was no treacherous stabbing. What I beheld was far more inglorious. It was as if the neck of my beloved had been shredded by the claws of a beast. Chapter 34. Sterling Prentice. 7th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Amadon, Gulkana. The flesh under Sterling's black-lacquered day-night armour itched. It itched something fierce, and he could do nothing about it. He hated the damnable stuff. He would give all that he owned for the chance to remove the cumbersome scrap and relax as he awaited the final match. Sitting just below him in the king's suite was the Grand Vicar Denarius, resplendent in his clean cassock and priestly silk robe, and probably comfortable too. The quorum of 5 archbishops sat behind him, as usual: Vandevor, Donalbain, Spencerville, Leaford, and Rhys Duncan. Day knights guarded them. The king was not present. Nor was Jondrelin, or Tala. In the absence of the royal siblings, the mood in the king's suite was far less tense. Glade Chaparral and Lindhoff le Graven were 2 rows below Sterling. All afternoon they'd been fawning over Satyr. It disturbed Sterling to see any human male, be they a lord's son or not, make such an overt display over such a skinny piece of Valet scum. The Valet sickened Sterling on every level, especially the females, too hard and sinuous. With a metallic groan, the large wrought-iron gates on either end of the arena opened, chains rattling. There had been a low, anxious murmur in the crowd for the last hour or so, but now the 15,000 were utterly quiet as the final 2 combatants stepped into the arena. It was tradition that the final matches take place on the same day, the first bout at noon to determine the championship fight, and the final bout an hour later. Fighting one bout so soon after the next, the last 2 combatants' strength would be sorely tested. The victor of such a taxing ordeal was surely the chosen of Lejeune. But Sterling thought the rule and tradition was a waste. By this time, most gladiators were so beaten down and beset with injury that the final match was oft-times a bore. The ogle, Sgil-Gar, was one such wearied fighter. Out of the northern gate he hobbled into the arena, plate armour strapped over heavily bandaged arms, many of the wounds still bleeding through, coating the armour black. Only the shards of his jagged yellow teeth and prickling eyes were visible between the bars of his horned iron helm. He carried a massive serrated longsword in one limp hand. Though he had emerged victorious, Sgil-Gar's earlier battle with the Valet pirate Valsi-Lavarok had not gone well. There was an eagerness in the way the young Valet swordsman had fought. He'd had a quickness of reaction and footwork that grabbed one's attention, held one's eye, his sword-work dazzling, riddling the ogle with jab and cut and counter. But it had taken just one forceful, if not lucky, blow from Sgil-Gar's mighty sword to squash the head of the lithe Valet. The toll the earlier fight had exacted on the ogle's body was apparent to all. More than likely, by order of the arena judges, the ogle had been pumped full of numbing agents just to make his entrance. Squirek, on the other hand, strolled through the southern gate and into the arena unbloodied, wearing naught save a leather loincloth for armour and a wreath of white heather crowning his head. He gripped a sword in one hand and 2 silver daggers in the other. The Prince of St. Only had proven to be the most cunning gladiator Sterling had ever seen. The Valet pirate Squirek had been earlier matched against was a quick one, with about a half-dozen small daggers hidden in his scaled leaf-mail armour. He whipped them out early and fast, zinging them one after the next at Squirek, his wrist a flicker of movement. But Squirek danced away each time. His own long silver dagger tumbled through the air with a snap of his hand, punching into his foe's stomach, staggering him. Squirek rushed in and jammed his sword into the Valet's chest, twist, and then out again, quick as you please, and the Valet pirate, Val Rivaux, dropped to his knees. Squirek plunged his sword straight down through the fellow's neck and into his heart, ending it. At Squirek's victory, a roar of boos had washed over the arena as the Prince of St. Only held his sword aloft in mock salute to the crowd, then struck the head from his dead opponent and tossed it into the stands in the direction of the Grand Vicar. There came a low hum from the orchestra as the names of the final 2 were announced. A roar of cheers for Sgil-Gar, a thunder of boos for the Prince of St. Only. Then the orchestra bells gonged a deep boom, 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 and the crowd began to chant, "Sgil-Gar! Sgil-Gar! Sgil-Gar!" Sterling thought of Edmund Guy van Hester, King of Aidan White, the conquered and fallen Lord of St. Only, father of Squirek. Word of the gladiator matches had surely reached the impoverished Isle of Aidan White by now. What must the disgraced father think of the disgraced son? The once golden Prince of St. Only had certainly fallen from favour. Betrothed to the sister of the King of Golconda as a child, the most beautiful woman in the realm, Prince of a fallen kingdom as an adult, imprisoned for murder, a gladiator after that. The murder of Archbishop Lucas was the most infamous crime of an age. Much rumour had swirled around the fallen King of Aden White in the aftermath. Some said that King Edmund Guy van Hester initially denied his son's sins. Others claimed that Edmund had promptly disowned his son, leaving it to the graces of the Grand Vicar to decide Squireck's fate. A few asserted that King Edmund had bribed Denarius with what few riches were left in Aden White in an effort to stay the immediate execution of his boy. And still others believed that it was Edmund who had forced his son into the gladiator arena to prove his innocence and to fight for the honour of the entirety of Aden White. But Stirling had his own theories. In truth, great shame had driven the once proud King Edmund into the highest towers of the fortress of St. Ondly. It was there that he remained most days, in a self-imposed exile, supping with the dogs he kept company with, his conquered kingdom fallen into ruin, living purely by the sufferance of Eros Rael. As the two gladiators prepared for battle below, Stirling glanced at the Grand Vicar, expecting to see Denarius's face stamped with worry. Squireck was fresh, the ogle not. But as the vicar looked back at him, his eyes sparkled with confidence. Stirling's own eyes travelled back to the arena floor when the signal to begin the fight was given. To Stirling's surprise, the ogle, with renewed vigour, swung his sword over his head and roared, his massive serrated steel blade gleaming in the afternoon sun as he charged. Squireck jammed the point of his own sword into the sand, pulled back his arm, aimed one of his daggers at the ogle lumbering toward him, and threw. The first dagger, like silver lightning, spun end over end, straight and true. It punched through Skilgar's breastplate, but did not slow him. The ogle picked up speed. Squireck's second dagger sank into the ogle just under his thick neck, but again Skilgar did not break stride. Instead, he raised his weapon, closing fast. The Prince of St. Ondly yanked his own sword from the sand. He lunged toward Skilgar with springing steps, almost skipping as he swung. There was a brutal, deafening clamour. The sound of the two great swords clashing sent a tremor through the air, the concussion nearly wrenching the weapons from both gladiators' hands. Magnificent, Stirling thought, as the huge blades hit. All power and raw fury. Squireck stumbled away, legs churning in the sand, searching for balance. Skilgar stood his ground, swinging again in a burst of speed never before seen in the beast. The prince ducked the blow. The ogle's serrated steel snagged a stray lock of hair and sliced it clean off. Squireck rolled in the sand as the ogle swung again, blade a humming blur, striking the ground where Squireck had just been. But the Prince of St. Ondly was on his feet in a flash, backing away from Skilgar. Stirling soon realized that someone had drugged the ogle not only with pain-numbing agents, but with Routhwin Bane as well, a drug known for injecting the user with sudden, unnatural bursts of strength. Some in so severe, Bloodwood assassins to be exact, gave the drug to their horses to make them feisty and rabid in battle. A red-eyed stallion or mare infected with Routhwin Bane was considered more dangerous than the assassin atop it. The ogle's previous injuries would not be a factor in this bout. Excitement rippled through the crowd as Skilgar again charged Squireck, roaring, thick legs a storm of motion. Squireck backed away, shifting the weight of his own blade, stumbling again as the ogle's next swing almost took him in the face. Squireck did not try meeting the much more powerful ogle blade for blade again, except for the occasional glancing block. Instead, he used quick, flawless footwork to gain back his advantage and methodically wear down the ogle. The magnificent muscles of his arms and shoulders swelled and rippled with every smooth slash and counter. In the end, Skilgar was fighting against his own impatience, his mistakes becoming clear and frequent. Disappointment was again infecting the crowd. The ogle's attacks grew more ponderous and slow as the Rauthwin Bane wore off. It wasn't long before the ogle stopped attacking altogether and just leaned there on his sword in the centre of the arena, breathing heavily. Squirek did not end it there, though. Sword in hand, he paced before the ogle, back and forth, almost taunting the beast. The orchestra bell gonged a deep boom, boom. Squirek began circling his opponent. The orchestra bell gonged another deep boom, and Squirek circled. Boom! Chants of "Shkilga! Shkilga! Shkilga!" sounded through the arena, but the ogle just leaned on his sword, legs wobbly, heavy horned helm drooping further with each passing moment. Then it happened. With blistering speed and power, Squirek van Hester struck the ogle with the greatest burst of rage yet seen. Still planted in the sand, the ogle's own sword buckled and gave way under the power of Squirek's blow, the prince's sword sweeping through the beast's midsection and out the other side. A shower of blood bloomed outward from Shkilgar's chest, as Squirek's sword cleaved through plate, armour, and all. The ogle threw back his head, gurgled a barrage of guttural sounds, and then fell heavily to the ground, horned helm tumbling from his head, body splayed on its back, blood spraying from his wound. Not a drop fell upon the Prince of St. Only. The crowd was silent as Squirek placed one bare foot on the ogle's sword, pinning the serrated weapon to the ground, and, with the tip of his blade, touched the base of his opponent's leathery throat. Squirek leaned on his sword, pushing it clear through Shkilgar's throat and up into the ogle's brain case, killing him. Squirek van Hester, Prince of St. Only, removed his bare foot from the dead ogle's blade and stepped away, triumphant eyes finding the king's suite above. A sudden commotion under one of the wrought iron gates drew everyone's attention. Princess Jondrelyn Bronichel came striding from under the gate and out onto the floor of the arena. She carried a clay jug that sloshed clear liquid onto the sand. She headed straight for Squirek, with several silver guards as escort. When she reached him, she dropped to her knees and took up one of the champion's bare feet. Pouring the liquid from the jug over it, she washed it, and then the other foot, scrubbing vigorously and with purpose. This seemingly humble act by Jondrelyn Bronichel set the crowd to clapping and cheering with wild applause that grew more robust as she continued to scrub. Many eyes in the king's suite were on Denarius, including Sterling's. The portly man was trying to put on a smile, but what he managed looked more like a leering grimace. He seemed to be glaring daggers at one of the archbishops, Spencerville. And when he looked away from his fellow churchman, Denarius seemed a bit older than just moments before, fleshier even, with new lines under his eyes. Sterling found that somehow pleased him. There was a tug on his cloak, and he turned to find a fellow day knight standing behind him, a grim look on his moustached face. "I've bad news to relay, sir." The door-faced knight leaned over and whispered in Sterling's ear. "The kitchen matron, Dame Wilhelmina, was found dead in her cell under the hall of the day knights, and the serving wench Delia, the one who knifed King Javan, has escaped purgatory." Sterling awaited the arrival of the Grand Vicar. He took the time to make sure that everything in this hallway hadn't also gone to shit in the short time that he'd been gone. But everything seemed in order. So he dismissed the two silver guards and opened the door behind them to check on the sick girl. Laurie LeGraven lay on her bed, snug asleep under the covers, pale face poking out, alone in the room. He shut the door and stood guard. He would watch over the girl before the vicar arrived, while the vicar ministered to her, and after. Grand Vicar Denarius had ordered the day knights to keep her safe, and, at the moment, the only person Stirling trusted with the post was himself. As things were, there was no place now safe in Amadon, no dungeon impervious to escape. First it had been Hawkwood who'd escaped purgatory, and now the serving wench Delia, apparently having killed the nosy old kitchen matron in her escape. Perhaps the slave quarry of Riven Rock out near the hallowed grove was a more secure place to keep captives. He would advise Jovan to use it in the future. Stirling had been certain the serving wench had not been the assassin. Now he wasn't so sure. His investigation had turned up little. Delia's cell was empty. Wilhelmina was dead in the cell across the hall. Both cell doors were locked when Wilhelmina's body had been discovered. The two silver guards posted at the top of the stairs above the cells had not seen or heard a thing. Stirling had them stripped of their rank and then sent out to Riven Rock to pound stone themselves. He wasn't naive enough to believe that the Hall of the Day-Knights was immune from secret passageways that even he did not know of. He at once prided himself on knowing almost every nook and cranny of the city, along with every secret passageway in Amadon Castle, the Grand Vicar's Palace, the Temple of the Legion statue, and the Hall of the Day-Knights combined. But over time, he realized there was much he did not know. Now he was a mere hair's breadth away from being stripped of his rank and tossed into the dungeons himself. He stood straighter at his post, as his attention was drawn to the sound of voices at the far end of the corridor. He straightened his chainmail cuirass and leather greaves. Tonight he wore the more casual attire of the Day-Knights, more comfortable than the formal black armour he was forced to wear at the arena and other such events. At least this light chainmail did not itch like the black lacquered armour. Tala Bronichel rounded the corner of the passageway. She came with Glade Chaparral and Lindolf Legraven. As the three approached, Stirling felt a cold whisper of dread. Protocol demanded that each member of the royal family be accompanied through the castle by at least 2 silver guards at all times until they turned 18. That Tala was unescorted was troubling, especially in light of the assassination attempt on Jovan. "What brings you here, my lady?" he asked, injecting a hefty ration of authority into his voice. "What silver guards were assigned to you today? I will have their necks. And where is Dame Margaret?" "We've come to visit my sister," Lindolf Legraven said. "I was not speaking to you, whelp," Stirling snapped. "Nobody is allowed into Laurie's chamber but for the Holy Vicar himself." Tala fired. "And what right do you have—" "The right granted by the Grand Vicar." Stirling cut the princess off brusquely, eyes still fixed on Lindolf. "Do not presume to test my patience." Though he held the Lord of Eskender in high regard, he had never cared for Lord Lot's son. It wasn't necessarily the clumping of unsightly scars and burns and deformed ears on Lindolf's face that disturbed Stirling, but more the young man's narrow eyes. Lindolf's eyes were hard and black, an off-putting contrast to his pale skin and unkempt hair. Glade, loitering a few paces behind Lindolf, was spinning a small Valet-made ball-and-chain mace around his arms in a whirl. It made a humming noise that echoed down the passageway and set Stirling's nerves a-tingle. "Put that away," he growled. Glade kept the thing spinning, as if he hadn't heard. "As the king's sister, I order you to let us pass," Tala said. "I take my orders from the Grand Vicar," Stirling said evenly, his hand now lingering on the black opal in the pommel of his day-knight sword. "And with all due respect, my lady, the Vicar outranks even you." Stirling had known Tala her whole life. Normally a submissive, shy girl, it was only recently that she had shown signs of that Bronichel stubbornness so prevalent in her father and her mother, and her older sister. It was to be admired, but not today. In most situations, Sterling tried to make his face as expressionless as he could. His intent was to show nothing, not even a raised eyebrow. But this time he gave the princess his most scathing look, hoping to frighten her off. Yet the determined expression on her intelligent face didn't change. Nor did the chaparral lordling's face. Chainmace toy still spinning in one hand, Glade was studying him through dark, flinty eyes. Sterling did not like what he saw there. Lindolf, on the other hand, had already backed down the hall. That was no surprise. There was always something slouched and drooping about Lindolf le Graven. The boy was one dopey hunk of sod. "Off with you now," he said, seeing that none of them had much more prepared beyond staring. They'd probably gathered together just moments ago and hatched their plan. "Let's throw our royal names about and frighten the doddering old day-night captain into letting us into Laurie's room." They must have thought it would be that easy. "Go on, git," he said. Tala's dark brown eyes glared at him with open malevolence. "Please don't pout and cry," he said. "Heaven forbid I get accused of setting off a great flood of royal whining. You must learn to deal with things as they are, make the best of things. Soldier up, as we say on the day-nights." "I'm afraid you are mistaken," Tala said, the anger growing behind her eyes. "We will not whine or cry. We will see our friend Laurie." "Git, I say! Now!" The girl glowered, her dark eyes boring into his, face expressionless. "She's good, this one." Sterling's eyes travelled over her, scrutinizing her garb. "Indeed, she's taking after her older sister." Today she was even dressed like Jondrelin was sometimes lately apt to, shirt, tunic, leather belt, and black-handled dagger at her hip, unladylike leather boots and pants. He saw a lot of Jondrelin's fire in young Tala. "Laurie is to remain alone by order of the vicar," he said, softening his tone. "He will be arriving soon." Clearly his hardened approach was not working. Most everyone confronted with his harsh orders adopted a servile tone and immediately obeyed. But the children of royalty were not like the common soldier who'd grown up in the smith shop or on the sheep farm. It was hard for the spoiled youth of the court to take orders. "Laurie's illness could be catching," he continued, thinking how full of life the girl had been before this illness had struck. Truth be told, it bothered him that Laurie was suffering from such a debilitating sickness. He stood straighter. "My order is to bar entry to all but the Grand Vicar. I am to stand guard while he ministers to her. Do you wish me to fall derelict in my duty, what with the events surrounding the attempt on our king's life?" "If guarding Laurie is so important," Glade said, "why are there no other silver guards with you?" Tala added, "You keep the silver guards away so you can be alone with Laurie, spy on her, spy on the vicar." Her tone was light and casual. "Preposterous!" Sterling tried to stem the embarrassing gout of laughter that burst forth uncontrollably. "Why would I wish to be alone with Laurie?" Tala's mouth crinkled with distaste. "Why, indeed?" Panic began to stir gently within Sterling's gut. "There's been talk of Jovan replacing you," Glade said. "You've let slip your duties, Captain. Hawkwood's escape. The serving went Delia too. Word is Jovan is sorely displeased. You may soon find yourself relieved of duty." Sterling blanched in anger. Glade was coming close to outright taunting him now, almost throwing a challenge. The boy hadn't even stopped whirling his ball mace about. "Stop playing with that toy!" The tension in the air was as thick as smoke. Sterling set the palm of his hand back over the pommel of his sword. "I will never be replaced." "Can you be sure?" Glade's dark eyes were glinting with pleasure. He's actually enjoying this, Sterling realized, taking a step toward the young man. Glade backed away, a sliver of fear creeping into his eyes. He stopped twirling the mace. "There are certain laws and protocols," Sterling said, barely managing to quell his anger enough to speak. "And just so you are not mistaken, Glade Chaparral, let me remind you, it would take a consensus of both the Grand Vicar and the King, along with all 5 in the quorum, to relieve a day-night captain of his duty. And though what you say about Jovan's displeasure might be true, Denarius would never give that consent. I am valuable to him in ways that you will never know." Glade's eyes were now downcast, and that seemed to be the end of it until the young man looked up again. The glint of insufferable royal arrogance returned. "The post may not be stripped from you, but make no mistake, Captain, you can be removed." The slow building of dread in Sterling's gut was now a palpable physical thing. "It would have been better had you just let us into Laurie's chamber." Glade strapped his chain mace toy to his belt. "But you'll soon be one less fool we need suffer." "And what is meant by that?" "I only pass along a bit of gossip," Glade said casually and confidently. Too confidently for one his age. "You make of it what you will." How Sterling wished to slap that smug look from Glade's face. "And who might Jovan be grooming to take my place? My brother Leaf?" Glade shot back quickly. "That fop!" Sterling laughed aloud, then coughed nervously, the truth hitting him like a hammer blow to the gut. The Lord of Rivermead's son and Jovan had been best friends since childhood. The bond between them was deep. But Leaf Chaparral was no swordsman worthy of captain. He was middling at best. He was but a princely ornament to trot out occasionally to make the women swoon. Sterling composed himself, adding a gruff tone to his voice. "I hear your brother lazes around Lord's Point like a dandy in heat. Truth is, he ain't worth a silver wolf's ripe fart in a fight." "He could take you," Glade said, then laughed. "I could take you. You insolent child!" Sterling's sword rang from its scabbard. "You dare speak to the day-night captain so? You risk being flogged!" He stepped forward, sword point now under Glade's chin. "Or how about I just cleave your skull in twain right here and now?" "I am not worried about you," Glade said, hands held forth, palms open in supplication. "Do to me what you must, Sir Prentice, but before you do, know that I think of you as nothing but an incompetent fat fraud." "You're coming close to calling me out, boy," Sterling said slowly. "Is that truly what you want? The sister of the king is witness to your insults. Perhaps Jovan would grant me favour to battle it out with you in the black glass courtyard on the morrow." "What battle have you ever been in, Prentice?" Glade shoved Sterling's blade aside, turned on his heels, and walked away down the hall. He stopped at the end of the corridor near Lindhof, turned, and bade Tala follow him. But the girl just stood there, looking from Glade to Sterling in slack-jawed astonishment. Sterling resheathed his blade. The insolent chap had certainly unhinged his mind. He turned to the princess. "It's best you follow Glade and get yourselves out of here." Tala made her way down the corridor toward Glade and Lindhof. Sterling expected to see them disappear around the corner and out of sight, but instead they huddled together in discussion. Sterling groaned. It was Glade who returned alone, chain mace twisting slowly at his side again. The two balls, each about the size of a child's fist, spun up and around in a strange dance. It was a Vale construct, of little use in real battle. Stirling had only ever seen such weapons used by Val au Soir, the Valais acrobat troupe. "They're not good for much." Glade lifted the small chain, his wrist working it back and forth, and the speed at which the ball spun around in front of him increased. "They seem to be the only thing that can relax my nerves lately. A gift from Satyr." He flicked his wrist a couple of more times, and the balls did a quick reversal and really got to whipping about, almost in a blur, humming. "I've taught myself a lot of tricks." "That's nice," Stirling shrugged. "Now git." "Well, I won't git, because I aim to visit Laurie in her room." Stirling took a step back, hand on his sword again. As the young man whirled his small chain mace about, there was a peacefulness and certainty of purpose about him that was nearly unsettling. "Thaler and Lindhof insist on seeing Laurie. I don't know why, but they are my friends." There was a slight flicker in Glade's wrist movement, followed by a thin, keening wail. Then a sudden explosion of pain erupted in Stirling's groin. His legs gave way, and he dropped to the floor like a felled oak as the wind was sucked from his lungs. It was paralyzing. The deep-rooted pain that flared within him was so excruciating he forgot to breathe. This blaze of unrelenting agony clawed its way from his balls clear out to the tip of each and every one of his extremities. His mind swam with nausea and dizziness. "Do you dare have me flogged?" Glade looked down upon him and smiled a sweet, strangely innocent smile. And with his weapon he whacked Stirling again, right in the throat. Stirling's head snapped back from the blow he didn't even see coming. Wondering if his larynx had just been crushed, Stirling felt tears seeping from his bulging eyes, blurring his vision. He saw the wavering silhouettes of Thaler and Lindhof running up the hall toward him. Stirling screamed, but no sound save a strained gurgle issued from his throat, which flamed in pain. Glade spit on him. "You foul scrap of stoat shit," he said, as Lindhof and Thaler pushed their way into Laurie's chamber. Glade stepped over him last, saying, "What Thaler told me about you sickens me, prentice. Your days are soon at an end." As he reached for Glade's chaparral, confusion clouded his mind. He felt his grip on reality slipping away. The young man squirted from his grasp easily enough and darted into the room, slamming the door shut behind him. Stirling thought he heard the door's locking mechanism click in place. A blessed darkness was creeping up on him, overtaking the agony. He thought of trying to stand, but he could barely muster a breath. So he just lay there, on the cold stone floor, curled up, praying that the pain would go away. He stayed that way until the dizziness swamped him, and he slumped back against the wall, unconscious. From The Way and Truth of Lejeune. After Lejeune's death, 'twas the wraiths that would eat at a man's soul, devour him from inside. The wraiths would launch their escape, stabbing at a man from within until he was naught but a slobbering fool. To stave off the wraiths, some become worshippers of the sun, moon, or stone. The abhorrent worshipped trees that could bleed, whilst the truly disgraced sniffed white chalks of the Valais, chalks that would alter the mind and burn like flame. Chapter 35. Nail. 8th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Autumn range, Gulkana. Dawn declared itself with a soft brightening of the icy air. It wasn't long before Nail had to squint against the glare of the sun as it danced off the sparkling snow. It was a relief to travel again under skies not constantly smothered in clouds. Still, No amount of sunshine could lighten his mood. His heart was laden with sorrow over the death of Zane, along with abandoning Aveshay and the death of Gisela, another failure to add to a long list of failures. But his one solace was, he finally knew where they were. The towering stones that marked the beginning of the Swithin Wells trail were outlined against the cold morning sky. Neill could see the scarcely defined trail of steep switchbacks which led 50-odd feet up toward a saddle between two snow-covered peaks. Near a half-dozen streams of water fell over the lip of the saddleback and tumbled down the winding switchbacks, runoff from the melting snow. These twining branches of water cascaded over the steep path like skeletal white fingers. "Only a few miles more." His voice cracked. "Then we reached the Abbey." He hitched Shawcroft's satchel a bit tighter to his shoulder and led the march toward the Saddleback Ridge. "Les gens save us," Liz Hen mumbled, clicking her tongue, tugging on Lily's reins, helping the pony along. With Zane no longer with them, Lily carried all their gear, and the heavy battle-axe too. They had spent the night wide awake, plodding through the snow and clouds and dark. Neill had grown worried that he was leading them farther astray, or into a snow-covered bog, or over a cliff. The surface of the snow was hard, icy, having frozen overnight, yet it was soft underneath. Lily kept breaking through. Soon her legs had begun to bleed, rubbed raw by the crusty shards of solid snow, and her progress was painful and slow. There was scant mention of Zane. They were all sombre with weariness, weaving on their feet as they went, cracked lips and parched stomachs. They all knew the ache of hunger and the heaviness of a night without sleep. Just before dawn, they had spotted a rabbit. Stefan refused to shoot at it, so Neill had spent a good portion of Stefan's arrows trying to kill it himself. But his cold fingers could scarcely pull the bowstring taut. The arrows he launched were lost in the snow. It was then that Neill came to realize that the higher reaches of the autumn range were not a gift from Les Gens to be enjoyed. They were an enemy to be battled, grimly, miserably, unremittingly. These mountains sought to crush his spirit and resolve. Still, he knew, the others would plod along behind him until the last scraps of stamina that were holding them upright gave out, and they just collapsed. Now they'd finally reached the switchbacks leading to the Swithin Wells trail. Neill led them up. Liz Hen held Doki's hand as together they hiked up the trail behind him, Lily with them. Stefan brought up the rear. The normally sure-footed pony stumbled as she climbed the first few dog-legs of the steep path. Neill knew the chestnut was nearing the end of her strength. She plodded up the path on weary legs. The water cascading over the switchbacks, combined with patches of melting snow, were making this last leg of their journey difficult. They were about 3/4 of the way up the trail when Neill first glimpsed the 6 severe knights. He sensed them before he saw them, and when he turned and looked down into the small valley below, there they were. When the knights came out of the pine-filled draw one by one, his heart skipped a beat. Holding his breath, he looked away, careful not to gaze directly at them in fear he might spark their attention. Of course, Liz Hen saw the men at the same time and gave a quick shout. She slapped Lily on the rump, causing the pony to whinny and bolt up the switchback. The 6 men filed out of the forest and into the light of day, all afoot. There were no dogs with them now, but Neill's group had left a clear trail in the snow below for the men to follow. The knights quickly spotted Neill and the others near the top of the switchbacks, and were now running toward them. "Why do they still chase us?" Doki asked, eyes round as dinner plates, watching the men advance. "Is it me they want?" Neill wondered. If I just surrender, will the others be spared? Looming dread now hovered over them like a cloud. "Hurry it up!" Liz Hen shoved Doki up the trail. "They're liable to kill us if they catch us." "We cannot outrun them this time." There was a grim look on Stefan's countenance as he pulled his bow over his shoulder and an arrow from his quiver. "They'll scurry up the trail much quicker than we." The knights looked warm and well-fed and strong, and the switchbacks, though steep, would give the Sorcerer knights scant challenge. They came in chainmail and leather, cloaked and armed, longbows strapped to their backs, the naked steel of their drawn blades sparkling bright with danger in the sun. Nail had seen these men slaughter an entire village. It was clear to him their flight to the abbey was at an end. Stefan, tears forming in his eyes, began knocking the first arrow to his bow. He took careful aim as the knights neared the bottom of the switchbacks and sent a shaft slashing down through the air. The bolt caught the first knight at the top of the shoulder in the neck, staggering him. Then he fell dead. Liz Hen gave a triumphant shout as Stefan knocked his second arrow. The men, wary that one of their own had been killed so swiftly, began to draw their longbows and take aim. Stefan's second shot missed the lead knight by a hair's breadth. Soon there was a volley of arrows soaring up toward their perch on the trail. Nail dropped face down onto the path, as did the others, as arrows clattered against the hillside above. "Come down from there and we'll spare you," the lead knight shouted up to them. He was the same bearded man with the menacing black eye patch they had seen before at the bottom of the Dead Goat trailhead. The man who had ordered the knights to attack Shawcroft. "We don't wish to kill you. Just take you back to the White Prince. You will not be harmed." "Fuck you and the butt-fucked whores who spawned you," Liz Hen shouted, and picked up a nearby rock the size of a baby's head and hurled it down into the midst of the 5 knights. The rock shattered on the trail between 2 of the men, nearly knocking one from his feet. Unfazed, the knights started up the trail. Liz Hen picked up a second rock and flung it. It was a lucky shot. It crushed the head of the second knight in line, sending him stumbling into the legs of the man with the eye patch, dropping both face first onto the muddy trail. As the man with the eye patch climbed from under his dead friend, he shouted, "We will not be so merciful now, you fat bitch!" The 4 remaining knights dashed up the trail. Liz Hen roared at her own success and hefted a third rock, launching it over the side. Doki began throwing rocks too. Stefan was firing arrows at the remaining knights, but his arrows flew wide, and he quickly ran out. Nail cursed, realizing he had wasted far too many precious arrows trying to kill the rabbit last night. Stefan dropped his bow and began searching the trail for rocks to throw. Nail whirled and untied the battle-axe from Lily's back, its cumbersome weight now welcome. It felt right in his hands that now grew tingly and cold. His red scars flared in pain. The cross, the slave mark, scars from the mermaid's claws, even the tattoo on his bicep. It seemed wisps of smoky blue light played over the battle-axe's silvery smooth shine. The 4 knights were advancing rapidly up the switchbacks, to the dogleg only 20 feet straight below them now. Nail could see their faces, gruff men all. The first in line, the one with the black eye patch, had a grim determination in his eye. A boulder, pulled from the mud by Stefan, rolled down the hill and crashed among the knights, doing little harm but forcing them to clump together on the trail. With a bellowing shout, Liz Hen took a running start and launched the full weight of her portly body into the side of Lily, sending the pony over the edge. Lily, still laden with heavy saddlebags, wolf-hide blankets and torches, dropped straight down atop the Sorcerer men. One of the pony's hooves cracked the man with the eye patch square in the head, knocking him flat, whilst the weight of Lily's body swept 2 of the other knights over the edge with her. With a clatter, the two men and the pony tumbled 40 feet down the steep and rugged switchbacks like rag dolls, sending swords, armour, and all the gear strapped to Lily scattering. Only one knight remained standing. He shouted a bloody curse and sprinted up the trail, taking the sharp turn in the switchback in 2 strides, sword poised to strike. Liz Hen screeched like a wild boar. She flew by Nail and down the trail to meet the charging knight barehanded. Bloodlust was in her now. The knight, having the disadvantage of coming at them from below, took a wild swing with his blade at the girl, barely missing her legs as she launched herself through the air. The great bulk of Liz Hen's body enveloped the knight about the chest and head, sending the two of them rolling and sliding down the slick and muddy trail. The knight lost his sword. Doki, quick on Liz Hen's heels, grabbed up the man's fallen blade and began awkwardly hacking at the knight as he wrestled with the girl. The much stronger knight heaved her off. Liz Hen tumbled away but bounded to her feet. Not finished with her attack, she scrambled back toward the knight, who was now trying in vain to stand in the slick mud. Liz Hen beat on the fellow with her fists, whilst Doki pricked at him with the heavy sword. For a moment the knight fought back furiously, until he slipped to his knees in a patch of melting snow. Then Doki plunged the tip of the large sword into the man's throat and shoved. The sore-severe knight fell back, blood oozing from the wound in his neck, and when Doki withdrew the sword, it was over. The knight toppled over, dead. Liz Hen was pounding Doki on the back. "You slit that bastard like a wet herring, Doki," she said, half shouting. "You sliced the fucker up good and right." "I sure did," Doki responded, in a tone suggesting he thought the girl was mad. The heavy sword fell from his shaking grip, and he dropped to his knees and cried. Liz Hen grabbed the smaller boy in a great smothering hug, and the two of them wept together, both kneeling over the dead knight they had just killed. Numb, Nail looked down at the carnage. The switchbacks below were a litter with broken knights, scattered gear, swords, broken bows, shattered arrows, saddlebags, and a dead pony. At the bottom of the trail, poor Lily lay sprawled in the snow, all 4 legs bent at awkward angles, a gash in her stomach gushing great gouts of blood. Nail was relieved, however, to see that she was completely and unquestionably dead. He'd dreaded having to hear some pitiful cries of agony come from her. Still, his heart went to her. She'd proven a stout travelling companion in the end, and a hardy warrior of sorts. "Shawcroft's satchel!" Relief tugged at him when he found it still strapped to his shoulder. At least the blue stone was safe, and the axe still in his hands, its previous blue sheen now gone. The axe didn't help at all. The others did the killing. Some of those knights might yet be alive. Despite the tears, bloodlust was still in Liz Hen's eyes. "Let's make sure they're dead." She pulled Doki to his feet. Nail looked back down the switchbacks. The knight with the eye patch, the one who'd been kicked in the head by Lily's hoof as the pony had flown past, had a large gash above his one good eye. The wound was seeping a sheet of scarlet over his face and down into his matted brown hair and beard, which ruffled slightly in the breeze. "I think we should just go," Stefan said. "We dare not fight them twice. That one there could still be alive." He pointed to the same knight Nail was looking at. "Yeah," Doki agreed. "We dare not press our luck." He began searching the dead knight at his feet. Liz Hen huffed and snatched up the sword belonging to the knight and dragged it up the trail behind her, its tip trailing in the mud. Stefan followed her. Doki tied a dagger belonging to the knight around his waist, using a strap of leather gathered off the dead fellow. He then dumped the contents of the knight's rough-spun belt pouch onto the ground. No food. Doki looked up at Nail, almost crying. There were nothing in it. We should keep moving, Nail said, hefting the huge battle-axe onto his shoulder. He followed Liz Hen and Stefan up the trail, axe heavy on his back. It no longer felt a part of him, but bulky and awkward. Doki scurried up behind him. When they reached the boulder-strewn summit, they paused to catch their breath, all of them drained from the ordeal. The saddleback was windswept and barren. A line of ancient brooding standing stones cast gaunt shadows along the ridge. Weather-bleached elk horns were lying in the grass around the stones. The Swithin Wells Trail stretched away in the distance, meandering through a sparsely wooded valley in the far distance. Beyond the valley rose dramatic peaks and canyons cloaked in snow, the highest pinnacles lost in billowing clouds. The abbey was only a few miles more. Nail bade Stefan help him tie the battle-axe to his back. Once secured, it weighed even heavier on his already weary torso and legs. He felt ashamed. He was bigger, stronger, and more trained than any of his friends. Yet it had been they who'd killed every one of the 6 knights. He had done nothing. He looked into the eyes of his companions. A definite change had come over them. Stern they were. He saw relief there, too, relief in certain death miraculously averted. But there was also a bold maturity about them now, too. Nail saw in his friend's eyes some of the steel the Sorcerer Knights had in theirs. Several hours later, and they had still not reached the abbey. Fortunately, their path was perceptibly downhill. Nail caught the distant scent of spring weather upon the wind, the warm fragrance a rarity in this clime. They marched along a rather rutted road, through a forest of stone, stunted trees, and bramble thickets, between frozen bogs and ponds and snow-covered meadows full of towering aspens that nodded in the breeze. Ironically, this part of their trek was teeming with wildlife. Tawny deer and large, shaggy musk oxen with sloping ebony horns watched Nail's group pass by. Stefan had his day-night bow, but no arrows. Hunting was now out of the question. I should have killed that pony and cut a shank of meat off it a long time ago, Liz Hen said, as she eyed another plump stag atop a snowy outcropping. We could have made ourselves a nice meal of that useless beast. She was not a useless beast, Nail shot back. Useless to me! There was anger in the big girl's voice. Stupid, worthless thing, couldn't even carry my brother the entire way here. I am glad I pushed it down the mountain. Nail forgave the girl her bitter words. They had all been through much. They all had reason to be angry at something. Ever since Shawcroft had rescued them from the tent, so much had gone wrong. So much of it my fault. Their journey had claimed too many lives. Shawcroft, Gisela, Zane, Bedford Boy and Lily. And abandoning Ava Shea, Nail felt, was his greatest sin. When he had seen the impatience in her eyes, he had let his own selfishness and hurt betray him. He knew he had no honor, and if it took his life entire, he would do whatever he could to regain it, to redeem himself for that one betrayal. Liz Hen made haste down the trail, as the first tolling of the abbey's bell drifted up the valley toward them. Just beyond a stand of trees, a narrow drift of grey smoke dirtied the clear mountain sky. They all picked up their step. When they broke from the cover of the last forest thicket and saw the stone structures of the abbey yard for the first time, Liz Hen, Stefan, and Doki wept openly. Nail did not cry. Instead, he felt a frank swelling of pride in having finally reached their destination. At least he had done this one small thing right. He'd helped his remaining friends to safety. Shawcroft would have been proud. The abbey nestled in a snowy clearing of grey boulders alongside a frozen brook with a stone slab bridge. There were only a handful of outbuildings, several made entirely of stacked rock. There was a small brick chapel, and what Nail knew to be a cosy dormitory adjacent to it. A garden covered in powdery snow, fenced by a high stone wall, lay between the chapel and dormitory. The rest of the scattered buildings were composed of wood or wattle and daub, except for the stable, which was made of stone slabs piled atop one another and roofed with flat timber planks. The place had a clean, well-kept look. As they drew nearer the abbey, Hugh Godwin emerged from the chapel. The tall and lanky bishop walked with a bit of a stoop toward the stone bridge that spanned the frozen brook. A thin rim of clear ice skirted the banks of the brook. Crystal water gurgled, glittery and cold, in the middle. The stone bridge was stout, and they all crossed over it eagerly. Godwin awaited them on the other side. He flaunted a grey, curling moustache that spread across his face with a flourish as he smiled. Flowing down his back was a mane of greying hair. He had thick, angular brows that also curled up at the tips. Like most bishops, he wore no finery and carried no weapons. His only adornment, a fine brown cassock and a wide black belt. To Nail, Hugh Godwin, gangly and stick-like, always looked more like an eccentric old vagabond than a bishop. "Well met, Nail." The bishop spoke in a raspy voice, holding out a hand, eyes lingering on the massive axe strapped to Nail's back. Godwin's hand was as rough and dry as a cobblestone when Nail shook it. The bishop held out his bony hand for the others in turn, introducing himself, asking them their names. He then inquired of Shawcroft. "Dead," was all the answer Nail gave. Godwin's face grew grave, moisture welling in his eyes. "I'll get the details later. Shawcroft was my dearest friend. This news is most troubling." He wiped out the tears running down his cheeks. "But listen to me go on. You all must have had a harrowing journey. A spring freeze like no other has hit these mountains, and you sad lumps look to have had the misfortune of travelling right in the middle of it." He motioned for them to follow, then led them through the snow and opened the chapel door. "I hope you've a warm bath ready for my chafed arse," Doki said with enthusiasm as he scurried inside. Liz Hen and Stefan eagerly followed Doki into the inviting warmth of the stone chapel. But the bishop held Nail outside with a stiff hand. "The axe is quite magnificent," he said, "but I am most curious about what is in your satchel." Nail scarcely knew what to do. Shawcroft had been insistent that the satchel reached the bishop, but that was before Nail had placed the blue stone into it. For some reason, his instincts were telling him that it was imperative he protect the stone's secrecy. "I sense your distrust," Godwin said. "I promise I won't quiz you on the death of your master until you've rested, and you need only speak of it if you wish. But I am eager to see that satchel." The roasting warm glow of the chapel's open door strongly beckoned, and Nail suddenly didn't care about the axe or the stone. If Shawcroft's satchel was what the bishop wanted, then the satchel he could have. He quickly shrugged it from his shoulder and handed it over. Godwin opened the leather flap and pulled forth Shawcroft's copy of The Way and Truth of Lejeune. After a quick scrutiny, he placed it back into the satchel and briefly examined the scrolls next. Then he pulled forth the swath of black silk containing the blue stone. Nail's heart skipped a beat. The bishop carefully, almost reverently, unwrapped the silk and examined the treasure inside, eyes aglow. "The stone is enough to steal my breath and praise the greatness of Lejeune and the blessed Mother Mia," Godwin said. All Nail could do was stare in fear as the man held the silk with the stone nestled within. It was something he couldn't explain, but he desperately wanted the bishop to put the cursed thing away. Godwin wrapped the stone in the silk and put it back into the satchel. Then the bishop did a curious thing. He began to unravel the leather stitching along the side of the satchel. Once he had pulled the long strand of stitching free, a secret compartment in the satchel was revealed. He dipped his hand into this newly revealed pocket and pulled forth a small, thin parchment. Godwin read what was written on the paper, placed the paper parchment back into the secret compartment. "Bless Sir Roderick," he mumbled. "The finding of Lejeune made so easy." He looked squarely into Nail's eyes and leaned in, planting both hands firmly upon his shoulders, gripping his plate armor, holding him fast. "And bless you, boy." Tears were now streaming from the bishop's eyes. "Bless you for making it this far." The bishop released his hold. "Now let's get that useless hunk of shiny metal from off your back and some food into your belly." From The Way and Truth of Lejeune. "I beseech thee, my fellow brethren in Lejeune, do not let your castles and keeps fall into disrepair as you await his return. Do not believe that your forts and fortresses will no longer be needed. Lest ye be lax in your stewardship, be ever mindful. The abominable power within the followers of Rael is both grievous and great, so keep thy blades honed sharp." Chapter 36. Tala Bronichel. 10th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Amadon, Gulkana. If Jondrelin didn't have to wear a gown, then neither did she. Tala was wearing a white blouse and a knee-length brown tunic over tan pants and black boots. She watched with a heavy heart as the Prince of St. Only entered Sunbird Hall through the western doors. He was surrounded by day-knights. It had been 3 days since his triumph in the arena, and still he was kept prisoner. The rusted chain around his neck was thick and heavy. As he shuffled toward the king, his leg irons clattered and clanked along the cobbled floor. Other than his grey irons, Squirek Van Hester wore naught but his loincloth, and Tala's wreath of heather on his head. The final gladiator was customarily released at the moment of his triumph, but Squirek had been kept in prison. Over the past few days, much chatter in the castle had been devoted to the likelihood that the Prince of St. Only would never be freed. Rumour was his continued imprisonment was Jovan's doing, or Jovan's doing at the behest of Denarius and the Quorum of Five. Some deemed the king's actions a misguided betrayal of 1,000 years' worth of tradition. There had been a dark mood within the hallways of the castle as Jovan continued to delay Squirek's release. There was even growing dissension among some day-knights and silver guards over the matter, dissension that Stirling Prentice had quashed, claiming that the Grand Vicar would not formally release Squirek until Jovan was healed sufficiently from the attempt on his life to participate in the ceremony, as tradition warranted. The king stood before his throne at the northern head of Sunbird Hall, with the Grand Vicar and Quorum of Five, a goblet of wine in hand. Tala knew that Jovan had been numbing himself with spirits these last few days, and today was the first he had risen from bed. He did not look well. Bandaged still. He did not look like one who should be on his feet at all. Jondrelin stood to the side of the throne, directly behind him, as if she too expected the king to collapse at any moment. Tala stood on the other side of Jondrelin, worried for her older brother. She was worried for herself too, and more for Laurie. Tala still did not know why Jovan was so beholden to the vicar, and the failure to figure it out weighed her down daily. The Bloodwoods game had taken on a depth of deceit that Tala thought unfathomable. Laurie now lay in a hidden room, accessed only through Lindholf's bedchamber. Despite the warnings of the Bloodwood to stay out of the secret ways, Tala, Lindholf, and Glade had carried Laurie through the castle's hidden passages anyway, and hidden her there. Nobody knew the girl's resting place but the three of them, along with Jondrelin. Tala and her older sister had been tending the sick girl, bathing her fevered body with warm water, changing her soiled bed linens, holding her, talking to her. Laurie's illness was growing increasingly dire, evidenced by her gaunt cheekbones and the hollowed fever in her eyes, the whites of which had turned the colour of leather. The entire time in Tala's care, the sick girl hadn't ingested anything save a few sips of water. As Sterling Prentice unlocked the iron bands around Squire's wrists and ankles, Tala felt a pang of guilt. She had lied to Lindholf and Glade. She had laid the blame for Laurie's molestation on the day-night captain, rather than the Grand Vicar. Blaming Sterling was easier and more believable. Tala had feared what the eternal consequences to her soul would have been had she implicated Denarius, Lejean's holy prophet. But her lie about Sterling had set in motion a succession of events so uncontrollable that Tala could not even begin to grasp their dreadful implications. At the time, it had seemed a good thing that Glade had so gallantly confronted the captain, even to the point of threatening him and eventually physically injuring him. But now Tala worried that her lie might indeed lead to Sterling's death. After their ember lighting rites 2 days ago, Glade and Lindholf had not remained silent on the matter. They had spread her lie. Soon the entire court was aware of Tala's accusations. Sterling was under mounting suspicion. Now Laurie's disappearance could have significant political consequences beyond what Tala could even imagine. Lord Lotlegraven wanted the day-night captain's head on a pike. His 12-year-old twins, Lorhand and Lilith, were practically in seclusion. But the day-night captain fell under the protection of the Grand Vicar and the Quorum of Five. Jovan could not act further without the consent of Denarius, and it seemed Denarius was intent on shielding Sterling from further investigations because, as Tala was aware, who knew where further investigations might lead? When Sterling Prentice had been found unconscious in the corridor in front of Laurie's bedchamber by 2 of the Silver Guard, he'd admitted, much to his embarrassment, that it had been Tala, Lindholf, and Glade who had accosted him, then kidnapped Laurie from her room and from the care of the vicar. But few believed Sterling Prentice, again because of Tala's lies. "You must deny whatever Sterling says, Tala," Jondrelin had instructed her 2 nights ago as they'd tended to Laurie. "Though it pains me to lay such at the feet of the day-night captain, an honourable man who has helped our father greatly over the years, you must deny all he says. It also pains me to think that Sterling has been taking liberties with Laurie. But if you claim it is so, then it is so. That our dear cousin lies before me is evidence that what Sterling says about you attacking him and kidnapping her is also true. And it is that which you must deny. And if Lindholf and Glade are indeed a part of this, you must convince them to deny it too. The 3 of you can never admit to Jovan or anyone else what you have done. I do not know whose foolhardy idea it was to attack Sir Stirling and take Laurie from her chamber, nor do I want to know. But what's done is done. Yet that rash action has put the very kingship of Golconda and my rulership in Amadon in jeopardy, not to mention the lordships of Rivermead and Esconder. Suspicion cannot fall upon any of you in this matter. It must remain on Stirling Prentice. You must make Jovan believe that it is Stirling who has the girl. The testimony of you three against Stirling may not sway Denarius, but it should be enough to sway our brother and save you all from being locked up, or worse yet, hung. Glade had agreed with John Drellin when Tala told the two boys of the plan later that day. "Yet again you've involved me in treasonous acts for which I am not proud," he'd said. "I dare say Lindolf will spill his guts under the slightest scrutiny, and it will all be for naught anyway. We will all of us hang." But Lindolf's eyes had grown hard at Glade's words. "You willingly assaulted Prentice. And don't tell me you didn't enjoy it, Glade. We did the right thing. I already live with the shame of betraying Tala once when I told Prentice about our trip to the Dockside Tavern and climbing the Lejeune statue to retrieve notes from Hawkwood. I felt your disappointment in me then, Glade. You too, Tala. And I vow neither of you will ever feel such disappointment in me again." "See that we don't," Glade said. John Drellin's plan had been sound. Jovan grilled each of them, ordering each of them to divulge Laurie's location. But the three had remained true to their vow. Laurie was safe from the Grand Vicar for now, and that was the most important thing. Jovan did not know what to believe, though he nearly had Tala and the two boys flogged for what Stirling accused them of, attacking him and kidnapping Laurie. Still, as Tala now watched Stirling remove the chain from around Squire's neck, she was racked with guilt. Laurie was still sick, alone, in a dark room in naught but a damp, sweat-soaked smock, whilst Tala stood comfortably in Sunbird Hall. She looked at Lindolf and Glade, who stood near. They were both of them in their new ceremonial battle armour, Glade strikingly handsome, and Lindolf too. Armour did that to even the frailest and homeliest of 17-year-olds, turned them into men, that is. "Is Lejeune's will to be served this day?" Squirek asked once Stirling had finished removing the rusted chain from around his neck. His voice was deep and commanded the attention of all in Sunbird Hall. "Am I now to be pardoned, as is my Lejeune earned right?" The Grand Vicar, his face emotionless, bade Squirek step forward. By virtue of his height and muscular bearing, all now stood aside for the Prince of St. Onley as he strode, unfettered, toward Denarius. None wanted to hinder the arena champion now, despite what abhorrence they'd once held for him and the crimes of which he was accused. Squirek Van Hester was the victor, blessed and innocent before Lejeune, according to scripture and tradition. There was silence as Squirek stood before the vicar. Everyone waited. Jovan belched, eliciting a few snickers. The king appeared quite drunk, yet still calculating as his watchful gaze strayed over the crowd. He stepped toward Squirek, wine-goblet in hand. "By the power invested in me as king of all Golconda, I release you, Squirek Van Hester, Prince of St. Onley." Jovan held the goblet up in a toasting motion, looking at Squirek above the goblet's rim like a lion would look upon a lamb. "As far as the silver crown is concerned, you are free to go." Jovan lowered the goblet, and his raptor-like gaze turned to Denarius. The vicar, removing a bullhorn flask of oil from under his cloak, spoke loudly. That you have triumphed in the arena is a great thing." Denarius motioned for Squirek to kneel before him. Squirek knelt on one knee, looking up toward the vicar. Denarius poured a droplet of oil from the bullhorn flask onto the tip of his own finger. He took his fingertip, placed it gently on Squirek's forehead just below the hairline, and slowly drew a line with the oil to the tip of Squirek's nose, whilst beginning his prayer. "In the name of Lejon, and by the powers of his holy priesthoods, I, Denarius, Bishop of Rivermead, Grand Vicar of Amadon, do anoint your head with this oil that has been consecrated for the purpose of washing away sin unto righteousness." Denarius drew another line with the oil across Squirek's forehead. "I hereby bless you with renewed stamina in the sinews, and strength in the bones, that your knees and shoulders may not be ever weakened. I also bless your mind, that your intellect will reign sharp and keen over the wraiths that haunt the soul." Denarius poured a dollop of oil atop the crown of Squirek's head. "Now I, Denarius, declare before all men gathered, our great Lejon finds you, Squirek Van Hester, innocent of all things accused. May you now walk free and without stain before our Lord and all men. Amen." He stepped back, slipped the bull-horn flask into the folds of his heavy cassock, and looked away, not meeting the Prince of St. Ongley's gaze. Squirek stood. Tala breathed a sigh of relief. If not exactly gracious, the deed was done, and the final gesture of Lejon's forgiveness, the holy vicar anointing Squirek's head with oil and reciting the arena incantations, had now been proffered, albeit most grudgingly. Jovan weaved on his feet, holding his goblet aloft. "And what have you to say of your release?" he asked. "What does the victorious Prince of St. Ongley have to say?" "I have something of great import I wish to say." Squirek's voice was a deep shout, thick with emotion. He raised his corded arms, palms up, and turned in a full circle for all to see. "That I passed through the gauntlet unscathed, nary a drop of blood spilled, speaks of Lejon's great love for what I have done on his behalf." Squirek lowered his arms, his eyes steely. "For the truth is—" He lowered his voice to a menacing growl as his eyes found Denarius. "I am guilty of the crimes I was charged with." There was a collective gasp from those gathered in Sunbird Hall as Squirek continued, undaunted by the wave of murmurs travelling through the crowd, his deep-throated voice carrying over all. "I did steal portions of the moon scrolls of Mir from the archives of the Quorum of Five. I did slay Archbishop Lucas when he tried to stop me." The gasps and murmurs now turned to shouts of outrage from the Quorum of Five, Archbishop Spencerville's voice the loudest, drowning out the others, shouting sharply that the king should execute Squirek now. Many swords were drawn, including that of Sterling Prentice. Jovan hurled his wine-cup at Squirek. "You dare insult the silver throne!" The goblet struck, splashing red wine over Squirek's flesh, before clanging to the floor. The Prince of St. Ongley ignored the king, and glared at the Grand Vicar, wine now running in rivulets down his taut skin. "I follow the will of Lejon!" Squirek's booming voice echoed in the hall. "For the voice of Lejon came to me as I debated what to do with the archbishop who found me with the scrolls, and then barred my exit from the crypt. With Lejon as my witness, I slew Lucas, for I knew it to be better that one man die than an entire kingdom continue under the deceit of false doctrine. that in ages past the time was not right for the secrets of the moon scrolls of Mere to be revealed, but that time is now. Archbishop Lucas's soul now sits beside Lejeune for his sacrifice. My victory in the arena is Lejeune's proof that the brethren of Mere are to be trifled with no more." Never before had the Prince of St. Ongley's large, imposing frame been more evident. All present, even the hardened day-knights like Stirling Prentice, appeared to recoil from him, for they had seen the carnage Squirek had wrought in the gladiator pit. They had all watched him demolish his opponents with gruesome ease. Terror was in their eyes. He stood before the entire court of Amadon in nothing save a loincloth, large and brutish, intimidating a room full of men, many of them armoured knights, with naught but the command of his voice and his startlingly grandiose presence. He commanded all but one, that is. "I'll have you put back in chains," Jovan hissed. The predatory glint had returned to his eyes. "You shall do no such thing." Squirek towered over him. "Lest I have you stripped of your crown as a false king and denier of Lejeune's will. You disgrace your father!" Gondrelin stepped between Jovan and the gladiator, taking the Prince of St. Ongley by the arm. "Perhaps it's best we get you away from here, Squirek," she said, "before they heap new accusations upon you." "Yes, sister, do that." Jovan laughed drunkenly. "I heard that you washed the feet of Squirek as if he were Lejeune himself, and you one of his warrior angels. Now you leap to the rescue of this coward, just as his own treasonous words put him exactly where he was before." But Gondrelin ignored her brother, and with Squirek strode toward the huge double doors at the western end of Sunbird Hall. Many trembled and parted before Squirek. When they reached the twin doors, the Prince of St. Ongley turned and roared, "Absolution is upon us!" And the two doors swung open, seemingly at his command. Two surprised knights, dressed in the maroon and grey livery of Rivermead's Wolf Guard, stood there in the darkness beyond, a wooden crate held between them. Many more knights in maroon and grey were coming up behind the two, soon filling the doorway. Squirek's deep voice sounded through the hall again, and the timbre of it now shook Tala to the core. "War is upon us!" Squirek and Gondrelin stepped back, and everyone stared at the open double doors and the knights pouring into Sunbird Hall. Behind the two carrying the wooden crate, Glade's older brother, Leaf Chaparral, was the last knight to enter the hall. His black-rimmed eyes cut through the crowd. He wore the black lacquered armour and silver surcoat of the day knights. The silver wolf on a maroon field crest marked him as of Rivermead nobility. The sword of his rank, with the black opal-inlaid pommel, hung at his side. He held a chain in one hand, the length of which drooped to the floor and back up again to connect to the shackled wrists of a blonde-haired warrior woman. This grim-faced yet pretty woman wore silver battle armour of a curious make, over which was a white surcoat emblazoned with a blue cross. Squirek and Gondrelin slipped out the double doors, disappearing from Sunbird Hall and into the darkness of the corridor. Tala watched their exit, but few others, if any, had seen them leave. All eyes were on Leaf Chaparral, who, limping from his childhood boar injury, guided the warrior woman toward Jovan. "Leaf!" the king yelled in drunken greeting as he wobbled toward his friend. "Well met indeed. But what brings you from Lord's Point to Amadon?" Leaf's piercing eyes were as deep blue and fathomless as the ocean, and both his black armour and silver cloak were dust-stained from the road. It looked as if he'd been travelling hard. His face was weary, yet brimming with excitement as he turned and motioned for the knights behind him to pick up the crate and carry it forward. Leif forced the warrior woman to kneel before Jovan. "I bring you a gift, my lord." Leif snatched a handful of the woman's blonde hair and jerked her face up so she was looking squarely at the king. "Blood-of-Ed Whinstone," he announced, "a soldier of the White Prince's army." There was a collective gasp from the room. Whether the gasp was in reaction to the news that the woman was from Sor-Severe, or that she was a woman soldier, Tala couldn't tell. But the sight of this warrior woman sparked something within Tala. It was clear. Things were different in Sor-Severe. In that kingdom, the women clearly fought alongside the men. Blood-of-Ed's eyes were dark and fierce as they bored into Jovan's. Even though she was captive and kneeling in a roomful of enemies, she seemed unafraid. "You'll all be dead within the year," she said calmly, with a confidence bred of certain knowledge. Tala admired her for her poise. Few females in Amadon, save perhaps Seta, or maybe her sister John, would dare to remain as brave as they knelt in the court of the enemy. "Like a feral cat she is," Leif said. "Never to be tamed. And trust me, I tried. I'm sure she's wet for another go." There was a smattering of laughter from the wolf god of Rivermead behind Leif, though Tala thought she saw Jovan flinch at the quip. Leif's eyes lit up when he saw Glade there in the crowd. "My brother," he said. "What has it been? A year?" Glade stepped through the crowd and bent his knee before Leif, took his brother's free hand in both of his and held it to his lips, kissing it. "Indeed, more than a year, brother." "Ah, you look a sight," Leif said. "Twice as grown as before, thrice even. Am I right, Jovan?" Glade blushed as he stood. It was clear the boy was in awe of his older brother. Leif was by far the prettiest, most well-proportioned man Tala had ever seen. His dark hair hung straight and perfect down over his shoulders and back, framing a squared jaw under high cheekbones. His blue eyes were captivating, though a few years ago Leif had black ink tattooed around the rims of his eyes, as was fashionable among some of the young Silverguards at the time. They claimed that it made them look more fearsome. However, Tala thought the tattoos just made them look slightly girlish, almost as pretty as his sisters, Jacqueline and Charla Chaparral. Either way, there wasn't one single woman in Sunbird Hall who wasn't drawn to him. The slight limp from his childhood injury only added to his allure. As for Glade, Tala was still conflicted. He had his uses, especially with Sterling Prentice, but he made her angry in so many ways. She felt little affection for him now, where he'd once held her in thrall at all times. She could barely stand the sight of him. "What do you think of the she-demon I've captured, brother?" Leif asked Glade, a sly grin forming on his face. "Perhaps I'll let you have a go at her." He laughed, rattling the chain in his hand. "Would you like that, Glade? To share in your brother's spoils? To bugger the foul enemy whore?" Glade's eyes lit up briefly, and he laughed a sickening, spoiled little laugh that made Tala's stomach curdle. "It was Patrick and Marcus you buggered as we travelled here," the Sor-Severe woman snarled, looking up at Leif. "You never laid a hand on me." She turned to Jovan. "He took to fucking my 2 male companions, warriors each, and he killed them while using them in his twisted pleasures. I do not suffer lies!" Leif hissed, his demeanour like ice, his words a spear tip. He ripped a dagger from his belt, grabbed Blodevelt by the hair, and roughly tilted her head back, exposing her neck. He then slit her throat with a quick slice and pull. There was a gasp from many a lady in Sunbird Hall. Tala heard a stifled, guttural choke and saw blood pour out dark red over the Sorcerer woman's armour. Leif released his hold on Blodeved, who slumped back from her knees to her buttocks, clutching her neck with her shackled hands, trying to breathe. The woman sat that way for a moment, as her blood flow became weaker. Tala watched her struggle to rise again, but Blodeved fell sideways to the floor, her cheek thudding wetly in a pool of her own blood. Glade's self-satisfied laugh filled the hall again, as his eyes darted with an almost baffled pride from his brother to the Sorcerer woman and to the crowd. A coldness gripped Tala's heart at having just witnessed the proud and brave Sorcerer woman, who was probably not much older than she, die like that. Though he was handsome, Tala had always suspected Leif to be a bad-intentioned person. The cold-blooded murder of Blodeved did nothing to change her opinion, and Glade's smug glee in the murderous act only solidified her downward spiraling opinion of him. "If the enemy warrior was my gift," Jovan broke the silence, "I would have preferred to question her before you knifed her. She was of no account." Leif bade the wolf guard behind him to remove the lid from the wooden crate. "The true gift is in the box, though be warned, to be sure, it is a grim gift indeed." Two of Leif's wolf guard knights pried the lid off the crate, then stood it up on the end, so all could see what lay within. Tala's initial thought was that it was a short, bearded man, a dwarf, perhaps. Rogmore. The small fellow was totally naked, but for a strip of cloth over his groin. Soon the blood began to curdle in her veins at the true horror her eyes beheld. It was a delayed reaction all around. It seemed that the others in the room were realizing just what it was that they looked upon, as gasp after gasp began to echo through Sunbird Hall. It was a bearded man, to be sure, and he looked familiar to Tala, yet his arms and legs had been shorn above the elbows and knees. Thick black tar smothered the stumps, and two silver daggers protruded from the arms. The sight of the Sorcerer woman, lying in her own pooling blood, now paled in comparison to this man in the box. "Baron Jubal Brook," someone muttered from behind Tala, and she instantly recognized the man's face. She recalled the old Day Knight fondly. He'd been one of her favourite knights in her father's retinue. She remembered his handsome son, Jenko. She remembered the ashwood bow Jubal Brook had given to Lindhoff one summer. Jubal Brook blinked rapidly, his eyes adjusting to the hall's dancing torch flame. His arms moved as he adjusted himself in the box. Then he overbalanced and tottered forward, landing face first onto the cobbled floor. Two of Leif's knights picked him up and set him back upright in the box. Leif spoke loudly for all to hear. "It was the woman who lies dead on the floor, along with her two companions, who delivered Jubal Brook to me at Lord's Point. They arrived by Sorcerer war galleon, bearing the news of the sacking of Gallows Haven, a small coastal fishing village on the southwestern fringe of Kulkana." The room now buzzed. Many noblewomen near fainted at the news, whilst more than a few noblemen and all the knights brandished their swords. Heated exclamations and words of distress began building to a slow roar. "Enough!" Jovan shouted, and the room came together in silence. Leif addressed Jovan. Lord Cronin desires to march his Ocean Guard south and engage the enemy at once. I advised him to hold off until I had word from you. I thought it of more urgency that I bring Jubal directly here myself. We made use of the king's tolls. I wished to reach you with utmost haste, Jovan." Tala had once travelled the king's highway with her father, using the tolls. The tolls were a series of outposts along the highway, provisioned with fresh palfreys and draught horses, along with wagons and carts of every size. There was ample food stored at the tolls, too. One could travel non-stop the 200 miles distance between Amadon and Lord's Point in only 4 or 5 days, using the king's tolls. It was an express system of travel, meant only for royalty or the wealthy. "Jubal Brook bears news from the White Prince." Leif looked at the legless man as he spoke. "Don't you, sir?" Jubal's eyes were wandering and unsure, his wiry hair and beard all gone awry from his time in the box. "Well, out with it," Jovan demanded. "Or did they share your tongue too?"
"The White Prince is on so severe soil."
Jubal Brook's voice was a hard-to-comprehend, raspy gurgle at first, but as he talked, the scratchiness in it wore off. "It is true. Eros has taken Gallows Haven, slaughtered all but a few who dwelled there. Eros did this to me, hacked off my limbs." Gasps of despair rang again through the hall. Jovan silenced them with a look. Jubal continued. "The White Prince claimed that Sorcevier warships are returning to Windare now. They will continue to sail back and forth until all of Sorsevier's finest warriors are on Gulkana soil. And then, from the south, the armies of Eros Rael will march on Lord's Point." Jubal Brook's eyes travelled up to Jovan, who now swayed more drunkenly on his feet above him. He continued, "The White Prince said you can meet him there to offer up your surrender. He said that, as the prophecies in the chivalric illuminations have foretold, Eros Rael, the heir of Lejon, Mir, and their one and only son Rael, has returned to reclaim what is rightfully his. He said to tell you that if you refuse to surrender at the appointed place, with a certainty, his war to reclaim Gulkana will be fought with extreme savagery." "Enough!" Jovan waved the man to silence with a brisk motion of his arm, nearly toppling over drunk as he did so. "I have heard quite enough." His hazed-over eyes now roamed Sunbird Hall, looking for what, Tala could not tell. "Where is Squire Ek Van Hester?" Jovan asked. "Where is that traitor?" His eyes travelled the breadth of the room. But, as Tala knew, in the commotion of Leif and the box, the Prince of St. Ondley and Jondra Lynn had slipped silently and unseen through the doors and down the corridor. "And where is my sister Jondra Lynn?" Jovan weaved forward, half squatting, and then half falling to his knees. Tala rushed to his aid first. She took him in her arms as he collapsed to the floor. His body was heavy, and she fell under him, her forearms wrapped around his head so it would not crack against the stone floor. Then her brother's eyes rolled up, and he lost consciousness. "That I fainted bothers me," Jovan said. He was lying in his bed again, Tala on the bed at his side. Leif Chaparral had stepped out of Jovan's bedchamber for a moment, leaving them alone. Tala and Leif together had helped the king back to his room, along with a few of the Silver Guard. A contingent of day knights stood guard outside Jovan's bedchamber. The room itself was rich with the mossy scent of pine incense and witch hazel, the aromatic combination well known to relieve nausea.
"It will be looked upon as weakness," Jovan continued. "Fainting is for maidens. It is not kingly. It disgraces the silver throne. Father would not have fainted."
"Everyone knows what you have been through," Tala reassured him. "They know of the assassination attempt. They know how sorely wounded you are. Instead, they will look upon your attending Squire X's pardoning as a great feat of strength."
"Perhaps."
Jovan placed the palm of his hand atop her wrist. He looked contemplative, and for a moment Tala almost thought he was glad for her company, until he said,
"You must not think to act like your sister. You must not think to dress like her. I've seen war. I see what horrors happen to men in battle. Those horrors haunt my every waking moment. I must keep you safe. You are a lady, not a man. I grow weary of the way you have been conducting yourself, Tala. So near to your ember gathering, and you still behave so. Dame Margaret becomes lax in her duties. You dismiss her too easily. She must keep a short leash on you. I know you distrust Denarius. I know you think ill of him. But you are misled. What you and Glade and Lindhoff have done is an affront to Lejeune. You must return Laurie to her bedchamber. You must let Denarius continue his ministrations."
"We have been through this already," Tala blurted, more than a little angry that her brother could be so callous in his accusation, even after she had leaped to his side when he collapsed. Didn't that earn her some measure of love and respect? Even in the face of a sore severe invasion, his mind was still on placating the vicar. "I do not know where Sterling has hidden Laurie. It is he with whom you should be upset. I have done nothing."
"I know not what to believe any more," Jovan said. "Sterling denies having the girl, and the holy vicar stands behind him. For my part, both your story and Sterling's make little sense. Yet I must do something, and soon. I can ill afford any mistakes with the nobles now that war is upon us. Lord Lot Legraven will demand Sterling's head. Lot believes his son's story. He insists I place guards around Lorhand and Lilith at all times, as if I didn't have enough to deal with. Oh, Lindhoff, that sod. It is he who is most convincing in his tall tale. By rights I should send both Lindhoff and Glade back to their homelands until this mess with Laurie is resolved. Seeing those two gone from your life would be like lancing two troublesome boils from the face of the castle. And to think I've paired you with Glade Chaparral. The two of you are naught but trouble together."
Tala hated this surrounding feeling of helplessness. Her days and nights would be fraught with anxiety until she solved the Bloodwoods puzzle. And the fact that her brother still considered her betrothal to Glade a viable proposition made her heart lurch. After a few breaths, Jovan launched into his lecture anew. "I cannot banish Glade and Lindhoff from Amadon without causing great insult to both Claybor Chaparral and Lot Legraven. After the Ember lighting rites, they will still want their sons to remain in Amadon to train as silver guards, as is customary. And heaven forbid we break custom. Do you not understand, Tala? Lot asked the Grand Vicar himself to watch over his sick daughter specifically. Now Laurie is vanished, if not dead. How do I even begin to explain this mess to Lord Lot?" It seemed Jovan was talking to himself, for his eyes roamed the room, not once looking at Tala. Squire Egg vanished. Lejeune knows what he'll be plotting. Rogamore gone. Sterling has been a disaster. Letting Hawkwood escape. Letting that wench who stabbed me escape. Should I feel bad for him?
the poor sap slinking about the castle like a whipped cur under a cloud of suspicion. I hear that his own men whisper behind his back. I should have him thrown into hard labour at the slave quarry at Riven Rock, or, better yet, just have him killed. But I've Denarius to consider. He still speaks in Stirling's defence. I need the counsel of the vicar and the quorum of 5 the most. We are on the brink of war, Tala, and not just with the White Prince, but now, possibly, with my own lords and liegemen. I will need Lord Lot's and Lord Claybore's armies the most. Jovan's hand gripped her arm, and his eyes now bored into hers. This situation with Laurie could be the unravelling of us all. To get the truth out, I should have you all tortured. You, Lindhoff, Glade. He paused. Stirling, too. Tala didn't think Jovan would actually send her to the torturer, but that he made mention of it was beyond worrisome. She was relieved when Leif Chaparral entered the bedchamber. There was haste in his step as he limped toward Jovan's bed. The scent of cloves followed him. His dark-rimmed eyes glanced at Tala dismissively. Leif's voice was as smooth as his looks. I've news, though I cannot prove it. Stirling Prentice has been secretly garrisoning Lord's Point with day knights from Amadon behind your back. Kelvin Cronin and the Ocean Guard of Lord's Point have been helping him. I've the gut feeling Stirling has been taking his orders from your dwarf ambassador, Roguemore, or perhaps, forgive me for saying, your sister, Jondralyn. A pang of fear flamed up Tala's spine. Denarius was right. Jovan's voice was full of grief. They all work in concert against me. Of that I am certain. It's that damnable brethren of Mere that's at the root of everything. And Squire Van Hester is in the thick of it. He's made a mockery of the Silver Throne, disgraced the traditions of the arena. Any word on his whereabouts? Or Jondralyn's? Neither has been seen since they made off from Sunbird Hall. It seems both my sisters seek to thwart me. Jovan threw a sharp look at Tala. She returned his gaze defiantly, awaiting an eruption of righteous anger. But there was no outburst. Instead, he spoke in a more pleasant voice this time. Young Ansel is the only one left to mould in the fashion I wish. The rest are an uncontrollable lot. As Jovan said those words, Tala could hear the warmth returning to his voice, and with it she realized that her brother loved his family. At that moment she felt great sorrow for Jovan, realizing that after their father's death, her eldest brother had been thrust into his position on the Silver Throne and was merely trying to do the best he could. That Jondralyn, and now even she herself, had done so much damage to his reign, and that he wasn't the angrier for it, was miraculous. The history of Golconda and that of the Bronichel line was rife with tales of kings and princes and princesses slaying their kin over the most inane of slights. The truth was, Jovan exhibited great patience with each of them. Tala felt herself on the verge of tears. Laurie was dying, and she still had zero idea what bonded her brother to Denarius. Her earlier guess had been wrong. Her disposition turned from sad to sour. It seemed any fleeting thought of Denarius did that to her. I must go, she said. That is, if it pleases my king. Aye, you may go, Tala. And you needn't be so formal with me. We are kin, not king and vassal. One day I will show you. Our family will join together again, and all will be at peace. It will be as if mother and father were still alive. I promise, dear sister. Tala, now having come to a certain realization about her brother, found there was great strength in him. Tears were in her eyes, and she kissed him gently on the cheek. "And I would do anything to help you achieve that," she said, knowing how foolish and hollow her promise sounded in her own ears. She would do anything for her brother, anything but tell him the truth about Laurie. Jovan narrowed his eyes at her. "All we do must glorify Lejeune. As long as we keep our eyes focused on that Tala, our family will not fail." Tala kissed him again and withdrew from his bedside, warmed by his parting words. The heels of her shoes clicked on the stone floor as she made her way through the partitions of his bedchamber, her mind on Laurie, nerves shredded. It just seemed there was nothing she could do any more. Perhaps I should just tell Jovan everything and have done with it. Perhaps the secret ways could be searched by the Silver Guard, and this assassin could be found and tortured. With that thought, Tala made her way through foyer and hall, out of view of her brother's bed. She reached for the chamber door and the large brass handle that ran the length of it. As she pulled the heavy door open, its hinges squealed faintly. The brass handle was polished and slick. Her hand slipped, sending the door slamming shut with a heavy clunk. Then she heard Leif's voice from beyond the partitions. "The brat is gone now." It wasn't what he said, but how he said it that gave Tala pause. His already smooth voice now soft and conspiratorial in tone. Leif's words angered her. "I'm no brat." "Glade, Charla, and Jacqueline tax my sanity some days," Leif continued. "As the firstborn, we can only suffer our younger siblings in patience. Do we not, my king?" "Aye, truer words were never spoken, my friend. Lie with me a while." Tala's interest was further piqued. She remained rooted in place, anger at Leif's insult simmering. She moved with care, drifting back through the foyer, peering around the partition. Leif was climbing into the bed with her brother. He lay on his side, elbow on the bed, head propped in his hand, his back to Tala. She watched as he stroked her brother's hair with his free hand. Then Jovan reached up and ran his fingers through Leif's straight, dark locks. Heart in her throat, Tala felt her anger at Leif's insulting words fade as quickly as it had flared. Jovan's voice was barely above a whisper now. "Lest you get your hopes up, Leif, I tell you now that I will not accompany you on your return trip to Lord's Point. I must stay here and tend to my wounds." "Has the assassin been rooted out yet?" Leif asked softly. "As of yet, no. But the noose Jondralin has put around her own neck continues to tighten. Did you hear that she washed the Prince of St. Only's feet?" "I will go to the ends of the 5 Isles to avenge you if I must, my dear king." "I know you would. Windare is conquered, as was prophesied. Now that the armies of Rael have reached Gulkana's shores, we will soon bear witness to that great and glorious day of absolution, when I will reign at Lejeune's side, you standing with me in glory. The vicar has foreseen it. My anticipation knows no patience." Leif leaned in and shared a long kiss with Jovan. Tala's heart began beating so fast she thought it might flop right out of her chest onto the rug-covered floor. Her body had become so tense she could scarcely move, not wanting to make a sound, at the same time
not wanting to witness any more of the forbidden moment between her brother and Leif. "I will send Jondrelin in my stead to go with you to Lord's Point," Jovan said, as she placed her hand back upon the brass door handle and gently pulled. "Jondrelin?" Leif sounded irritated. "Yes, Jondrelin. Denarius thinks it wise we send her. You and my sister will hear the White Prince's demands. Jondrelin will inform Eros that Gulkana intends to fight, as Lejon would have us do, that Gulkana intends to throw the Sorcevier armies from our shores. Less of an honour to accompany Jondrelin than you, but I will gladly do it. As you must know, I bear my sister little, if any, love. Jondrelin, more even than the Brethren of Mir, is our greatest threat. If she were to somehow die in the hands of the enemy, I would be most pleased, and your reward and standing in the eyes of the Quorum of Five would be great. Now that the armies of Sorcevier have reached our shores, the death of Princess Jondrelin Bronachel at the hands of Eros Rael would give me even more reason to rally our kingdom to war at the proper time, to usher in absolution. It has all been laid out in the way and truth of Lejon. Denarius read me a passage from the Holy Book, a prophecy. The fall of Amadon will be as the death of one most beautiful. See, one most beautiful. It is her, my sister. She is one most beautiful. It is how the vicar has always spoken of her. He plans to kill Jondrelin. Tala's heart thundered. Forcing herself to move, she took tentative steps through the foyer and entry hall toward the door again, grasping the brass handle. She opened the door at a snail's pace to prevent any screech of the hinges. The last thing she wanted was for Jovan to know that she had heard his treachery against Jondrelin and seen his forbidden kiss with Leif. She could still hear her brother's voice as she pushed her way through the door. "As much as it pains me to cut your visit short, Leif, you and Jondrelin will leave for Lord's Point on the morrow. My final plans are in motion. You will soon be made captain of the Day Knights. The time of Lejon's return draws near, and we together will hasten the fiery absolution and both reign together in glory." In the lingering resonance of her brother's words, Tala slipped the rest of the way from his chamber. As she eased the door shut behind her, she realized that this was the biggest secret she had ever stumbled upon, and she hadn't even been sneaking about in the secret ways to discover it. The answer to the puzzle came to her in a flash. She now knew what to put in her next note to the Bloodwood. With her heart pounding, she headed straight back to Sunbird Hall. This time, her note read, "In secret, Jovan and Leif are lovers. The Grand Vicar knows of the relationship and holds it over them. If this information were to be made public, both Jovan and Leif would possibly be killed by the Day Knights. Some knights believe that it is forbidden for a man to lie with a man, that a king must wed and produce a male heir, else he will grow ever more weak in their eyes. This is why the king is beholden to Denarius. I have answered your question correctly. You must end this game now. I have done all that I was asked. Laurie is dying, and I have told horrible and hurtful lies to keep her safe from those who wish her further pain. I beg of you, give me the poison's cure." Tala folded the note and slipped it under the vine atop the balcony's railing and covered it with leaves. As she descended the stairs into Sunbird Hall, niggling doubts continued to gnaw at her. The hall was still teeming with people left over from the victory ceremony and banquet for Squirek. Nobles, silver guards, the king's own steward, Sir Thomas Vorking, barking orders at the servants who were cleaning the walls and scrubbing the floors. That she had just put such a damning note under a vine and leaves for anyone to stumble upon chilled her. The thought that she had just made a hideous error entered her mind, and would not let go. The realization of what she had seen between Jovan and Leif had stunned her at first, then grieved her. But her heart had immediately gone out to her brother. His relationship with Leif did not make her want to recoil from him in disgust, but rather made her want to comfort and protect him. Wishing to keep her brother's secret, she very nearly bolted back up the stairs to destroy the note, but forced herself not to, and continued her hesitant march down into Sunbird Hall. "He plans on killing Jondralin." She did not feel so sympathetic to her brother with that thought. "I must find her and warn her." Satyr and Valdraken were at the bottom of the stairs. Valdraken had Glade's ball and chain mace in hand, and was teaching both Glade and Lindhoff some new tricks with it. Glade's chaparral was becoming skilled with the toy, but the valet spun it about with both grace and deadly precision. As they whirled through the air, the twin balls sang a mournful melody. Satyr was clad in black leather breeches and a slim white shirt, accentuating her lithe, athletic body. As Tala passed by, Satyr offered pleasantries. But Tala ignored her, ignored the way the valet princess was dressed, passing no judgment, her mind spinning with confusion. She knew so many secrets, and had told so many lies. She spotted Jondralin, slouched on a bench in the far corner of the room, talking quietly to Ansel. Squirek van Hester was not with her, but the young Day-Knight, Culpa Bara, was. Doesn't she know Jovan is searching for her? For Squirek? Horror gripped Tala as she realized Jondralin and Culpa were not only talking with Ansel, but also with Baron Jubal Brook. He was still in the box, but propped up on a cushion. The box was standing on end, so the man could see out. Tala drifted that way, wary. The old Day-Knight had wide, thick brows and deep eyes fixed in a pained squint. He had a pocked face, lined with age, and a bushy beard hanging over his chest. "I know not the fate of Sir Roderick," he was saying to Jondralin. "He goes by Shawcroft now. Roderick's ward was captured by the White Prince. I do recall seeing the boy in the line of prisoners with my son, Jenko." Ansel was reaching out his hand, small fingers uncurling to grab one of the daggers sticking out from the stumps of Jubal's arms. Jubal Brook leaned away as best he could in an attempt to avoid the boy's reaching fingers, his movements slow and unnatural. Tala recalled that Jubal Brook had once carried the mantle of a fearsome knight. Now he was no taller than Ansel, who could not stop staring at the limbless man and the daggers. Tala tried to steer Ansel away. They were all protective of him, Tala and Jondralin especially, for Ansel was their last link to their mother. It seemed Ansel remained the last drop of innocence left in the fractured family. They all doted on him in their own way, even Jovan. "Your arms and legs are black," Ansel stated to Jubal. "Does it hurt?" "Take him to play with Lindhoff," Jondralin bade Tala. "Culpa and I have much to discuss with Baron Brook." "But I've something you need to hear," Tala said. "Later. Just watch Ansel for me, okay?" "No. Now," Tala insisted. "In secret." Jondralin took her by the arm and pulled her into a secluded corner of the hall. "I haven't time for idle girlishness. What is it?" Tala was hurt by her sister's inference. In fact, Jondralin's curtness stung deeply. "I have more of a relationship with Jovan than with my older sister." That realization almost brought her to tears. "I just—" She trailed off, trying to collect herself, not knowing how she would broach the subject of Jovan's treachery to her sister anyway. "I just heard something you should know about." A moment passed. "Well, spit it out," Jondralin said, impatience etched on her face. The unwanted tears welled up in Tala's eyes. She couldn't stop them. It was everything combined. Glade, the Bloodwood, Laurie, Denarius, Jovan, all of it, boiling to the surface, flowing out in tears she just couldn't rein in. Her sister's face softened. "What is it, Tala? Please, ignore my edginess. I've a lot on my mind. It's not you. What's so important?" And it spilled out in a gale of hushed words. Not that she had seen Jovan and Leif kiss, but that she had heard the two speak of Jondralin's death at the hand of Eros Rael, about the prophecy Jovan had quoted to Leif. That Jovan was going to ask her to go with Leif and parley with the White Prince, and that they expected her to die in the process. And when she was done, the look on Jondralin's face was one of both concern and wonderment. Her sister's reaction confused Tala. "Let me think on this a while," Jondralin said. "For now, help me with Ansel. Watch him for me, please." She gave Tala a hug, and then left Sunbird Hall. It was only a short hug, but the feeling of her sister's arms around her lingered long after. Tala grabbed Ansel away from Jubal and Culpa and walked away. Glade and Lindhof were now discussing the White Prince's invasion with Satyr, Valdraken, and Sir Landon Galloway. Glade's ball mace was stowed away. A fire was blazing on the hearth near their table. Tala could smell the spices in their mulled wine. She sat with Ansel on her lap and listened to their discussion. Judging from what they were saying, both boys seemed eager to go off to fight in defense of their kingdom. "We will never be allowed into the ranks," Lindhof said. "Not even as squires." "You assume Jovan will send an army to meet Eros in battle." Glade's words rang with bitterness and scorn. "He'll more than likely just let the White Prince trot upon the entire western coast of Golconda unhindered." "He'll be sending Leif to parley with Eros, I wager," Satyr said. Tala, surprised that the Vale Princess had guessed at part of Jovan's intentions, added, "I wouldn't be shocked if he sent Jondralin and Leif together. I'm sure he'd go himself if he wasn't so grievously wounded." "Jondralin go? Not likely," Glade observed, with his usual simplicity. "Jovan would never send a woman. But I am sure you are right about my brother. Perhaps he will take me." "I think Jovan would be smart to remain in Amadon," Lindhof spoke up. "If he sends Leif and Glade in his stead, should the White Prince use the meeting as an ambush, then the kingship remains intact in Amadon." "Well, war is never a good thing," Satyr added as she and Valdraken walked away. Sir Landon Galloway stayed. "All I know is that if we don't fight, we will surely be conquered," Glade said. "Purple flowers!" Ansel pointed at a bouquet on the next table, now squirming free of Tala's lap. "I want to look." "Stay where I can see you." Tala let her younger brother slide off her lap. "Absolution may be inevitable," Lindhof said, ruffling Ansel's hair as the boy scooted by. "The way and truth of Legion speaks of all the armies of the 5 Isles on the outskirts of Amadon arrayed at the foot of the Atonement Tree at the hour of Legion's return. It seems the will of Lejeune that all this happen. The revelations of the fourth warrior angel is clear on the end of days. Right, Glade?" But Glade's attention was elsewhere. He, too, excused himself from the table and snatched a flower from a nearby vase along with a goblet of red wine, then made his way across Sunbird Hall and handed the flower to a blonde, freckle-faced noble girl whose parents were visiting the castle from Roseland. Tala's heart sank. "War, girls." Sir Galloway watched Glade. "I fear that boy will excel at both." Then Galloway slapped the table and got up and wandered off too. "It would break my heart to see you settle for one such as Glade," Lindhoff said. Tala narrowed her eyes at her cousin. "I realize he can be crass," she said, not knowing why she was suddenly defending Glade. "All boys grow out of it in time. He has the potential to change." "People don't change, Tala," Lindhoff continued, "and maturity won't change Glade. And what does potential mean anyway? Potential just means that he hasn't done anything yet. I fall under Glade's spell myself. He is my best friend, capable of making me feel important one moment and low the next. Over the years, I have come to see into his dark heart. True, he is reckless and charming and daring and complicated, yes. He is all the things that make the court girls swoon. But in the end, those things are all false. His charisma only makes him more apt to treat people with little or no respect, and his arrogance worsens with each passing day. I implore you to watch yourself." "I can take care of myself," Tala said. "Of that I am sure." Lindhoff's eyes studied her wistfully. "I believe there is great strength in you, Tala. I see it every day. After all, it was you who saved my sister from Sterling Prentice at great risk to yourself. The man disgusts me." "Shh! Not so loud." Guilt flooded her. There were so many lies she had told, and her lie about Sterling Prentice was perhaps the biggest. And to compound the guilt, she had asked Lindhoff to lie for her too. Though he did not realize it, Lindhoff's next words were almost mocking to Tala. "There is so much good in you," he said, his eyes now soaking her in. "I hate to see it spoiled by Glade. I would hate to see you become jaded like most of these simple-minded court girls who are tricked over and over again by—" "You used to be much more light-hearted, Lindhoff." Tala cut him off, not wanting to hear an accounting of her noble traits when she knew she was a fraud. He was right about Glade, but thought she was just like all the other court girls, infatuated with the young Prince of Rivermead. "Tell me a funny story," she pleaded. "Tell me how you used to tease Lorhand and Lilith. You could be so clever with your antics. I need a laugh." "Am I naught but a court jester to you?" While moments ago Lindhoff had been absorbing every feature of her face, now he looked away. As she watched the hope die in his eyes, a bleakness as sharp as a dagger hit Tala's heart. It seemed he forced himself to regain a pose of feigned bravery, followed by a slow flush of his cheeks. "What is it?" she asked. "Never mind," he said, dejected, the despair in his tone so raw that Tala had to look away. A pained, uncomfortable silence passed between them. "I should go now," she said, standing, wanting to sprint from the room. Of all those she had hurt over the last few weeks, that she had hurt Lindhoff was a thorn that pricked at her soul the most. She walked away from him. Tala had nearly made it to the double doors of Sunbird Hall when she remembered Ansel, Her frantic eyes ranged over the hall, searching. She found him. He stood alone, near Baron Jubal Brook, who was now asleep in his box. Even from halfway across the Sunbird Hall, Tala could hear him snoring. That Ansel was alone with the man was alarming. Jondralin and Culpabara were gone. Her little brother was tugging at a slip of white cloth impaled on the dagger attached to the man's left arm. Tala hurried toward him. "Stuck!" Ansel said, looking up at Tala as she arrived, breathless. He continued to tug at the slip of fabric stuck on the blade. Tala soon realized it wasn't white fabric at all, but rather a small section of torn parchment. Curious, she reached out and gave it a swift tug herself. For her, it slipped from the thin blade with ease. When she saw the writing, her blood froze. "You are correct about Jovan and Leaf. Well done, girl. Now study the ember-lighting song of the third warrior angel found in The Way and Truth of Lejeune. Pay particular attention to chapter 20, verse 31. Study it, memorize it, and then I will give you your final clue." "Final clue?" Tala's mind raged. The game should be over. Laurie can't possibly survive much longer. And all the lies she had told. Any delay could be ruinous, not only to her and her friends, but also to Jovan and the entire kingdom of Gulkana. Tala raised her eyes from the parchment in her hand. She looked at the daggers stuck to Jubal Brook's arm stumps, her brow furrowed in anger. "Who put this here?" She held the parchment out to Ansel. "Did you see?" "Black," he answered, fingers reaching for the parchment. Tala did not let him grab it, thinking of the clue. She knew the verse well. It was perhaps the most studied and revered set of words ever written. Chapter 20 of the ember-lighting song of the third warrior angel in The Way and Truth of Lejeune was a record of the deeds of Mia, right after the death of her beloved Lejeune. In the scripture, it was the final day of the Blessed Mother's pregnancy. Her husband had been nailed to the atonement tree for over 9 days now, and she had just thrust the fateful sword, afflicted fire, into his chest, sacrificing his life for the sins of all mankind. She had him removed from the atonement tree. And once Lejeune was laid upon the cross-shaped altar, and the sword removed from his flesh, the Blessed Mother drank of his blood. He was then dressed in his finest chainmail and horned helm, and buried with the weapons of the 5 warrior angels in the sacred tomb, the 5 angel stones inserted into the wounds in his chest, ethic shroud covering the wounds. Like most believers in Lejeune, Tala had read the ember-lighting verses so many times, she had relegated the verses to memory. She could recall the words at will, and it came to pass that, at the time of final dissolution, he died upon the tree, nailed thusly, purging all man's abomination, the sword of affliction piercing his side. Thus all was sanctified. Upon the altar they laid his body in the shape of the cross archaic. And, as prophesied in all doctrine, Mia took up the angel stones. And it came to pass, the 5 stones of final atonement she placed into the wound manifest. Angry that the game with the bloodwood was not yet over, Tala found herself staring at Jubal Brook asleep in the box. The cushion someone had given the man had tumbled out. That made her even angrier. "Can someone get this man a couch?" she yelled. Ansel, startled by her shout, began to cry, big calf eyes gawking up at her. Jubal Brooke was wide-eyed and awake now. He, too, was staring at her. "Get him a chair!" She whirled and yelled again. In fact, every eye in Sunbird Hall was on her now. "How can you selfish, callous fools leave him in a pine box? A couch! A chair! Clothes! Now!" Many men of the court began to scurry, all of them rushing to pick up the nearest cushioned couch for Baron Jubal Brooke. From the Moon Scrolls of Mir. The last warrior angels believed Lejeune had been taken into heaven, but I knew the last warrior angels desired the stones and weapons for their own dread purpose and unholy ritual. So I did hide them in deep places. I did set deadly traps of every make round about, lest the unworthy defile them. Only my most righteous of brethren will discover lost things, and may Dragon Claw forever watch over the bones of my beloved. Chapter 37. Jondrelin Bronachel. 10th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Amadon, Gulkana. Squirek Van Hester stepped heavily from the small boat onto the shores of Rockley Isle. Culpabara followed, Jondrelin just behind. A flash of movement caught her eye. A silvery mermaid slipped from a nearby rock straight into the bay. Always a shock, seeing one of the merfolk, and the female of the species was always the worst, glistening and naked. This one hissed low and bared thin, bloody teeth before retreating under the water, large eyes blinking. A half-eaten salmon carcass lay on the rocks where the mermaid had perched. Merfolk frightened her, especially the adults, especially if they were on dry land. Full-grown merfolk could last an hour or so out of water, whereas baby merfolk would last no more than a few seconds. It seemed neither Culpabara nor Squirek had seen the creature. Squirek's thick boots clomped up the rickety dock, his own dark cloak swirling behind him. He wore the cloak over leather-armoured leggings and an Amadon silver-guard plate cuirass that Culpabara had found for him. He also carried a sword at his belt. The wreath of heather he'd worn to the victory ceremony was locked safe in Jondrelin's room. His sparse gladiator accoutrement was no longer needed. Squirek was a free man now, free to live in seclusion on Rockley Isle, lest he be captured and thrown back into prison by Jovan. It was Culpabara who, days ago, had come up with the plan for hiding Squirek here. He'd realized, even before Squirek's foolish confession earlier today, that the Prince of St. Only would be a marked man upon his release. Jovan would not see him live long. The king's thirst for victory over the prince would not go unslaked. Jondrelin was sure Jovan would set the day-nights upon Squirek with orders to kill. There was nowhere for him to go. His homeland was a ruin. Everyone knew of King Edmund's shame, living alone in an abandoned fortress, in a destroyed city and a conquered kingdom. The man had gone mad. There was no telling what his reaction to his son's newest confession of murder might be. For now, the Prince of St. Only, like Hawkwood before him, would call the old abandoned abbey on Rockley Isle his home. After tying the boat to the dock, Jondrelin trudged up the path behind the two boyhood friends. The isle looked the same today as it had when she had last been here, sprinkled on the northern end with sharp jutting rocks and a lighthouse that towered over 50 feet high, and to the south a dock and a boulder-strewn slope of grass that led up to a small stone abbey.
Squirek, eyes on the forlorn abbey, did not look pleased. Jondrelin had been inside it only once before, and it had been dark. But in the fading light of day, the abbey looked even more crumbled down and decrepit. Nothing but a moss-encrusted ruin near a cluster of spindly trees. Brush and bramble stems still clogged the doorway. "It will offer some shelter of a sort," Culpabara said. "Hawkwood made it his home for a time." "Hawkwood." Squirek said the name as if it were poison on his tongue. "Did you stay here with him, John?" "Don't say such things," she said. "You know me better than that." She hugged her former betrothed, but with reservation. "Why did you not come to me sooner?" he said, rapt eyes drinking her in. "When you and Tala and Rogamore visited me in the arena dungeons, it bolstered me. I owe every victory to you. You were my inspiration." He picked her up, thick hands encircling her waist as he spun in the grass, holding her high. He let her slide down his arms into his strong embrace again. Jondrelin pulled away from him. Her eyes were not kind as she said, "I know not what to think of your confession after the vicar's reciting of the arena incantations." "I merely told the truth," he answered, his eyes barely able to meet hers. Earlier that evening in Sunbird Hall, Squirek had radiated a physical power that was almost supernatural. But he was looking visibly nervous now under her scornful gaze. "It's true. I did kill Archbishop Lucas. No sacrifice too great for the Brethren of Mir. It was only what the dwarf and your father would have me do." "I don't know how to feel. Murdering one of the quorum of 5, Squirek." "Rest assured our cause is just before Lejeune," Culpabara said. "Squirek's triumph in the arena proves that Lejeune is with us, and you washing his feet was a symbol that will not soon be forgotten. For kings and queens and rulers will wash the feet of Lejeune. Is that not what the revelations of the 4th warrior angel in Our Way and Truth of Lejeune says? You fulfilled a prophecy with that one act, Jondrelin." "I washed his feet because Ankh Bourbon conspired to have Shkilgar's blade poisoned," she said, "a blade that Squirek stood upon with bare feet. A blade poisoned by another Ogle at the behest of Archbishop Spencerville on the orders of Denarius. I saw Ankh give the soiled blade to this other Ogle, a sneak thief with orders to deliver it to Shkilgar." "Why did you not speak of this sooner?" Culpabara looked at her accusingly. "I did what I could." She lifted her chin. "I killed Ankh for his crime." "You killed Ankh Bourbon?" Squirek squinted at her. She nodded, proud. At that moment, she felt some measure of understanding for Squirek's murder of Archbishop Lucas. It just dawned on her. They were all of them killers. Culpabara, Squirek, even she. She shivered as the wind shifted and pulled the hood of her cloak up. Culpabara said, "Fact is, the vicar will stop at nothing until you are dead, Squirek. Here you are safe from any of Javan's day nights." "No matter." Squirek stared at Jondrelin, expressionless. "None can kill me. Lejeune guides our fates now. Prophecy is being fulfilled before our eyes." "I do not doubt that you have a well of courage that is bottomless," Culpa said. "You delved deep into your heart to summon the strength and fortitude to triumph in the arena. But we must all remain wary of the Bloodwood still in our midst." "You mean Hawkwood?" Jondrelin's face darkened. "That is not what Culpa meant." Squirek's face darkened with jealousy. Is that why he has joined the Brethren, John? To infiltrate us? To pretend he is one of the 5, and then betray us?
You know his heritage as well as I, Culpabara answered. You have read the writings of Mia. Hawkwood is as important to our cause as are you, as is Jondrelin.
I do not trust him. Squire's eyes were inflamed with passion as he spoke. We must not slacken our efforts.
Hawkwood is with us, Culpabara cut him short. He rounds out the 5. You, Jondrelin, Hawkwood, Valdraken, the boy. The 5 together are the gladiator, the princess, assassin, thief, and the slave. Each of you a blood descendant of one of the 5 warrior angels, each of you hailing from one of the 5 isles. One of you is marked to become Legion at the time of absolution, as the moon scrolls foretold. Jubal Brooke wasn't even sure if the boy in Gallows Haven was still alive. Hawkwood is with us, Culpa continued. He found Ethic Shroud and one of the Angel Stones under Amadon, in the Rooms of Sorrow, using information from the scrolls you stole for us. Rooms of Sorrow. Jondrelin's mind flew to the map hidden in her room. Squire's face was both eager and cautious. But can we really trust Hawkwood? I saw the Angel Stone with mine own eyes. Roguemore saw. Jondrelin too. Squire's eyes flew to hers. Where is the stone? Where is Ethic Shroud now? Should I tell him of the map? Should I tell Culpa? Trust no one. Hawkwood returned them to the place he found them, Culpa answered. Under Amadon, the safest place for them. So only he can find them again. And what if something happens to him? How will we be able to find them again? And what of the other 4 stones? Roguemore and Hawkwood go to claim them, Culpa answered. And I've received word from one of Sir Roderick's carrier falcons. He has found Forgetting Moon. Then we must go and help them retrieve the 2 stones that Sir Roderick found previously, Squirrick said. The one still hidden in the north, in Skylocks, Deadwood Gate. You helped him find the one in Deadwood Gate? Aye, I helped him in Deadwood Gate, Culpabara said. We must trust that Roguemore and Hawkwood will get them, and maybe we can help them later. Squirrick winced at every mention of Hawkwood. I must sit idle and wait while our feeble-minded king hastens fiery absolution. He snarled, his face now wearing a scowl, while others go and get the remaining Angel Stones. We must launch an attack against the Sorcerer army immediately. I shall gather the armies of Gulkana together. I will lead the charge. We must delay the White Prince's march on Amadon. I must avenge my homeland. My father would not let me fight with my countrymen. But now I am a fighter beyond all his expectations for me. We must attack. Now. No, Squirrick. Culpabara's carved face and hardened, alert eyes had carried a generally tense aura during the entire conversation. But his face was softening now. Leave the war to others. Our job is the stones, the weapons. Gathering together the 5 before fiery absolution destroys all. We must have patience, friend. You will stay here, on this isle. Doing nothing. Remaining safe, until you are needed once again. Patience. Whilst Hawkwood gets to go off adventuring, I sit idle. It won't be for long, I promise. I am needed in my homeland. My father has need of me. I can muster what men are left in Aden White who wish to fight. My homeland is naught but a shell of its former glory. I must redeem it.
I am needed to lead the armies. I am needed in the search for the lost angel stones. I am needed everywhere, and in so many ways. On this island is where I am needed least." "You leave this isle, you will be hunted by Jovan, by the Grand Vicar," Culpa said. "Then all our plans will be for naught. Do you not understand? You cannot die, Squirek. When I first heard you were to fight in the arena, friend, I was sure you would be killed. Had you been slain, all would have come to ruin. Do you not understand how important it is you stay alive? You, Jondralin, Hawkwood, Valdraken, the boy. You must all stay alive for Lejean's return. Your triumph in the arena proves that you are one of the 5 warrior angels reborn. Your safety now trumps all." "Forgive me," Squirek said, tears rimming his eyes. "Forgive me, my friend. You're right. I will do as you ask. I will stay here, though it pains my heart to do so." Jondralin, touched by the closeness Squirek and Culpa shared, stared up at the hulking bulk of Amadon Castle that rose above the bay. It was nearly dark now, and yellow lights twinkled in the castle's hundreds of windows, like tiny stars. It wasn't until Culpa Barra had reiterated that Squirek was one of the 5 warrior angels reborn that she truly felt the importance of what the Brethren of Mir were doing. "Am I myself one of the 5 warrior angels, as the Brethren of Mir believe?" And then she thought of Tala's warning earlier, that Jovan planned to send her with leave to parley with the White Prince, and that her brother planned on her dying in the process. Parley with Eros Rael? She just couldn't imagine her brother bestowing such an honor on a woman, especially in light of Denarius's thoughts on the matter of women. It was the one detail of Tala's story that made her question the entire thing. "Are we being watched?" Squirek followed her gaze, looking up at the castle. "I've heard the Vale have glass lenses they can peer through to enhance their vision, make far things appear close. I sense Roguemore did not quite trust Valdraken." "Nor do I," Jondralin added. "Stay in the abbey," Culpa Barra said. "Do not wander about. You will only draw the attention of the lighthouse keeper. We will visit in the dark of night. We will keep you provisioned. I promise, you won't be here forever." "I'd be more comfortable in my dungeon cell than exile to this island." "You mustn't say such things," Jondralin said. "Stay with me, then." "I must get back to the castle. Jovan is suspicious of me at every turn." She hugged him goodbye. Squirek's broad back slumped in defeat as she made her way back toward the dock with Culpa Barra. Squirek is a free man. Jondralin faced Jovan from the foot of his bed, challenge in her eyes. Her brother lay under white blankets, back propped up with pillows. He was pardoned by Denarius. He should be allowed his freedoms. But you have been nothing but unfair, thwarting the rights of the arena, denying him his Lejean-earned due. And now he's fled the city. Perhaps back to his homeland. I know not where. He would not say. Standing at the side of Jovan's bed, Leif Chaparral smiled, as if he knew she lied. It had only been an hour since she had returned from Rockley Isle with Culpa Barra. "Squirek is of no concern," Jovan said. "I summoned you here for a different purpose, sister. I have decided it is high time you prove yourself as a man. That's what you want, is it not? To be a man, to fight for a cause, any cause?" Jondralin felt a lump of fear gather in her gut and wondered if her brother was about to challenge her to another duel or make her fight 4 day-nights to the death. But then it all fell into place when he said, "You will accompany Leif to Lord's Point, John. When the White Prince's armies arrive there, you will offer terms, as my emissary, as my sister, as a full-fledged member of my Silver Guard."
Tala was right.
At Jovan's words, her heart began to thud wildly. And then it struck her. Did he just willingly offer to knight me one of the Silver Guard? It was unprecedented. A woman warrior hadn't been heard of in Amadon or Gulkana for near 1,000 years. "I've never even been a squire," she muttered. Then another thought struck her. I am the princess who will lead armies, a warrior angel reborn. Despite Tala's previous warning, the fact that it was her brother who was entrusting her with so prominent a task was unexpected. Lejeune guides our fates now. Prophecy is being fulfilled before our eyes, Squirek had said. Whether her brother wished her to fail at this task, as Tala had claimed, mattered not. She knew she would succeed at this prophet commission. She bent her knee to her king, wondering if she had truly misjudged her brother all this time. I graciously accept this charge, Your Excellency. She bowed low, too. Why do you think I tested you all these years? Jovan asked. I was unforgiving with you for a purpose. I had to see if you were truly worthy of the tasks and positions I had planned, and you could not know that you were being tested. Unforgiving? Tested? You've treated me with brutality, brother. How am I to believe that all these years you've— Stop! He held up a hand. You've accepted my charge, have you not? I have. A foreboding thought entered her mind as she stood again. What terms am I to offer the White Prince? Not surrender, surely? We offer no surrender. It was Leif who answered. We are to relay to Eros Rael that Gulkana will fight. We are to tell him that we will send his armies back to Sorsavir and him to the underworld. Fight? Jondralin questioned, her eyes landing on her brother in his bed. Trust no one. Jovan's face was lined with worry. The challenge to the White Prince must come from you, Jondralin. You are Borden's blood. I am injured, else I would go. So the duty falls to you. That is why I've decided to knight you one of the Silver Guard. I want this to be the beginning of a new relationship of trust between us, sister. A relationship of pure honesty. You've acted the warrior in the safe confines of our home. But now I ask that you prove your bravery. You will face the White Prince and offer terms. You will tell Eros Rael that Gulkana will stand and fight. You will stand eye to eye with the White Prince and assure him that the Silver Throne will crush his armies. As Borden Bronachel's daughter, it is your duty. When do we leave? The question shot from her mouth, her eagerness unhidden. On the morrow, first light. You and Leif, along with a small group of Leif's Wolf Guard, will take the tolls over the King's Highway to Lord's Point. Leif will be charged with the preparation of Lord's Point and Lockenfell and the King's Gap for war, along with Lord Kelvin Cronin. Though rumour has it Lord Cronin has already begun preparations. I will order Lars Castlegrave to send dispatches to every city and town in Gulkana with orders that all able-bodied men are to gather at Lord's Point. Lord Legraven will need convincing, as will Lord Chaparral. They will fall in line as soon as this folly involving Laurie and Sterling Prentice is resolved."
Jovan was right. This problem involving the accusations Tala had levelled against Sterling Prentice could throw a wrench in his plans if something was not done about the day-night captain and the missing princess soon. Jondralin knew that Laurie was safe, but Lord Lot Legraven believed her to be kidnapped and held by Sterling Prentice. Lot would not let his 12-year-old twins, Lorhand and Lilith, leave his side. He wanted Sterling's head, and the Grand Vicar stood in the way of Jovan fully stripping Sterling of his post. She would not betray Tala's trust, though. She would not tell Jovan what she knew of Laurie's whereabouts. She levelled her gaze at her king. Does he really wish me to die in this journey? Denarius will not like this, Jondralin said to Jovan. Does he wish to fight Eros Rael, then? I'd always assumed he was against war.
Many are mistaken about the Holy Vicar's motives, Jovan said. Roguemore has polluted your mind against our great prophet. Yes, the Grand Vicar has always wanted war, but only at the appointed time and place, and only in accordance with Scripture and Revelation. That time is now, here on Gulkana soil, as the way and truth of Lejon has foretold. The White Prince's landing on Gulkana soil is the dawning of fiery absolution. The prophecies of Lejon's return are soon to be fulfilled, and you, Jondralin, the first woman of the Silver Guard, will usher in absolution. It is why I did not demand that you give up your training with Hawkwood fully, or your quest to become a gladiator. I could have put a stop to those endeavours long ago. I supported you in my own way. It was I who made you into who you are today. It was all falling into place. Everything Roguemore had told her. I will be at the forefront of the gathering of all armies that will hasten forth Lejon. Her heart thudded even harder. Everything serves a purpose was one of the Brethren's mottos. Does my brother unwittingly play his own part in the Moon Scroll prophecies of Mir? Another thought entered her mind. She now knew exactly what she would do when she reached Lord's Point, and it wouldn't be to wait around for the arrival of the White Prince. No, she knew she would not await her destiny at Lord's Point, but would grab destiny by the reins and ride it into history. She would attack the White Prince wherever she found him. It was the right thing to do. It was what her mother, Alana Bronachel, would have done had she had the opportunity. Eros Rael's bloody crusade will finally be put to an end. It would be written by the scribes. 'Twas Jondralin Bronachel who rode toward the armies of the White Prince and threw the gauntlet of war in the face of Eros Rael. Even Roguemore could not have foreseen this. I am the princess who will lead armies. Jovan rose from his bed, took up his day-night blade with the black opal inlaid pommel, and knighted her one of the Amadon Silver Guard. He then handed her the Silver Guard sword. She had never before felt so confident, lofty, and proud. This is how my destiny will play out. I will be the harbinger of absolution. From the Chivalric Illuminations of Rael. If you are destined to perish in war, you force your enemy to break their swords and axes when they battle you. You make them know they have been in a battle. You give them scars and lost limbs and dead, families to remember you by. You die with a grin that will haunt their dreams. Chapter 38. Galt Albrecht. 12th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune, Gallows Haven, Gulkana. A cloudless sky enwrapped the Sorcevier encampment. Only a cool breeze from the sea kept the Knights of the Blue Sword, who'd gathered in front of Eris's tent, from standing in complete comfort. Eris was there, watching the spar with them, Skyreaver at his hip. He stood about 30 paces away from the tent with Hammerfist, spades, and the ever-brooding Spiderwood. "You mustn't worry about Jenko," Galt said to Ava Shea next to him. "From what I can see, he can hold his own against any Hound Guard or Rowdy, and probably even most of Eris's Knights of the Blue Sword." The quick glance the girl gave him was flatly dismissive. Her eyes went back to the two fellows banging swords in front of Eris's tent. One was Jenko Brook, the other Mansler Allen, the young Windare fighter with the braided locks of dirty blonde hair and the black tattoos under his eyes. The two battled on a section of sparse grass, rife with divots from their boots. Jenko Brook had initially refused to engage in any such spar with Mansler, until Hammerfist had threatened to lop off his cock and rape his arse with it if he did not. Galt had been paying scant attention to the fight, distracted by the Gallows Haven girl next to him. A roguish wind caressed the freshly combed locks of her hair, giving her a wind-blown, innocent look. But he sensed that whatever light and goodness had once dwelled within the girl had been forever banished behind her sad, numb eyes. There was something unsettling about her lately, but the very sight of the girl affected the tempo of his heartbeat. For his own well-being, he knew he needed to suppress that knotty lurch in his stomach whenever he found himself in her company. The Sorcevier army had been camped in Gallows Haven for more than a week now. This seemingly once proud, productive town, with the vast sea at its front and jagged mountains at its back, was a ghost of its former self. The massive camp of Eris's army now dwarfed the town. Tents spread out as far to the north as the eye could see. The few survivors of the siege were slowly becoming acclimated to their new position as slaves in Eris's army. A few years of servitude in the army of the Angel Prince was not at all a bad thing, especially for those who converted to Rael. The obstinate Jenko Brook was handling his role as slave with less relish than the others. But Ennis Spades had slowly taken Jenko under her wing. The young man had spent time, only somewhat reluctantly, under her tutelage. She was bent on teaching him how to fight the Sorcevier way. As Galt watched Jenko spar with Mansler Allen, he was impressed with the young man's skill. Spades had a knack for taking the most stubborn and brutish of captives and eventually turning them into Eris's greatest of assets. Galt chalked her success up to her beauty and the slow seduction of her prey. Because of her, Mansler Allen was now one of the Angel Prince's most skilled and hardened warriors, and above all, one of his most loyal followers. Indeed, the way Spades worked her wiles, Jenko, too, would one day more than likely accept the light of Rael. The Gallows Haven fellow, in a sleeveless tunic, fought well without a shield. He deftly blocked each of Mansler's strikes with his two-handed broadsword. He was quick with the heavy blade, yet there was an ever-increasing power behind each swing of the sword. Jenko's arms were stout and strong, muscles bunching as he launched an attack of his own.
Manseler danced away, dirty blonde braids swinging free. The Windare bore a much lighter sword in one hand, whilst wielding a thick wooden shield to block Jenko's heavy landing blows in the other. Just when Galt thought the Gallowshaven fellow was going to get the best of Manseler, the Windare struck Jenko with a solid blow to the shoulder, knocking him sprawling to the ground. Aveshay gasped and looked away. "He'll be okay," Galt said. "Manseler has control over his weapon. He hit him with the flat of the blade. No harm was done." He looked to the girl at his side. Where Jenko Brook was a tough nut, this one, on the other hand, was a lost soul. The slave mark on the underside of Ava's wrist was still red and raw and half scabbed over. That Eros had already bedded her tore at Galt's heart. Not that bedding the angel prince was such a horrendous thing. Most would consider it an honour to sleep with their lord. But most girls Ava's age knew nothing of such things. Most girls so tender of youth only ended up in a man's bed as one unwilling. Galt could see the torment and confusion on the girl's face as she watched Jenko interact with Manseler. It was clear this girl loved Jenko. But Jenko had not spoken to her since the angel prince had taken her into his tent. Eros would not allow them near each other. The conflict and hurt in her eyes were infinite. Ava's eyes followed each of Jenko's moves with an aching stare. Galt knew that this poor girl needed her mind to focus on something else, if only for a moment, so he tried engaging her once again. "I have a daughter," he said. "She's your age." "That's nice," Ava said, eyes staring ahead, voice laced with strain. "You remind me of her. Her name is Krista." "Krista." Ava looked at him in a manner completely void of life. "A pretty name." "Our mother and I chose the name together," Galt said, thinking of Avril. In Krista's eyes he could always see her mother. After his wife had died, and before the siege of Windare, all he could do was cling to Avril's presence, which he saw inside her daughter. His wife's personality revealed itself more in Krista as the girl grew. Like Avril, Krista would whisper to the trees, play with any animal she found, and drink in every moment of life she could. And also, like Avril, Krista had a brooding side to her. But Galt's love and longing for his wife and stepdaughter were betraying him in the presence of this girl, Ava Shay. Thinking back to the death of Avril, and how it still clawed at his heart, he began to realize that what feelings he had for Ava Shay were becoming too entwined with that loss. But Galt knew he needed to purge all needless thoughts and longing for the past from his head, lest he succumb to unending weakness. Still, he ached to talk to this girl next to him. "My wife's name was Avril," he said, finding her name light on his tongue. "She was my first love, my only love." "And what of Spades?" the girl asked. Ava's question took Galt aback. "How do you mean?" "Eros made mention yestermorn that you were in love with Spades." Galt's eyes shifted from the girl to Spades, who was now teaching Jenko and Manseler how to catch a sword blade with bare hands and wrench the weapon from the hand of one's foe without risk of having one's hands shredded. Ava continued, "Eros said that Spades was now rooting with Jenko, and that you would become jealous, and perhaps kill him. You won't kill him, will you?" Galt could see the despair in her eyes. This was probably the closest Ava would ever come to giving voice to her sorrow.
I've no desire to kill Django.
Is she rotting with him?
The girl asked, eyes downcast. You needn't worry about Spades, he said, instantly cursing himself for caring about this blonde waif, cursing too that Eros had accused him of jealousy concerning Spades. A real warrior was trained to resist such compassion. What was it the Illuminations claimed? The closer intimacy tries to approach, the farther the warrior must draw back. For a warrior of Rael must act like an unfettered storm cloud, constantly adrift, always creating distance from invading softness of thought, no matter how determined it is in claiming him. Or some such. Ofttimes the exact words of the Illuminations escaped him. The fact was, Galt knew that he wouldn't care at all about this slave girl if she wasn't so beautiful. The same could be said for Spades. But wasn't that the way of it? The Illumination said, "The weak-minded soldier will behave with spineless indignity around a fetching lass." If Eva Shea were fat and homely, Galt knew that he wouldn't give 2 cartloads of donkey shit about her. And if Spades were ugly, he would have killed her years ago. A warrior must rid himself of what tenderness may creep in. Galt straightened his back and resumed the proper posture of a knight archaic. It was then that he saw the Bloodwood guiding a familiar figure toward them from the north. Stabler. He was weaponless and walked as one injured. As Stabler ambled forward, he held one hand up to his battered face. His one good eye was swollen shut, and he was forced to pry it open with his fingers to see. "Our tracker returns!" The Angel Prince's mocking voice sliced out into the air as he made straight for Stabler. Reaching him, he yanked the man's hand away from the purple swollen eye. "As I understand it, he arrives alone, minus the 50 I sent with him." "With regrets, my lord." Stabler dropped to one knee and bowed low, then stood again. The black, bulbous injuries done to the side of Stabler's face had so completely shut his eye that he was clearly unable to see. "You may open your eye," Eros said. "As it pleases, my lord." Stabler pried the swollen flesh apart with his thumb and forefinger again. Eros motioned to Stabler's injuries. "Dare I even ask what happened?" Stabler bowed again. "Got knocked in the head by a flying pony," he said. Some of the knights standing around Eros chuckled at that. Stabler smiled, but it was clear that even smiling took the man some effort. "A flying pony?" Eros seemed less than amused. "If you're not going to take this seriously, then why should any of us?" "Sorry, my lord." Stabler bowed again. "But that is the truth. Even knowing the fate that would await me, I still returned, my lord. I will always choose honour." "Honour!" Spade snorted, now standing beside Eros, the Gulkana copper with Jondralyn Bronichel's face on it, flitting between her fingers. "It's a bloody fucking travesty is what it is. The man can't even see out of his own remaining eyeball. Imagine that, my lord. He comes back completely blinded and swordless. What shame! What shame indeed! There is no honour in this." Ignoring Spades, Eros asked Stabler, "Where are the escaped captives?" "I know not," Stabler replied, his tone now grim. "We found 25 of the knights I placed under your care not 1 mile out of town, slaughtered by a lone man with a sword and possibly a boy with a bow." "Aye, that would be where we first caught up to them and gave chase." "Where are the other knights and dogs I sent with you?" I thought they would have made it back here by now."
"Only 2 came back, with all the horses. Your charger Shine was with them, but that was all. They say you went into some mines. You must answer for the others. Where are they?"
"Lost. I can only account for the 5 who went with me to the end. And they are dead. And another 5 fell into a chasm in the mines. The others I last saw in the mines. I gave them orders to make their way from the mines and report to you, my lord."
"They never returned."
"Lost, then. In the mines still. I will explain as best I can, if it pleases my lord."
"Continue."
"As you probably well know, the first man we came across held us at bay between the boulders under the switchbacks. He was sore injured already. He had help from a big grey shepherd dog and a bowman on the trail above. After your Bloodwood stepped forth and killed the man, it took us almost half a day to work our mounts up the trail. Once we broke free of the switchbacks, we tracked our quarry to the abandoned mining town. I left my steed and the other horses outside the mine with 2 knights to watch over them." Stabler turned to Spiderwood. "There was a dead Blood-Eye horse, a mare, in a pit. A game trap of some kind, by a cabin, impaled, wooden stakes. We covered it with bramble sticks and burnt it."
"Rosewood's Blood-Eye?" Eros asked the Bloodwood.
"Doesn't mean she is dead," Spiderwood said.
"Doesn't bode well for her either."
The Bloodwood remained stone-faced.
"Carry on," Eros ordered Stabler.
"Once in the mines, there were few torches between us. Our going was rough, but our quarry left ample evidence of their passage. We came upon a vast cavern with a narrow stone bridge over a chasm. The first 5 who crossed the bridge were lost when it collapsed. A few of the dogs, too. Some of us lay on the lip of the abyss, examining the drop as far as our torchlight shone. It was a sheer drop, vanishing into unknown depths. Finding no way to cross, we strode to either end of the cavernous room. The great crack disappeared into the stone mountain on one side of the cavern, yet on the other side the fissure ended in a solid but sheer wall. It took us the better part of a day to search the passages behind us, but we eventually found some tools, mauls, metal spikes, rods and irons, and old rope and the like, even ladders long enough to span the chasm. But the ladders were old, rotten and weak, and would not hold the weight of a man. We managed to chisel footholes along the sheer wall, hammering and wedging the irons and spikes into what small crevasses we could find. We rigged a rope line of sorts along the wall and inched our way around the chasm. Only 5 followed me across. The rest I instructed to find their way back and report to you. They had a torch with flame enough to see them back out."
"Doubtless they are still lost in those mines," Eros said. "A waste, for sure."
"I tracked the escapees the rest of the way through the mines. At one point, they diverted from their route and climbed some stairs. I too climbed those stairs and found an altar, its lid removed."
"What was the shape of this altar?" Eros asked.
"The shape of a cross." Eros glanced at the Bloodwood, then back to Stabler.
"Was there anything of note inside this altar?"
"I regret to say that the contents of the altar were gone, but it was clear the escapees had removed something from it. The dust was stirred round about."
"Do go on."
"Once we were outside the mines, their trail was again clearly marked. We tracked them easily enough, but then the hail started up something fierce. We had nothing for shelter, and huddled together and waited out the storms as best we could. We found one of the escapees dead on the trail the next morning. A girl, young, small, a pretty thing, dark of hair, maybe shoulder length. She was frozen on the trail face up. She held a hatchet.
"Do you recognize the girl's description?" Eros asked Jenko.
The boy shook his head. Eros asked Avashay. The girl trembled, but in a cracked voice she told him the girl's name, Gisela Barnwell. Eros turned back to Stabler and bade him continue. The girl wasn't the only dead one we found. The next day, there was also a fat boy with red hair lying farther up the tracks we followed. It looked like he'd taken an axe to the ribs. The wound was old, rotten. He'd also taken a knife in the heart. That wound more recent. He, too, was frozen solid atop a wolf-hide blanket. There were many lion tracks around about the woods, in the brush, the trees, but the body had not been disturbed. A brute of a dog guarded it. We did not bother the dog. I doubt we could have handled it anyway. It was the same shepherd dog that helped the dead man we found at the trailhead.
"Do you know the dead boy with the axe wound?" Eros asked Jenko.
"Zane Neville," Jenko offered. "He owned a big grey shepherd dog." "That's the dog," Stabler confirmed. "Like I said, same dog that helped the man at the trailhead."
"Continue," Eros ordered him.
"It was cold. Those peaks must be over 10,000 feet high. Hard to breathe the very air. But we finally came upon our quarry midway up a steep switchback. The young bowman was still with them. A good shot, that one. The others threw rocks down upon us. They even launched a pony over the ledge. That is how I got this."
Stabler leaned his head in toward Eros, emphasizing that his hand was holding open a severely swollen eye.
"I saw the pony sailing toward me. That is the last I remember. I woke alone in the darkness, blind, or so I thought. The escapees were gone, my men dead, my sword at the bottom of the hill. At that point I gathered my blade and began my long hike down the mountain, following a winding stream until it dumped me north of town. Holding my eye open all the way, of course. Thank Rael, the stream flowed far north of those mines. I was loath to travel back through there. Anyway, here I am."
At the end of the tale, Eros bowed to Stabler. It was a deep and graceful bow. When he arose from it, the Angel Prince spoke in an even tone. "Over the years you have been a stalwart and brave companion. I have watched your rise from Hound Guard to Rowdy to Knight of the Blue Sword, and now Knight Archaic."
Galt felt the apprehension coiling within him as Eros continued.
"But you have failed me, Stabler, and you know the price of failure."
"I do, my lord, and in so knowing, I came back to you still. I felt it of utmost importance that you hear my tale of failure. I hope what information you gleaned from my disastrous journey proves useful in furthering the kingdom of Rael."
"Your words are well chosen. I have indeed learned much from your tale."
"Then I am pleased, my lord."
"I allow you to invoke the chivalric rule of blood penance, if you so desire."
"I do, my lord, for I wish to redeem myself in your eyes, for I desire to be worthy to sit at your side in heaven, if but for a moment."
The Angel Prince stepped back from Stabler, speaking for all to hear. "Our brave Stabler wishes to invoke his right to atone for his failure. He can be flogged and then rejoin the Hound Guard as a squire, or he may duel to the death with a warrior of my choosing." Eros turned back to Stabler. "If you are victorious in the duel, you may resume your position as one of my Knights Archaic
and all will be forgotten. Die, and I deem your shed blood sufficient reparation. Your body will be burned on the pyre, and your soul allowed to take wing into heaven, befitting an honourable death. I choose the duel." Stabler let his hand drop to his side, and he drew his sword. "Even blind, I will kill whomever you put in front of me. I swear it." "Excellent," the Angel Prince said. "A flogging and back to a squire earns one scant respect." His eyes lanced through the crowd. They lingered on Manseler Allen, then passed over Jenko, to Spades, to Hammerfist, landing on Ava Shea. She shrank away from his gaze. Galt's instinct was to say something to reassure her she was in no real danger. Eros was not about to make her fight Stabler. "Sir Galt," Eros said, "I bestow upon you the honour of fighting your fellow Knight Archaic." Though the request stunned him, years of warfare had taught Galt presence of mind. He remained stoic. "An honour, my lord." Without hesitation he bowed, figuring he knew the words to forestall the duel for a few days at least. "But I will not fight Stabler blinded as he is," he said in a dry, brisk voice. "We wait until he is healed." "You will fight him here and now," Eros said forcefully. "Hammerfist will find something to bind open Stabler's eye." "Some twine and a darning needle ought to do the trick." Hammerfist's voice was laced with pleasure as he trotted off in the direction of his own squat tent. Galt had little desire to duel Stabler, not now, not under these circumstances, and certainly not to the death. He felt no more affection for Stabler than he did anyone else in Eros's select group of Knights Archaic. But the man was good with a blade. It seemed a waste just to kill him. And kill him he would. Even a healthy Stabler with his own sword would be no match for him. Everyone knew this. Though Eros's 5 Knights Archaic were the best fighters in the 5 Isles, they each of them knew where their skills ranked within the group. They each of them knew who was best. And that was the Bloodwood. But following the Bloodwood was Galt. Stabler, the newest of the 5 Knights Archaic, was good with a sword, but he was in no shape to fight. He was worn down by days spent in the mountains, and his one good eye was useless. When Hammerfist returned, he began poking holes into the purple flesh above Stabler's swollen eye with a thick needle. He threaded twine of Graken baleen up and in and out of the various holes, then tied the baleen into the man's hair, lifting the swollen eyelid up as he did so and cinching the twine tight until Stabler could see. Blood oozed over the man's face from the stitching, but Hammerfist wrapped a scarf around Stabler's head to staunch the flow. The man looked a sight. Black eye patch on one eye, the other sewn open with thread crafted of Graken baleen. Hammerfist handed him a sword. Stabler readied his new weapon, as Spades handed him a shield. Galt drew his own sword and motioned for Manseler Allen's shield. The Windare youth held the shield out grudgingly, so Galt made a point of snatching it roughly from the long-haired boy's hand, nearly jerking him to the ground. Most sword fights ended after only a few swings, and Galt was one to end a fight quick. He wasted no time in attacking Stabler. The one-eyed man was skilled enough to block the first couple of blows, but Galt pressed on, backing Stabler down easily. There were no cheers among the onlookers as Galt lunged, and with a swift blow struck Stabler's sword from his hand. The man did not flinch. Even when Galt raised his sword for the final blow, Stabler stood motionless. In a way, Galt wanted to spare his friend this death, but the years of growing well-honed in battle carried his blade downward in a sweeping arc. There was nothing that could stop Galt's instincts to kill in battle, nothing he could summon up within himself to stop it.
And so, as if of its own accord, his sword came flashing down into Stabler's neck, digging a trench through his leather shoulder armour and burying itself deep into his chest. Stabler crumpled silently to the ground as Galt pulled his sword free. Short, shallow breaths hissed from Stabler's lips, but nothing would stem the gushing blood that now pumped over the grass. Galt looked at Ava Shea and felt nothing. The spell she'd held over him was broken. There was nothing like the intoxicating taste of battle and the killing of a friend to rid oneself of any soft spots left in one's heart. It was like taking a breath of fresh air. "Well done!" Eros took the shield from Galt's hand and returned it back to Manseler Allen. "I've always been curious about those tattoos under your eyes," Eros said to the Windare fellow. "I insist you tell me of them." "If it pleases my lord." Manseler touched the tattoo under his left eye with long, rough fingers. "In Windare it is common that a warrior tattoos dark swaths under his eyes. Squid ink is best, the blackest. It diverts the sunlight and cuts back on the blinding glare of armour and sword into our eyes. It is a great honour when the baron you've trained under finally offers you the ink." "Oh, yes," Hammerfist laughed. "Windare proved to be just teeming with honourable and tattooed soldiers, running about with the sun not in their eyes." Eros spoke again. "Let me ask you, Manseler, whom do you worship now?" "I still worship Lejeune, as I did before," Manseler said, standing straighter. "But I no longer pay homage to the Grand Vicar in Amadon. I no longer pray to stone idols and partake in rituals of ember lighting as I used to. I now worship Lejeune through the grace of his true and living heir, Eros Rael. You are my lord. I will follow you to my very death to prove it. I so swear." The way he said it, Galt actually believed him. "You have proven your valour, and more." The eyes of the Angel Prince drifted from Manseler to Jenko Brook. "Listen well, young Jenko. Not less than 5 years ago, Manseler Allen's regiment was destroyed by my armies in Ikaboa. He was naught but a conquered Windare captive, a lowly servant, as you are now. But over time, and after throwing off the shackles of the Church of Lejeune and ridding himself of the rule of the Grand Vicar and Quorum of Five, Manseler found the truth. He is now joined to us heart and soul, and has become a part of the Covenant of Rael." Jenko Brook seemed less than impressed. Eros picked up Stabler's sword from the grass and handed it to the young Windare. "This, my servant, is now yours." Eros bent his knee before Manseler and bowed low. "And I thus name you Manseler Allen, Knight Archaic. Stabler's mount, Shine, is now yours." Eros's bow and pronouncement were met with silence. Spades, copper coin unmoving in her hand, raised her eyebrows. Hammerfist furrowed his. Spiderwood stared at nothing. Eros stood back up and clasped Manseler about the shoulder with a sly grin. Galt bent and cleaned the blood from his sword on Stabler's pant leg, and once his sword was wiped clean, he rammed the blade home in the scabbard and resumed his spot next to the girl Ava Shea, who now looked upon him with fright-filled eyes. From The Way and Truth of Lejeune. "We have given unto you a quorum of 5 archbishops to govern the Church of Lejeune in Amadon, and only through the quorum of 5 will the name of Lejeune's holy prophet be revealed. For the Grand Vicar of the Church of Lejeune will never be self-sent." Chapter 39. Nail. 15th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune, Swithin Wells Trail Abbey, Autumn Range, Gulkana. Stephen Wayland instructed Neil to hold the bow gently in his hands. "You don't have to crush it with your fingers," he said. "When you draw back, hold your hand at the corner of your mouth and sight down the shaft. Let the string just slide from your fingers. Don't let it snap. Relaxing is the key." Neil flicked the hair from his eyes, aimed, and fired. The arrow skittered through the grass and kicked up a puff of dirt a good 10 paces in front of the target, a large sack of grain with a red circle painted in the centre 100 paces away. He handed the bow back to Stephen, who picked an arrow, aimed, and fired. The arrow whistled through the air and struck the sack of grain a foot above the circle, punching deep, quivering. Doki, standing near a crackling fire in Godwin's fire pit by the fence, clapped in approval. He then hopped on the stone fence with Liz Hen, who was knitting a wool shirt. "Just you try and better that shot," he said to Bishop Godwin. "Stephen is the best bowman in all Gulkana." The bishop knocked an arrow into his own bow, sighted down the shaft, then let it fly. With a musical twang, his arrow sang through the air and struck just under Stephen's in the centre of the grain sack. Godwin turned and winked. "Lucky shot, Thad." Most days, the bishop would forsake his priestly cassock and white robe for knee-high boots, leather breeches, and a green woolen shirt edged at the elbows with elk hide. His hair, a listless shade of watery grey, was a scraggly mess, no matter the clothes he wore. With his garb, amiable mug, and unkempt hair, Hugh Godwin looked more the part of a rootless bard or vagabond than a bishop. Godwin's bow was similar to Stephen's. Day-night made, constructed of witch hazel and ashwood. The bishop claimed to have been a day-night when he was younger. At night, he would recount many of his adventures, stories colourful and bawdy. Baron Brooke had been in some of those tales, but whenever the Baron's name was mentioned, a pall fell over Doki, Stephen, and Liz Hen. None of them liked to be reminded of their life before in Gallows Haven. None of them wanted to recall what had happened to the Baron. For Neil, the past 7 days at the Abbey with Bishop Godwin had been some of the most contented of his life. Their first feast upon arriving had been wonderful. Salted trout, peas, beans, cheese, bread, turnips, and birch wine. The Abbey was a cosy place in the middle of a sun-dappled glade, and Neil liked it greatly. After all, it possessed the grand virtue of keeping out the hail and wind. After their harrowing journey through the icy mountains, Neil would never take simple shelter for granted again. The Abbey itself consisted of a tiny chapel, scarcely large enough to seat 10 or 12 worshippers. Next to the chapel was a dormitory, with a small kitchen and several rows of bunk beds. On the far side of the chapel was a library stacked with books. Between the Abbey and dormitory was a small walled-in garden, and beyond that, the stable. Inside the stable were 10 large pigs, 6 small piebald ponies, and 1 dun-coloured draught mare. Hugh Godwin tended to the Swithin Wells Trail Chapel and grounds by himself. Nowadays, the remote abbey was merely used as a way station for those travelling between Swithin Wells and Tompkins Sty, or for those taking the North Fork Road toward Ravencur. But in days long past, the abbey had been the main place of worship for the miners who used to call these mountain peaks their home, or so Godwin had claimed. Neil was drawn to the walled-off garden. As the weather had warmed over the past few days, it was becoming bright with clover. The small garden was a peaceful place to huddle under a cloak and read one of the bishop's books, or draw on clean parchment with Godwin's quills and ink. The pictures Neil drew were of fields of flowers or groves of aspen, a blonde-haired girl, the focal point of every composition. He'd thought his life as an artist was over, but the Abbey had rekindled his dreams. The Abbey was remote and relatively safe. Still, the bishop had advised Nail and Stephen to keep their armour close at hand. He had fitted both boys with shirts and leggings of good wool. Liz Hen still wore what she came with, as did Doki, but they were all four of them given warm, fleece-lined cloaks. Liz Hen would not part with the sword she had taken from the knight she and Doki had killed. She toted the thing about everywhere, chopping twigs with it, swinging it about in great arcs, slaying invisible foes. It was a magnificent blade. Bishop Godwin had taken to teaching both Liz Hen and Doki a few simple block and parry moves that they both repeated for hours on end. Doki showed no lingering ill effects from the lightning strike, the crossbow bolt to his leg, or the shark bites. He was almost completely healed. Nail wondered what twist of fate was keeping Doki alive, free of infection, whilst Zane Neville, hit once with an axe, had succumbed to his wounds. Gisela had died from cold, or who knew what. Yet Doki roamed the Abbey grounds, as healthy as the day he was born. Lady Death is a fickle mistress, Shawcroft was fond of saying, and he'd been shot with a crossbow bolt too, then nearly died of a dog bite before the bloodwood finished him. It all seemed so random. Godwin and Stephen continued their archery practice. Keeping Stephen focused on archery was the only thing that kept him from plummeting into bouts of deep depression. Since arriving at the Abbey, Stephen had been a mournful mope. Not even the bishop could console the boy. One night Stephen took a knife and carved Gisela's name into the stock of his day-night bow. This act boosted his spirits some. He named the weapon Gisela, and from then on, like the sword that Liz Hen carried, the bow never left his side. Sometimes, at night, Nail could hear Liz Hen praying with Doki. The big girl's prayers were all tears for Zane and despair over the loss of Gallows Haven and wishing death to the white devil from Sorcevier. Doki scarcely uttered a word, unless it was in his sleep, and those naught but horror-laced mumblings about lightning, sharks, and soiled skivvies. Liz Hen and Doki were constantly together, frequently holding hands. These last few days at the Abbey had seen the two grow close. "I dare say they are in love," Stephen once mumbled. "It's nice they have each other." Then he would caress the spot where he had carved Gisela's name into the stock of his bow. Liz Hen was always in a chatty mood with Doki and Stephen. She was even opening up to the bishop some. But everything she tended to say to Nail was crisp and cold, and more than just a trifle unkind. A simmering rage was boiling up within her day by day. She blames me for everything. Right now she was sitting atop the stone fence, knitting, but her eyes were not on her work. Instead, they were glaring at him. There was no reason for it. Tonight the early evening air was moving cool and fragrant around him. The fire was a soothing warmth on his skin. He tried to ignore Liz Hen's gaze, but it kept burrowing into him until he found he couldn't look away from her at all. "Why do you stare at me?" he asked. "Because you disgust me, Nail." She plopped down from the fence and waddled toward the fire pit, knitting needles and wool shirt in hand. "You've done naught but lay about this Abbey, content and comfortable since we arrived. You act as if nothing awful has happened to us at all." "How would you have me behave?" Nail asked defensively. "I would have you behave like you cared." "Cared about what?" Liz Hen grunted. "I was a fool to think it was within you to save Zane, even for a moment. You couldn't have carried him even 2 steps. Bastard." Nail didn't know what to say. Liz Hen had placed both fists on her thick hips and was staring down her bulbous nose at him. "What have you to say for yourself? You've yet to shed a single tear for any of us. Not me, not Doki, not Gisela, not Zane, not the dead left in Gallows Haven, not even your master Shawcroft. May the wraiths take you. Do bastards truly have no soul?" He wished she would stop calling him that. "I only did what you bade me do. I could have carried Zane, had you only helped, only given me a chance. Don't you be blaming me for my own brother's death. It was Lejean's will that Zane perished." Doki slid from the fence. "And that is the only comfort I take. Lejean's will." "You're wrong, Doki," Liz Hen said. "It was Nail who killed him." "Only because that is what you wanted." The words tumbled from Nail's mouth before he could rein them in. But for as much as his words might have hurt Liz Hen, they were like a cold spear plunging into his own heart. He would never forget the look on Zane's face as he had slipped the dagger up and in. He would never forget the feel of his friend's warm blood pumping over his hands, or forget the mournful sound of beer mug. He'd saved his friend's life during the Graken hunt, only to have to take that same life in the cold of the mountains. Nothing about it seemed right or fair. He blinked back the tears he now felt welling in his own eyes. "They all think it's because of me that Gallows Haven was destroyed." He did not want them to see him cry, especially the bishop, who, along with Stephen, was looking at him now, bows forgotten in their hands. "You're heartless." Liz Hen clutched her knitting to her chest. "Like I said, you have no soul. Shawcroft died for us, and you don't even care. You've not said a good word about him. The man raised you, and yet still you remain quiet. Not one good word. How is his soul to rise up and live with Lejean if nobody speaks for him?" "What would you have me say?" Nail felt the anger broiling within him. Tears were long gone now. It was true. He had detached himself emotionally from Shawcroft. But the man's death had hurt. In some ways, it didn't really seem like his master was dead. He expected Shawcroft to come walking up at any moment and angrily order him to pan the stream near the abbey for gold. But Liz Hen was correct about one thing. Nail had enjoyed his time at the abbey. It was relaxing. Nobody was giving him orders. Nobody was watching how he held a pickaxe or criticizing how he set his feet as he swung at a solid wall of stone in some dark cave. Nobody was treating him cruelly. Until now. Thinking back on the days upon days of working the dark mines with Shawcroft, or panning for gold in the mountains, was now almost too much for his mind to bear. He felt nauseated and slumped down on a nearby stump. He sensed everyone's eyes on him, their faces blurry. "Don't any of you understand how much I hated working those mines and streams for naught but a few nuggets and a handful of dust? Do none of you know how frightened and alone I was my whole life?" "You were never alone," the bishop said. Nail looked up and tried to focus on the man before him through the strands of blonde hair that hung over his face. Godwin's eyes, under his sharp brow line, were like a silver wolf peering from a dark cave. "Your master knew what kind of boy you were. Hard-working, determined, crafty in the wild. The type of son who would make any man proud." It looked like the bishop wanted to reach out and comfort him, but restrained himself. "He was proud of you. Put your mind at ease." "How would you know?" Nail flicked hair from his eyes and studied Godwin, trying to decide whether he liked this odd man with the curling grey moustache or not. "How would you know what Shawcroft thought of me, how he treated me?" Bishop Godwin set his bow aside, picked up a long stick, and stirred the fire. He gave Nail a frank yet soft look and said, "Shawcroft was a man who could go about his business with a sharp efficiency that was both admirable and disappointing at the same time. His bluntness carried over into his care of you. I once questioned his hard way of raising you, but he wanted you to be a strong, independent-minded young man." "But what does it matter?" Nail mumbled, his half-hearted, wounded reaction impossible to mask. "Most days it seemed he didn't care for me much at all." Godwin lifted his eyes from the fire and spoke forcefully this time. "Shawcroft gave up all that he wanted to strive for a better future for you. Assassins hunted him the last 17 years because of his devotion to you. Assassins took his wife because of his devotion to you. He was a tormented soul." "Shawcroft had a wife?" Godwin continued. "Shawcroft gave up every single thing in his life that was important to him. His chance to rule a kingdom, his chance to have a family of his own. He sacrificed all for you." "Why?" Nail said through gritted teeth. "That is all I ever wanted to know from him. Why? Why was he watching over me? Who was he? Who am I? He would never tell me any of it. Not about my sister, my mother, my father, none of it." "Well, there are worse things than not knowing who you are, or where you came from, or what your purpose is. There are much worse things than not knowing." "Like what?" "Like knowing." The bishop's eyes bored into his. "You think your life with Shawcroft was unfair? Sure, he was stern with you, perhaps even cruel at times. Well, let me ask, were you ever beaten? Were you ill-fed? Most orphans live a life of squalor in the lice-infested slums of Amadon. You had it rather easy, I say. Have you ever had bugs crawl in your ears as you slept? Because that is what most fatherless bastards have to deal with. A filthy bed full of bugs crawling up into your nose, your anus." Doki squirmed at the word anus. Nail hung his head. He cared not how other unwanted children lived. He only knew of his own life, full of hard work and toil and never an encouraging word. It also pained him to know that the bishop not only thought him a bastard, but an ungrateful bastard at that. He wanted this man to think highly of him, but it seemed that even this well-meaning bishop was more apt to tear Nail down than build him up. Trust no one. That would be his new rule. Trust no one. Only believe in yourself. Shawcroft was gone. He was a mean old cub. Nail had watched the man murder a Vale woman. Bloodwood or not, it was a cruel, evil thing. And though Shawcroft had saved him from capture and died helping him escape, Nail still found it difficult to believe any good of the man. He was truly conflicted. Only one man had ever been nice to him, Baron Brooke. But he was gone too, as was his Graken hunting ship. It seems there is no place in the 5 Isles for me now. In a way, during their frozen journey to reach this place, Nail had just assumed that the Abbey would become his new home, and Hugh Godwin his new master, and perhaps that was why he'd felt so comfortable here. But, alas, that dream seemed foolish too. "Why were those men from Sorcevier hunting us?" he asked, looking at the bishop, challenge in his eyes. "Why did Shawcroft want me to bring you his satchel? What of the axe? The stone? Why were we to go to Lord's Point? And when? Won't you tell us about any of it? You must know something. You must know of my family, my sister, my parents. You must know who Shawcroft really was. Baron Brooke called him Sir Roderick. Does that name mean anything to you?" "Well, that is quite a list of questions," the bishop said.
Perhaps you should be asking them one at a time, and I will do the best I can.
Who are my parents?
Shawcroft never told me who your parents were. He only told me that you were important to the Brethren of Mere.
Brethren of Mere? Nell repeated. What is that?
A brotherhood of scholars and warriors dedicated to ancient secrets.
Was Shawcroft part of this Brethren of Mere?
He was, as am I, as are many.
Was Shawcroft named Roderick? Baron Brooke also said that Shawcroft had a brother, King Torrance. Is that true? Who are my parents? Was Shawcroft my father?
Slow down now. Did you never ask Shawcroft any of these questions?
About my parents I would ask all the time, but he would say nothing. So what was the point of asking him his true name? He would have likely ignored me. The bishop's brow furrowed as if deep in thought.
Shawcroft was not your master's real name. His real name and title were Sir Roderick Rayborn, Prince of Windare, younger brother to the King of Windare, Lord Torrance Rayborn. Both Rayborn brothers were closely aligned with King Borden Bronachel and other members of the Brethren of Mere. Shawcroft, or rather Sir Roderick Rayborn, was made a day-knight captain by King Borden. That was long before you were born, Nail.
Brother to the King of Windare, Nail said, wonder, apprehension, distrust, all of them burrowing inside of him at once. I scarce know what to believe. Why would a man of such station want to live in Gallows Haven, mine for gold and other such nonsense, or become guardian to a bastard like me? I can hardly believe he knew King Borden Bronachel, or that he was a day-knight. Stephen piped in. Shawcroft had a day-knight sword. We saw it. He said he'd hid it in the eaves all these years. Remember, Nail, he said it had been many years since he had held day-knight steel. Said it before he gave me the day-knight bow. Remember? Nail recalled the black sword. He'd even held it in his own hands, ran with it, lost it on the beach. And Shawcroft had found it again somehow. A day-knight will always be able to find those things most important to him. But a secret sword hidden in the eaves did not make Shawcroft a day-knight. Or could it? Could that be why he'd been so mean all the time? Were day-knights trained in cruelty? It was clear the bishop's answers were only going to fill his head with more questions. Why was Shawcroft watching over me? What am I to a Prince of Windare? Godwin settled back on a stump of aspen in front of the fire and said,
I only know that Shawcroft was watching over you at the behest of Borden Bronachel.
Ha! That's unlikely. Liz Hen held her knitting out with a squint, examining the wool shirt she was working on. She looked at the bishop. Our late king would not give a raccoon's silent fart for one such as Nail. That I guarantee.
And why do you say that? Godwin asked.
Well, look at him, she sneered. He's the least important of us all.
And you're the most important of us.
More important than Nail.
Well, one never knows.
Godwin looked contemplative.
Perhaps you are, Liz Hen. Perhaps you are.
Perhaps has nothing to do with it. I'm better than Nail, and that's that. Nail kicked at the dirt with his booted foot, as if contemplating how best to respond to Liz Hen's derision. She's quick enough to blame me for the death of everyone in Gallows Haven. He looked beyond the red-haired girl's sour face, to the landscape beyond. Shadows crept out from the forest, and the fire crackled. The sun was at an angle, vanishing over the horizon, and the air was crisp, but not overwhelmingly cold yet. Still, he shivered as he tried to give Liz Hen his most hardened glare. But she stared back at him with even more venom. Before long, he realized nobody had spoken for a while, and he was sulking. So he asked the question that needled at him. "You say that Shawcroft watched over me at the command of Borden Bronnachel?" The bishop stroked his curling moustache.
"That is what Shawcroft claimed. Beyond that, I know as much as you. But as for why Shawcroft was in Guller's Haven, well, you need only look to the axe and stone you found in the mines to answer that question. Finding them was his life's work, the work of the Brethren of Mere."
Nail kicked an errant log back into the fire pit, wincing at the pain in his wrist. If he moved just the wrong way, the scab forming over the slave brand on his inner wrist would crack and sting. Nail looked at Godwin, trying to hide the pain, his eyes casting what he hoped was stony indifference. He did not want to seem over-anxious, but he desperately wanted the man to continue. "Can you tell me more of the Brethren of Mere?" The bishop looked up, the firelight gleaming yellow shards in his eyes.
"The Brethren of Mere hold to the truths written in the Moon Scrolls of Mere, the lost writings of the Blessed Mother Mere. We believe that secret truths of all things are hidden within the scrolls of Mere, for nothing is as false as the history we have all been taught, especially concerning Lejeune and the holy book penned by the last warrior angels. I say it to you now, and for the good of your own souls, the quorum of 5 archbishops in Amadon, the Grand Vicar, the way and truth of Lejeune, it is all a lie."
At those words, Liz Hen uncurled one of her hands from her knitting and performed the 3-fingered sign of the Lejeune cross over her heart. "You blaspheme!" she said, her face reddened with anger. "How do you claim to be a bishop of the church and yet say such evil things? It is goddess worship spewing from your mouth. The Holy Book says that Mere is to be revered, but never worshipped. I testify to you that there is only one true church, and Grand Vicar Denarius is Lejeune's holy prophet, and there is only one holy book, and that is the way and truth of Lejeune. I believe with all my heart."
"That you have such faith is admirable, Liz Hen," the bishop said flatly, "but your faith is misplaced. No fault of your own, mind you, but you have been misled. We all of us have been misled. Even the holy vicar in Amadon is misled. He too falls under the illusion of truth created by those who penned the way and truth of Lejeune."
"I won't listen to this." Liz Hen's fleshy face scrunched up in disgust. "She's right," Doki added. "Bishop Talbot blessed me after I was struck by lightning. His priesthood healed me. Lejeune continues to watch over me now. I've been through much tribulation and survived unscathed because of Talbot's blessing." "Amen," Liz Hen said. "Bishop Talbot healed you." "But we all watched Talbot killed," Stephen said. "What of his sacred robe? I don't believe any of what we were taught." "Talbot must have been unworthy then. Prideful," Liz Hen grunted. "That's why Lejeune allowed him to die. That's why his priesthood robe did him no good." "That makes no sense." Stephen looked worried now. If Talbot was worthy enough to heal Doki, then why claim him unworthy of priesthood protections, Liz Hen? "Don't be daft," Liz Hen huffed. "You're overthinking it. He was worthy when he blessed Doki, unworthy when he died. You all saw his pride. It's a sin, pride." This coming from the person who thinks she's better than me. Liz Hen's scattered logic made little sense to Nail. He wasn't going to offer his opinion, though. Liz Hen already hated him enough. The girl continued. "All we need concern ourselves with now is that Godwin is a heretic, and we needn't listen to him any more." "Perhaps so," Godwin said.
Heretical to your line of thinking, anyway. But the truth is, the answers to the many questions Neil has been asking about the stone and axe can only be found in the moon scrolls of Mir, and the knowledge the brethren of Mir have gleaned from reading them. And it is not witchcraft. It is not goddess worship. The Mir scrolls have been with us always, hidden, of course, until recently. A portion of them are in the satchel that Neil carried. It was the information in those scrolls that led Shawcroft to Gallows Haven, led him to the mines, and led him to the axe and stone you found there.
Godwin tipped another log into the hungry fire-pit. Neil watched the sparks leap and twirl into the growing darkness, wondering what all this meant. His face was now overly warm from the fire, whilst the cool evening air plucked at the back of his neck. He rubbed his hands over the back of his head, trying to warm it. He felt at the still raw scab in the roots of his hair, the wound from the helmet that had been jammed onto his head. But he soon forgot about his scabs and pains when the bishop resumed speaking.
As for the reason why the White Prince sent his men to track you through the mountains, well, it is simple. He knew what Shawcroft had found. The battle-axe you carried from the mines is Forgetting Moon, one of the fabled weapons of Lejeune, and the blue stone is one of the lost angel stones of the 5 warrior angels.
Godwin went silent, letting his last remarks sink in. Neil noticed all eyes were on him, glittering with reflected flame. He knew why they looked at him. They truly think I brought all this danger and death down upon them. For his part, he didn't know whether to believe the bishop or not. It was all too much to take in. The cross-shaped mark on his wrist flared in pain. He could hardly move his hand or arm from the unexpected sting. It took some effort, but he squelched an impulse to just stand up and retreat into the abbey alone. Then came a sudden wild screech from Liz Hen, and the girl shot to her feet, her knitting landing in the fire with a hiss, the woolen shirt curling in flame. The girl stared wide-eyed over Neil's shoulder toward the abbey and beyond. She was gazing out toward the Swithinwells trail, both hands clapped over her mouth. Neil whirled, heart pounding, fearing that more sore severe nights were descending upon them. But it was only Beer Mug he saw. Through the fading light of late evening, the large grey shepherd dog came padding up the trail, tail wagging. Liz Hen screeched again, then beamed, her face alight with joy. "He must be starving," she squealed. "I must fetch him a bit of meat from the larder." With that, the plump girl trundled off toward the abbey, giggling with glee and delight, the dog bounding along behind her. From the Moon Scrolls of Mir. Those who read my writings will be privy to the greatest mysteries of an age. Other than Lejeune, what were the names of the other 4 warrior angels? The Way and Truth of Lejeune never mentions them, calling them simply gladiator, princess, assassin, and thief, Lejeune being the king of slaves. But in due time I will reveal all things, even the names of the 5 warrior angels, for I knew them well. Chapter 40. Gendrelin Bronachel, 16th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Outskirts of Lockenfell, Gulkana. "It's Kelvin Cronin's Ocean Guard that draws near," Culpabara said, as several hundred blue-liveried knights crested the far ridgeline, seeming to thunder and flow over the grassy slope like waves. Another 100 or so mounted squires followed. Gendrelin's bay palfrey, sensing her nervousness, whinnied and shuffled back. The horse was unfamiliar to her. She took the beast hard by the bit and pulled it in line with the others. All palfrey travel horses taken from the King's Highway stable in Lockenfell. Astride their lightly armoured horses, Leif Chaparral, Culpabara, and 5 of Leif's maroon and grey-clad wolf-guard from Rivermead waited atop the ridge with her. Leif wore the black lacquered armour and silver surcoat of the Danites. The silver wolf on a maroon field crest marked him as one from Rivermead, the sword of his rank with the black opal inlaid pommel at his side. Culpabara also wore the armour of the Danites and black opal sword. Jondralin wore the silver and black of the Amadon Silver Guard. The mist hung motionless on the valley floor below them. Lockenfell was a mile to the north, Lord's Point some 40-odd miles to the west. A stretch of swampy farmlands and canals lay between the two cities. Stone pathways and grey stone walls crisscrossed the farmlands, most overgrown with grass and weeds. Livestock gathered in green pastures to the north and east. Squat farmhouses, their chimneys streaming smoke into the morning haze, dotted the landscape too. The towers of the Lord's Point Castle and Cathedral were barely visible in the far distance, and beyond that, the sea rolled away to the end of the horizon. Jondralin thought she could just make out the tip of the fortress of St. Ondley floating just above the ocean crest 5 miles beyond Lord's Point. "They should have arrived with more haste," Leif Chaparral said. "Cronin will soon know that I am most displeased." "We've only just arrived ourselves," Jondralin said, a dull and faint feeling of unease settling in her stomach. "I will do the talking." Initially, she had found Leif's lurking intensity rather tiresome on their 4-day journey from Amadon along the King's tolls. Leif had remained mostly silent during the first few days, and if he did speak to her, it was in a condescending manner. "Someone wielding a silver guard sword, afraid of a rodent," he'd jibed when she was startled by a mouse that had darted from underneath one of the toll wagon's bedrolls. "This task scarcely suits you, Jondralin. Makes me question the wisdom of your brother, the king." If not for the presence of Culpabara, that portion of the journey would have been torment for her. Stirling Prentice, at the behest of Grand Vicar Denarius, had deemed Sir Culpabara standard-bearer of the Danites. Both Prentice and Denarius had insisted that the church be represented, along with the king, in the negotiations with Eros Rael. And Jondralin was glad for the young Danite's company. She recalled the efficiency with which Culpa had dispatched the 4 injured Danites on Jovan's orders after their duel with Hawkwood. She'd become fast friends with him on their journey from Amadon. Culpa was without guile. He talked to her with an ease most men could not. There was no want or desire or lust in his eyes when it came to her, at least none that she could detect. She was glad for this new friendship. He was her lone connection to the Brethren of Mere. But the second half of the journey had been different between her and Leif. The Prince of Rivermead had started noticing her in all the ways Culpabara had not, and his lust for the company of a beautiful woman had softened his treatment of her. He'd reverted back to how he'd been as a teen, his manner flirtatious and playful. She could see through his change in character, though. She'd heard that after she'd escorted Squirek from Sunbird Hall, Leif had brought in a sore severe captive and executed her right there in front of everyone. It was this coldness that she believed was his true nature. But she was happy for his reversal in personality. Dealing with a flirt was something she could handle, and more pleasant. She just needed to be on guard and discern the flirting from conniving and play it to her advantage. It would be a fine line to walk. She could sense that Leif was going to be brusque with Lord Cronin and wanted to head that off. Cronin's Ocean Guard reined up before her. The several hundred or so horsemen formed ranks behind Cronin, their destriers sweaty and damp from the hard ride, their manes braided with ribbons of Lord's Point ocean blue. Outside of special ceremonies and celebrations in Amadon, Jondrelin had never seen so many mounted soldiers and squires before. As they had pounded up the ridgeline toward her, she'd tried to remain stoic, unimpressed. But now her heart was thumping, her own mount's hooves padded apprehensively under her. She tightened her grip on the reins and tried to calm the horse as it jostled into Leif's mount, earning her a scowl from the Prince of Rivermead. Her own armour was startlingly uncomfortable, especially atop her unfamiliar steed. Kelvin Cronin, in the silver armour and blue livery of Lord's Point, removed his helm and held it in the crook of his right arm. The blue flag of Lord's Point hung limp from the wooden pole of the standard-bearer behind him. Lord Cronin was bare-headed, with a shaved face. His angular, hard-lined features were accented by an old scar that ran along the bridge of his nose and down his jawline. From atop his war-charger, he bowed to Jondrelin. "It is not often we are privileged with one of the royal family. On word of your arrival, we hastened from Lord's Point to Lockenfell." "Hastened?" Leif scoffed, earning a momentary, ill-favoured look from Cronin. But Lord Cronin's eyes quickly fell on Jondrelin. "There are some who think highly of themselves because they fought alongside your father when he fell in Oksana." "And rightly so, old man," Leif said. "Truth is, I've seen more battles than you." "Must you argue with everyone, Leif?" Jondrelin snapped. Her bay palfrey jittered again, and she fought to bring it under control. Fool horse. She feared that learning to ride a mount in battle was going to take more practice than becoming a gladiator. "Pardon, milady." Leif dipped his head toward her. "How is your newborn daughter?" she asked Cronin once her horse had settled. "She is fine, milady, and healthy. We named her Ray. I am sure she will grow to be as radiant as her name suggests, as stunning as her mother, the unbearably beautiful Imogen." Cronin's face glowed. "She will." He paused, clearing his throat as he looked from her to Leif and back. "Word is, Jovan was nearly killed. What news have you?" "No news on the assassin or where he was from." Leif bowed to Cronin, too, as he spoke. The horse under Jondrelin stepped back again and neighed. She was growing frustrated with it. Leif reached out and, with a gentle touch, calmed her mount. She smiled and bowed her thanks to him, grateful for his gesture, knowing what lustful yearnings were behind his efforts. She had never hated Leif Chaparral. She had also never been too fond of him either. He'd flirted with her non-stop when she was a young teen. But once she was betrothed to Squirek van Hester, the flirting had ended. Jovan and Leif had been raised together, but, in a way, Jovan's relationship with Leif was a trifle bewildering. The two had a private way of interacting. They seemed to know each other's thoughts. Around them, Jondrelin always felt awkward and excluded. That was the way she felt now. Even though Leif and Kelvin Cronin clearly disliked each other, she wondered if either one of them had an ounce of respect for her. They soon will. For a time, Jondrelin had believed she was going to be just another pretty, frilly ribbon woven into the tangled historical tapestry of the 5 Isles, a broodmare to some lordling. But once her mother had died, she'd known she was destined to be a bright focal point in the history of her kingdom, a soldier, a warrior, noticeable and remembered, and not just for her image on a coin. "What news of the White Prince's advance up the coast?" she asked Cronin. "Word is, Eros has sacked Gallows Haven and Tompkins Sty, and now closes in on Ravencur. He destroys all in his way, burning, killing women and children. What few he leaves alive he enslaves. It is mass slaughter. The question is,
can Javan get the armies of Golconda gathered before Eros can bring the entirety of his armies from Windare by ship? The lords and barons of Golconda have never united their lands to make war since the crusades to take Windare from the worshippers of Rael over 700 years ago. But if they did, if Javan can muster them, the warriors would number over 200,000. They could all arrive here within 2 moons, if Javan acts soon. You needn't question the king, Leif fired. Javan has sent heralds to marshal armies from every corner of Golconda. He even summons aid from Val Vale. The Vale, Cronin snorted. Those prancing fools will be of scant use. Jondralin waved the comment aside. The question for us is, what do we do about Ravencur, Bedford, Bainbridge, and the other farms and villages in the path of Eros? There is naught we can do. Cronin took a deep breath. Unfortunately, they'll be sacrificed while we await more reinforcements from the breath of Golconda. Perhaps you will wait, Lord Cronin. Jondralin's heart was beating hard inside her chest now. But I shall ride south and look upon the armies of the White Prince with my own eyes. I wish to know what it is we are up against. And risk confrontation or capture. Leif looked at her, bafflement and real concern on his face. Leif is right, Cronin added. There will no doubt be battles aplenty in the coming moons. No use in rushing to our doom. Eros exists to wage this war. His knights are vile creatures, ruthless, deadly, and brutal beyond measure. It would be too dangerous to venture south with but a few hundred ocean guards. Then Sir Culpabara and I shall go alone, she stated. Leif's eyes, again filled with a brief moment of insolence, cut into hers, then softened. Not without me, you won't. You should come too, Lord Cronin. Cronin's eyes bored into Leif. You figure we'll just stroll down the coastline, have a gawk at Eros's armies, and then what? Jondralin's heart had not slowed its pounding. Are you not the least bit curious, Lord Cronin? Curious, yes, but not suicidal. The time has come to gauge our worth. She faced Cronin, her eyes unflinching, confidence growing. These Sorcevier bastards are whetting their swords with Golconda blood, and most in Golconda wish to wait and do nothing until they arrive at Lord's Point. Well, I wish to see these invaders with my own eyes. Cronin looked off into the distance, his gauntleted hands clutching at the reins of his horse like the hands of a drowning man clutching at a rope. He turned back to her. It would be unwise to march this many ocean guards south. We should send but a few scouts, if you insist on this course. I can see some wisdom in doing that. And I shall lead these scouts, she said. It is madness, Cronin said. Do we all possess a wish to remain important to our fellow man, or is it just me? Jondralin did not understand the man's apprehension. Do we all not desire our great actions to be witnessed and sung about by the minstrels and bards? Or am I, a woman, now the only one who aspires to greatness? Can't he see that this is our chance for greatness and bravery? You may not wish to go with me, Cronin, she said, but I beg of you, please do not thwart me. Seems Lejeune and I together could not dislodge you from this cause, Cronin said. But you will not go without at least 60 knights, he continued, bowing in his saddle. 60 of my best, along with a dozen or so squires, shall accompany you, if it pleases milady. Very well, she said. Then I shall take my leave. Cronin bowed again to her. Sir Revelard Avoset will lead my men. He indicated the tall knight to his left. Jondralin watched as Lord Cronin whirled his destrier, motioning for 60 of his men to separate from the group and stay behind with Sir Avoset. She'd won.
She couldn't trust her own voice not to sound excited, so she merely nodded her approval to both Leif and Lord Cronin. "Let us be off," she finally said, and reined her mount around abruptly, facing south. "They will call me the Harbinger." She watched Lord Cronin and his ocean guard ride away. "The scribes will call me the Summoner of all armies. Yes, the scribes will write of Princess Jondralyn Bronichel, one of the 5 warrior angels returned, for I have been preordained to carve my name into history." From The Way and Truth of Lejeune. Beware alchemy. Beware evil combinations, lest some things hidden be discovered anew. Potions and poisons can turn one against one's will. Certain poisons can set the wraiths against you, erode one's life unto death. Yet other potions can bring one back to life. Taken in evil combination, poisons and potions can leave one changed beyond all measure. Alchemy is altogether wicked, for it is the work of the Vale. Chapter 41. Tala Bronichel. 16th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune, Amadon, Gulkana. Lies. So many lies I have told. Tala wanted to shout to all of Amadon that it was the Grand Vicar who was guilty, and not Sterling Prentice. But who would believe that? Tala feared the chaotic swirling thoughts of her feverish and damnable games with the Bloodwood might overwhelm her. She had failed Jondralyn. Despite telling her sister of Javan's plot, Jondralyn had still left for Lord's Point. And she'll be killed. And it's my fault. All of it. She sat in the sparsely lit room adjacent to Lindholf's bedchamber, where she and Lindholf and Glade had hidden Laurie. The room was small, no more than a closet, and Laurie lay on a cot in the centre of it. A few candles flickered on a table near her bed. 2 of the room's walls were made of solid stone. The other walls were in rougher shape, crumbling brick and mortar, with wooden slats showing through, some parts lined with thicker wooden planks to hold up the flaking stone. There were chains and irons, along with hefty leather straps fastened high on all but one of the walls. Tala had no idea what those had once been used for. It seemed every corner of the castle held ancient secrets of some kind. She allowed her eyes to stray toward Laurie. Once stunning and beautiful, now her cousin looked 100 years old, so shrunken and frail a strong breeze could carry her away. Her chest scarcely rose with each strained breath. Her sweat-damp face was pale grey, the flesh stretched tight around her skull and jawline. But it was Laurie's eyes that disturbed Tala the most. They were closed, sunken pits. She took Laurie's hand in her own, startled at how dry her cousin's fingers were, coarse and rough as an old strap of rawhide. She's almost dead. She'll die before her ember gathering. With her cousin's hand in her own, Tala felt a rush of emotion so strong it frightened her. Laurie's eyes opened slowly, bloodshot and dark-hollowed. As her gaze met Tala's, Laurie's dry fingers clutched hers tightly. Tala broke down in tears when she saw the love emanating from her cousin. Those 2 dark pupils, dry and so near to death, still conveyed the spirit that was Laurie. Tears accompanied Tala's words, which spilled out beyond her control. "I forbid you to die! I forbid it! Soon we will be exploring again. You'll see. We will be sneaking away from the Silver Guard and crawling through the castle as if we own it. You will soon be running in Greengrass Courtyard, the cool grass under your toes. You will hold your arm out for Sir Castlegrail's hawks. You remember how you liked the hawks. I will have the kitchen bake those sweet wheat rolls that you like."
Tala could barely speak. The tears flowed so freely now. Her mouth quivered.
You can feed bits of the bread to the hawks. They will swoop in and perch on your arm, and you can feed them. I promise. You will not die, do you hear me?"
Then Tala could not speak any more, and Laurie's eyes drifted shut again. As she walked, 2 silver guards trailing a few paces behind her, Tala was lost in a bottomless pit of endless grief and torment. She had been wandering the halls of Amadon Castle for hours now. There was little else to do. She could sit in her room, alone, and worry about Laurie and Jondralin, but that would only compound her misery. She was well aware of how the howling presence of the wraiths could blight the soul when one was left alone. And as much as she loathed it, walking with an armed escort was more favourable than that. Still, a life spent boxed in by Dame Maregrid and soldiers paid to protect her was really no way to live either. Where else but in a prison would one be forced to her room most days, and only escorted out by the guards? The thought sparked an ire within her that she had scant resolve to rein in. She quickened her pace, and the silver guards trailing behind hastened to match it. She knew she could not lose them. They would follow her like bloodhounds until she returned to her chambers. But she knew it irritated them when she varied her gait so, and that pleased her, because her royal imprisonment would never end, and so why not derive pleasure where she could? She slowed as she turned from the corridor and entered one of her favourite places in the castle, Swensung Courtyard. The yard was bright in comparison to the grim interior of the castle, and full of people. Tala strolled over the many criss-crossing cobblestone paths and through flower beds aglow with blossoming flowers of bright purple and white. The many mingling fragrances of the flowers, which normally filled her with hope and joy, now just added to her despair. A smattering of statues, some of Les Jeunes, most of long-dead Grand Vicars and a few of heralded day knights, accentuated the flower gardens and ivy. The statues were old and cracked and weather-stained. The tops of the trees that lined the ivy-covered walls of the courtyard bowed and swayed in a moaning breeze that lazed its way over the crenulated battlements. The grand and narrow Swensung spire at the far southern end of the yard rose up into the sky like a needle. Of the many spires of Amadon Castle, Swensung, though elegant, was not the greatest or the tallest. That honour belonged to Sember Tower in the centre of the castle, atop the pinnacle of Mount Albion. As she strolled through the gardens, assorted nobility and other castle folk paused to bow to her. She nodded in greeting to those she recognized, but most she ignored. They made her feel lonely, all of them dressed in their colourful waistcoats and dresses, strolling hand in hand, enjoying companionships they made in the yards, whilst she sought only solace and reprieve. She thought of Glade. How disgusted she was with him. So gleeful and giddy when his brother had slain that warrior woman in Sunbird Hall. She recalled Lindolf and Glade's ember-lighting rites last week in the Royal Cathedral with the other 17-year-old sons of Gulkana royalty. For his part, Glade had chosen to administer the flame to her, a great honour and a great ceremony. But it was all tainted now with his evilness.
and all of it administered by the worst of all people, Denarius.
The Grand Vicar had anointed Glade's head with holy oil, then performed the ember-lighting confirmation. Denarius had pulled down on a thick rope, opening the flue centred in the cathedral ceiling high above, and letting in a shaft of light that spilled down upon the main altar. Glade had then offered his ember-lighting prayer, confessing his love of Lejeune, the Church, and Lejeune's holy prophet, Grand Vicar Denarius. He then took up a goblet of oil and proceeded to Tala. She, in front of the altar, had held forth a pestle of crushed cloves in her cupped hands. Glade tipped the goblet, dripping the oil into her thin ceramic pestle, whilst he lit the flame underneath it, setting the herbs alight with help of the oil. She freed one of her hands, passing it over the pestle, letting the flame caress her flesh briefly, knowing she was worthy of none of it. The ember-lighting flame was meant to grant both participants courage, faith, strength, and protection from the wraiths. She then bowed her face to the pestle, drawing in a deep breath, smoke filling her lungs. The smoke was meant to bring them both healing and sustenance. She blew the vapours back out slowly, her essence supposedly mingling with the smoke. Up through the cathedral her essence had floated and twirled, up toward the flue high above, eventually to reach the air and take flight into heaven and dwell with Lejeune. A realm I will never deserve to live in. All my lies and deceptions, my hatred of Glade. It should have been Lindolf who offered me the flame. But her cousin had performed the same ritual as Glade, choosing his mother, Mona Le Graven, to administer his flame to first, and next his younger twin siblings, Lorhand and Lilith. Then both Glade and Lindolf, and the other 17-year-olds, had stood before the Grand Vicar as he draped a string of ember-lighting beads around each of their necks. Something about the ember-lighting rites made her think of the assassin's last note. Study the ember-lighting song of the third warrior angel found in The Way and Truth of Lejeune. Pay particular attention to chapter 20, verse 31. Study it. Memorize it. During Glade's and Lindolf's ember-lighting, Denarius had read from The Way and Truth of Lejeune, read the very verse Tala was to memorize. And it came to pass that, at the time of final dissolution, he died upon the tree, nailed thusly, purging all man's abomination, the sword of affliction piercing his side. Thus all was sanctified. Upon the altar they laid his body in the shape of the cross archaic, and, as prophesied in all doctrine, Mia took up the angel stones, and it came to pass, the 5 stones of final atonement she placed into the wound manifest. Tala continued through the courtyard, angry at herself, feeling sorry for herself, contemplating the meaning of the Bloodwood's note, the scripture, the ember-lighting rites, trying to figure how it all tied in, if at all. As she walked, in some corners children screeched and giggled in play. Benches of ornately carved stonework dotted the gardens. Tala considered sitting, but heard the faint chords of a familiar song strike up in the distance. She blinked, her gaze sweeping the gardens. The music was coming from near the spire, so she proceeded that way, the heels of the 2 silver guards clacking on the cobblestones behind her. The Vau Vale princess, Satyr, in leather breeches and billowy white shirt, sat on one of the garden's carved stone benches at the base of the tower. She was playing a mandolin, her fingers skipping lightly over the strings, the sound of her playing blending perfectly with the pale lavender wonders of the garden. Satyr's deft fingers were plucking mellow sounds, which was surprising to Tala,
considering she knew not that Seta could play at all. What was stranger still was seeing her cousin Lindolf Legraven and Valdraken dancing to the music not far from where Seta was sitting. Tala quickly realized that the two were not dancing at all, but were rather randomly, and quite clumsily, walking toward each other, bumping shoulders, turning, and repeating the process. When she had first met him, Valdraken's shoulder had been in a sling, yet it looked fine now. Tala knew that the valet healed quicker than humankind, but the repeated collisions with Lindolf seemed ill-advised. Plus, the warm beauty of the soothing chords emanating from Seta's mandolin seemed at complete odds to the awkward goings-on between Lindolf and Valdraken. Tala observed the interplay for a moment. "Whatever are you doing, Lindolf?" At the sound of her voice, Lindolf stiffened with a gasp. His dark eyes swung from Valdraken to her. Blonde curls flopped across his forehead, hiding some of the burns from his childhood. The two valets turned and looked at Tala too, the last notes of Seta's song drifting away in the breeze. The valet princess stood and bowed, her green eyes like gemstones. The rich wood of her mandolin was polished, accentuating its delicate grain. Tala's eyes were transfixed by the exquisite beauty of the instrument. "I'm teaching your cousin to be a thief." Valdraken bowed to Tala. "He'll soon be the best pickpocket in all of Amadon." He turned to Lindolf. "Won't you?" Well, Lindolf's scarred face slackened even further as he stammered, "What he means to say is that I will show you." Valdraken handed a small leather purse to Tala. It was weighed down with coins. "Take these too." He handed her a gold ring with strange valet runes etched into its surface, a string of black and green beads, and a small carved statue of Lejeune that fit snugly in the palm of her hand. The tiny statue looked to be carved of walrus tusk and was bleached white as a sun-touched cloud. "Put the ring on," he said. "Tie the pouch to your belt, and hide the other items in the pockets of your doublet." Tala did as instructed, tying the purse to her hip opposite the pouch that held the bloodwood dagger that she always kept with her. She slipped the ring onto her finger and put the beads and statue in the pockets of her doublet. Valdraken placed Lindolf's hand in hers. "Walk toward me, as if you were out on a lover's stroll." He turned and marched about 20 paces away, and faced them. Tala felt a moment of discomfort as Lindolf's clammy fingers entwined with hers. His restless dark eyes flickered from her to the battlements above. Tala's gaze also strayed to the walls of the courtyard, draped thick with green ivy. As she and Lindolf began walking toward Valdraken, hand in hand, she wondered what her two Silver-Guard escorts must think of all this. The valet walked briskly toward them. His shoulder knocked into hers much harder than she was expecting. She lost hold of Lindolf's hand and stumbled, falling, until Valdraken reached out and caught her by the hand and upper arm. "Oh, I'm so sorry, milady," he stammered with embarrassment as he helped to steady her. "My most gracious apologies," he said, and released her when she had regained her feet. "I've been so clumsy today." He bowed. "Have a good day." He turned and kept walking. "Look at your hand," Lindolf said eagerly. Tala looked at both hands. The ring she had put on her finger was gone. Valdraken turned and held up the string of beads and tiny Lejeune statue. "He's been teaching me for a while now," Lindolf said, grinning from ear to ear. "He and Seta, they know many elf tricks. I can teach you some day, if it pleases you." "When you get good enough at thievery," Valdraken said, "you scarcely need the accidental bumping and jostling, just deft hands. See?" He held the purse of coins he had given her, and also her own pouch that held the bloodwood dagger. Icy fear slammed into Tala with such intensity she felt momentarily suffocated. She stared at the leather purse holding the dagger, feeling herself quake for breath, but anger overcame her panic. "Give back my pouch," she demanded, holding out her hand. "As you wish." The sharp-eyed valet tossed the purse to her. Tala snatched it from the air, examining the cut thongs that once held the leather pouch to her belt. "He sliced right through them. He could have sliced my neck just as quickly." "I meant no harm," Valdraken said, and bowed. "He meant no harm," Lindolf tried gallantly to respond in kind. "They can teach you the same tricks, like they taught us about defending against knives. Remember?" Of course, she remembered the lessons well, but learning thievery was different from self-defense. "Why would you want to learn such things?" She glared at her cousin. "They are skills all should know," Seta answered. "Skills royalty such as we should learn, for there will soon come a day when murder, kidnapping, pickpocketing, blackmail, and even rape will be common currency in Amadon. The White Prince has attacked Gulkana. It won't be long before he will be at the gates of this city. And then this castle may not be a safe place for even a princess and her 2 silver guards." "What a grim thing to say!" Tala fired back. "I won't hear it. Jovan will fight the White Prince at Lord's Point. Jondrelin travels there now to offer terms of war. You're wrong. Amadon will not be like that. Ever." "Then you have not read your own scriptures," came Seta's silken response. "Does not the way and truth of Lejeune speak of Amadon's fiery absolution?" "It doesn't mean we need to learn the ways of a cutthroat." "Well, I'm for learning it," Lindolf said, as he straightened his posture. "I enjoy acquiring new skills. It keeps one busy." "You're wise to learn all you can." Valdraken patted Lindolf on the back. "You are important. You and your sister. We should teach Laurie these things too." "You can't teach Laurie." The words came tumbling forth before Tala could think to stop them. "She's sick, and in Tala snapped her lips shut at the last moment, realizing that she had almost given away Laurie's location. Valdraken stared at her, as if waiting for her to finish, his piercing green eyes seeming to bore into her. Tala noticed that Lindolf's eyes never remained still but nervously flitted between them all. The intense look on Seta's face sent chills prickling up her back. It instantly felt as if something were crawling through her brain, pulling her thoughts out of it. Tala could feel herself losing all sense of balance. "I'm sure Laurie will recover soon and be like a new person," Valdraken eventually said. "Wherever she is." "And Sterling Prentice will get what he deserves," Seta said casually. "I hear this castle is riddled with tunnels. You ought to get to know the secret tunnels if you wish to survive absolution, Tala. Familiarize yourself with thievery and all the secret places of the city." "Even the Varley know of the secret ways." Tala's vision blurred and her lungs cried for air. It felt as if a legion of dung beetles were digging into her mind, searching. Her mind spun with the implications. "I don't wish to speak of Laurie or fiery absolution," she mumbled, her hand inside her pouch, feeling the comforting edges of the bloodwood dagger in her hand. "You're right," Seta said, and plucked at her mandolin. "Enough of this gloomy talk. How about another song?" Again, pure tones sang from the mandolin, a graceful song that hung over the breadth of the courtyard, brightening the air. Whether Seta played but a moment or all day, Tala knew not. She was so swept up in the music. "You play beautifully," she said when the Vale Princess stopped. "You did not know I played the mandolin?" Seta asked.
Tala pulled her hand from the pouch.
"I regret to say I did not." "No matter. There is much you don't know about me." Seta stood, holding the instrument out in both hands. "The mandolin, the lute, and the harp, 3 of the grandest instruments in the 5 Isles. This one is constructed of rare Valvale olive wood, the only trees on the 5 Isles that live for over 10,000 years. Harder to find and far more scarce than even severe bloodwood trees." Tala's heart pounded at the mention of bloodwoods. Their very name sent shivers of dread through her. Still, the mandolin in Seta's hands was indeed one of the most amazing things she'd ever seen. Its beauty was transfixing. The dark grain of its wood was polished to a brilliant sheen and glowed with astonishing bright highlights of ochre in the sun. "Do you know what the great Vale minstrels do after a grand performance?" Seta asked. Tala shrugged, looking from the mandolin to Seta. "They celebrate their performance by doing this." The Vale Princess took the mandolin by the neck, brought it over her head rapidly, and in one unexpected motion swung it downward, dashing it against the stone bench. With a loud, slinging crack and twang, the precious wooden instrument shattered into 100 pieces. Wooden shards exploded around the bench and clattered to the cobbles and turf. Stunned, Tala watched as Seta picked up a handful of wood splinters and tossed them out into the garden, saying, "And then they scatter the pieces among the audience to keep as mementos." Tala and Lindolf shared concerned looks. "Oh, it's not so awful." Seta picked up 2 of the bigger shards and held them out for both Tala and Lindolf. Lindolf took the offered piece of mandolin, eyeing it strangely. The shattered hunk of wood Seta handed Tala was about the length of a shoe and felt as light as a down feather in her hand. "They could be very valuable some day. Very valuable indeed." Valdraken's right hand was buried in the folds of his cloak. With his free hand he gestured for Tala to hold forth the shard of wood. She did, and the Vale pulled his hand from his cloak, fingers covered in a curious white powder. He snapped his fingers, and a cone of bright fire appeared in the palm of his cupped hand. "Sorcery!" Tala's mind screamed, her body frozen in place. Valdraken ran the orange flame back and forth under the shard of wood in Tala's hand, warming her fingers in the process, then blew the fire out with a quick burst of air from his lips. He then casually wiped his once flaming hand on his cloak. "Indeed," Valdraken said, "that piece of wood is very valuable now." Terror lashed through Tala's veins when she returned to her room. The great stone fireplace that dominated her bedchamber beckoned like a hollow cave. The secret ways lay beyond, calling her. "I should run, escape this stifling, wicked place, and run far away, and become another person." But she knew not where she would go. She grabbed her wooden stool and placed it before the cold stone hearth. Standing atop the stool, she put the shard of mandolin Seta had given her on the mantel's shelf. She placed it carefully, leaning it against the rough stone so that the polished grain faced into her room, taking the time to make sure that it was centered on the mantel, just so. Once done, she sat back on her bed and folded her hands on her lap. She looked up at what was left of the destroyed mandolin. "It's a cursed thing," she thought, shuddering. "Hexed by Vale magic, and most definitely cursed." From The Way and Truth of Lejeune.
Nary a drop of blood shall Lejeune shed, nor a drop from another fall upon him. Not until he swimmeth through the gauntlet of beasts, not until he receiveth his baptism of blood. When Lejeune returns, you will know the marks upon him. In that last day before fiery absolution, like a spark and wave of flame, Lejeune will reveal himself in the hallowed grove, and the great atonement tree will become like a pillar of fire over him.
Chapter 42. Ava Shea. 17th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune, Tompkins Die, Gulkana. A mountain of burning Tompkins Die carcasses marked the end of another Gulkana village. Like the dead in Gallows Haven, Ava knew that this jumble of dead folk would not be given religious rites or properly buried. Their souls would never reach Lejeune. She stood in front of Eris's tent in a light cotton shift, trying to remain detached from the scene. After all, she knew none of them. The bloated, misshapen faces on top of swollen bodies meant nothing to her. The twisted hands reaching from the pile with grotesque fingers curled and crooked were not beckoning to her, and if they were, she cared not. What can I do anyway? The melting flesh, dripping from their eye sockets and sagging jowls, was a gruesome sight indeed, but a sight she'd grown inured to these past few weeks. The smell of burning flesh was thick, but again, nothing new to her. They should have fled like all the other farmers in all the hamlets between here and Gallows Haven. Everyone should just flee. The shoreline north of Tompkins Die lay silent, save the sigh of the wind and the rolling of the waves. Silent but for the cries of the crows as they pranced about, feasting on the scattered limbs of the dead. Gulls circled above aimlessly. A child wandered untended, trailed by a mangy brown hound. The child wailed for a mother it would not find. The few other survivors of Tompkins Die were granted no sympathy. 10 of them were chained together on the beach, just a stone's throw below the White Prince's tent, where Ava now stood. Spades strutted back and forth in front of these trembling prisoners, shouting obscenities, blaspheming the Church of Lejeune, and generally scaring the piss out of them all. One prisoner began singing a desolate lament. A portly woman, with a pretty face and long dark hair, she belted out the tune from a throat worn raw from crying. That was until Spades ran a dirk up through her chest, ending it. The cloudless sky above was smothered with a haze of smoke. The Tompkins Die chapel was naught but a charred ruin. Most of the stone and timber buildings that once housed the weavers, potters, smiths, graken hunters, and other assorted citizens of Tompkins Die smouldered behind Eris's tent. The sore, severe army had remained in Gallows Haven for nearly 9 days before pulling up stakes and marching north, burning every farm and tiny hamlet on their riotous journey between Gallows Haven and Tompkins Die. The army now reached almost 10,000 strong. Eris was intent on destroying Gulkana entirely. Capturing the kingdom and creating havoc and destruction were not enough for him, as it had been in Aidan White and Windari. The Angel Prince wanted Gulkana completely razed to the ground. He wanted few, if any, Lejeune worshippers left strong enough to wield a sword against him. He'd as much as admitted that to Ava. His goal was Amadon. He not only wanted to destroy the great castle there, but also burn and defile the temple of the Lejeune statue, the royal cathedral, the hall of the Day-Knights, and the Grand Vicar's palace, and then end the crusade by beheading Denarius at the foot of the atonement tree. Such reckless hate and destruction. For what? Hunger ate at Eva daily. Any food Eros offered, she refused. She drank a lot. The White Prince's tent was well stocked with spirits. That was her one solace. That and her few conversations with Galt. She was only granted leave to venture outside on certain days, and then allowed to stand just outside the open flaps of the tent, always under guard. Usually it was Galt. The bald knight was the only one who ever showed her kindness. For some reason, she found his presence reassuring. The man unhinged her senses. Sometimes he looked upon her with caring eyes. Other times his eyes were as grim as a hailstorm. Still, she felt the tension and fear in her soul vanish whenever she found herself near him. He stood near her now. With the sight of so much death and slaughter, she felt the wraiths roving restlessly through her. I am impure, useless and used and shriveled and old. Her mind had been clothed in blackness of late. Eros has stolen the most precious part of me, those parts I'd saved just for Jenko. Each time she lay with the White Prince was another wound upon her soul. What must Jenko think of me now? She hadn't seen much of him lately. Visions of her own bloody death clouded her every waking thought, her mind growing ever more pensive. She missed her wood carvings, missed the joy and comfort of creating, and she was beginning to conclude that life was no longer worth living. Do I have it in me to just kill myself? If Eros or the Bloodwood were to offer to slit her throat, she might just nod in affirmation and be done with it. But to take my own life... After each coupling with the Angel Prince, she roused all the energy within herself and called upon Lejeune to strengthen and lift her up into the lightness of his being, and forgive her sinful state. Eros termed it his heavenly sessions. Eva just called it rape. She sought comfort in her prayers. It seemed that, after prayer, clear thoughts followed, good thoughts, and visions that held promise. Promise that perhaps beyond the next path, or over the next hedgerow, or down the next rutted road, could be found healing and light. Her belief in that future salvation was her only sustenance. None can save me but for Lejeune. Then she saw Jenko Brook. Eva was startled to see not only Jenko coming toward her, but also Hammerfis and the Windare fellow, Manseler Allen. The three marched up the grassy slope toward Eros's tent. Upon their arrival, Hammerfis addressed Galt. I'm to train the Windare boy in the fine art of how to stand post in front of our Lord's tent. Galt stepped aside and motioned for Manseler to take his spot beside Eva. The Windare, with the black tattoos under his eyes, did as ordered, and stood still and stiff next to Eva, eliciting a chuckle from Hammerfis. He seems to have the basics down. The red-haired giant grunted. Ava's eyes were fixed on Jenko, hoping to pry some reassuring look or gesture out of him. But he kept his head down and would not meet her gaze. Dark locks of hair covered his eyes. She found herself looking to Galt for that reassurance she hungered for, and was swiftly caught up in the embrace of his eyes. Her heart warmed, but he dismissed himself and walked away. He knows my shame. She thought of her sordid nights with Eros, and guilt flooded her. She was not worthy of such reverence and kindness from Galt. She was not worthy of Jenko Brook either. That was why he would not meet her eyes. He knows my shame too. I am used. I am useless to him now. Useless to any man."
Amethyst's eyes had followed hers. He'd seen the looks she'd given Galt. The red-haired giant winked at her, then addressed Mansella. "Stand here. Don't let anybody in that tent who ain't invited by Eros himself. And don't go letting yourself in, if you ain't invited either. And don't touch the girl." He took one thick finger and tapped Mansella on the forehead hard. "What I'm saying is, just use your own fucking common sense, or Eros will have your nuts for shock bait. Your training is at an end." Amethyst left. Mansella was now her god. Jenko Brook also stayed. His eyes finally met hers, and she felt her soul instantly shrivel. She could tell by the look on his face that he'd done nothing to stop the slaughter of Tompkins Sty, had maybe even participated in it. Cold dread crawled over her flesh. He was not like her any more. Her eyes travelled the length of him. The slave mark on the underside of his wrist was nearly healed and barely visible. Hers was still raw and red.
"Soon you will wear their colours,"
she accused, but her voice sounded meek. Hunger clawed at her stomach again. She hoped Jenko would offer her something. Food, a reassuring word, his love. I would accept food from him, just not the White Prince. Despite the weakness she felt in her bones, she stood taller and said again, "Yes. Soon you will wear their colours like this traitor Mansella." "What am I to do?" he answered, glancing at Mansella. "What am I to do?" "Fight back. Resist them. As you resist Eros." Ava recoiled as if struck in the face. An unholy din rolled through her head. The black song of the wraiths, now awakening, their evil tune prowling through her mind. "You should have saved me from him," she spat. But if the venom of her words had any effect on him, he gave no outward sign. "I have witnessed the power of the Legion we worshipped, of the bishop we followed, and it wasn't much." He looked fiercely proud of himself as he motioned with a nod to the Windare now standing guard next to her. "You may think him a traitor, but Mansella was once like us, a captive of Eros Rael. Look at him now, Ava. The angel prince only wishes for us to come unto him and prosper. These worshippers of Rael are not the demons we believed them to be as children." At the sound of his blasphemous words, Ava thought she might faint. "Not the demons we believed them to be? They killed my younger brothers and sisters, burned them as Old Man Leddingham tried to save them, made you cut up your own father. If that's not what demons do, then what are they? They are just like us. They've bewitched you. The way and truth of Legion speaks of the followers of Rael and their sorcerous powers, powers that can poison and turn the hearts of men. What you believe about them is naught but the conjuring of your fevered mind." "What am I to do?" Jenko asked. "What must my father think? What must he think of what I did to him? If he even still lives? Eros's victory over all of Aden White and Windare, and now his ease in destroying this part of Gulkana, my own village, speaks for itself." His words bore the stench of garbage, the stench of evil. The hunger and nausea festered within Ava anew, making her drowsy. A renewed hatred for Eros enveloped her, cold and unrelenting. She tried to suppress the rage,
so she could speak with a clear head. The way and truth of Lejeune claimed that hatred was the poisoned soil in which dark thoughts could take root. "You should have saved me from him," she muttered. "How can you stand before me and say what you've said?"
"A greater mercy had we all died, Ava," Jenko said, eyes now brimming with concern, confusion. "What am I to do but perhaps join them and live? What should each of us do but try seeing things as our enemies do?"
She looked at him in astonishment, the wraiths now worming their way back through the crust of her brain like leeches, sucking at her will. "I will never," she came to her answer in a weary, soul-sick breath, "see things as they do." Despair claimed her as she turned and entered the tent of her torturer. The sounds of footfalls awakened her, along with murmuring voices. Ava opened her eyes to the grainy light of a few flickering candles. Even immersed in the luxury of Eris's large, soft bed, she could not find comfort. Her loins ached, but not with the sweet, hungry ache she had felt after her first night with Jenko. This slow, throbbing pain was one dedicated to reminding her of the misery of her new life. She could smell the reek of her own sin, and knew that no amount of scented oils or perfumes that Eros gave her could defeat the stench of wickedness that had seeped into her every pore. As the voices grew in strength, she began to make out individual words. Wearing naught but a short shift, she climbed from the bed and padded softly toward the flap of canvas that separated Eris's bedchamber from the bulk of the tent. She set her eye to the narrow slits between the canvas drapes. The room adjacent to Eris's bedchamber was rimmed with candlelight, as two shadowy figures stood there. The first was the Angel Prince, but what really got her gut jumping was the sight of the other man swathed in black leather armor, the Spider, or as she'd recently learned, Spiderwood, sometimes also called the Bloodwood. The sight of him always sent shivers through her. It seemed this dark-haired man could read her mind with but a glance. Ava contemplated retreating back into the softness of Eris's bed before they caught her spying. But Eros spotted her and bade her enter. Slowly, reluctantly, scared of the Bloodwood, she slipped between the flaps of the tent and into the room with the two men. "What do you think of her?" Eros asked the dark-haired man. "A treasure." "Seems she'd be lively enough, though that young man she fancies appears destitute of genius. I don't know what potential you see in Jenko Brook." "You did not know Mansola when we first took him," Eros said, his face so white it appeared pale blue next to the darkness emanating from the Bloodwood. "The Windare boy was also full of bitterness and hate. There is no triumph more satisfying than turning your worst enemy into one of your greatest allies. Mansola is as one of us now. He has earned his place at my side." "And you plan on grooming the Gallows Haven fellow as well?" "Jenko Brook is destined to bring great treasure unto me. I have foreseen it. He will prove the most loyal yet. Spades will make sure of that." "Spades," the Bloodwood said with distaste. "You place far too much faith in one so unbalanced." "She's a crazed, malignant one, to be sure." Eros smiled wickedly, winking at Ava. "But that unhinged ferocity of hers gets a deadly point across to those we capture. I like that. I need that. Someone like Spades must do the things that need doing. Violent things that I wish to avoid doing myself. It is how my father uses Black Dougal for the dirty tasks. Or does Dougal use my father for his dirty tasks? Eros stepped lightly across the expanse of rugs on the floor and knelt before a gold filigreed chest set in the corner of the room. At his touch, it opened soundlessly. With great care, he lifted its intricately scroll-worked lid. Reaching into it, he pulled forth an ox-horned helm that sparkled shards of dancing yellow candlelight and dazzled Ava's eyes. Eros handed the helm to the Bloodwood, who held the relic up to the light, examining its burnished surface and intricate gold and silver inlays with a careful eye. "What do you think?" Eros asked. "An old war helm of curious make," the Bloodwood said. Curious make? Something about the shiny helm struck Ava as frighteningly odd. It was the two horns sprouting from the helm that seized her eyes. They were not oxen at all, but something else entirely, something foreign and unrecognizable. "Of all my knights archaic," Eros said, "I knew only you would be the least impressed. The Bloodwoods hold no craven yearnings for ancient relics or sacred things." The spider ran nimble fingers over one of the helm's strange horns. "You believe this to be the lonesome crown of Lejeune?" Galt pretended to be less than awed when I took it from King Torrance on the Aletheia plains. But he noticed it all right. How could he not? He desires much of what I possess. Eros's eyes wandered to Ava. "Galt knows the importance of these things I collect." He looked at Spiderwood. "Do you?" "Black Dougal educates all in his care about the mythology of the stones, and of those most closely associated with them. But we Bloodwoods give scant credence to such fables. I've read portions of the moon scrolls of Mir, among other such writings. So too has your brother, it would seem. Hawkwood will soon be dead." The spider offered the helm back to Eros. "Stabler's report of a blood-eye mare at the bottom of a pit full of spikes concerns me greatly." The White Prince took the helm and placed it back into the chest. "I fear Rosewood is dead." "Do not underestimate Rosewood." "We've heard no word from her. Sending her so near Shawcroft alone could have been a grave mistake." "That was more your father's decision than Dougal's." Eros pulled from the chest a small black swatch of silk and handed it to the Bloodwood. Spiderwood unwrapped the cloth, and his eyes widened. Cradled within was a green stone, flat and oval, with polished round edges. "An angel stone," Eros said reverently. Smoky waves of green colour passed over the stone's smooth surface, and its translucent innards seemed to dance and glow. "Witchcraft!" Ava's mind screamed. "Sorcery!" The sight of the glowing stone wrapped icy chains around her heart, constricting it. She found it hard to catch her breath. Had Eros called it an angel stone? The Way and Truth of Lejeune held that the stones of the 5 warrior angels were taken into heaven with Lejeune. Anything the vile White Prince said is surely not to be believed. The spider held the stone up to his eyes, bloodshot eyes. "There is only one thing a cross-shaped altar can mean," Eros went on. "If we're to believe what Stabler said about those mines above Gallows Haven, it would seem another one of the weapons of Lejeune has been discovered. If so, Shawcroft's ward now has it, even more reason to find the boy. All the stones and weapons of our Lord Lejon are fated to find their way to me. It is written in the stars." "You seem sure of yourself." The red streaks in the Bloodwood's eyes almost glowed in the light of the stone as he scrutinized it. "I am as confident that all the stones will come to me as you are, that Rosewood is alive, and that your brother will find his way to you." The Bloodwood peeled his eyes away from the stone. "Jubal Brook has surely reached Amadon with news of our attack by now. Hawkwood will seek me out. He wishes me dead. He knows what is hidden within the writings my father keeps. Hawkwood knows many truths the Brethren of Mere dare not admit to themselves." "Well then, let us hope he brings us another one of the 5 pillars of Lejon when he comes to kill you." "It will be Hawkwood who dies." "A confrontation I would pay to see." Spiderwood gave back the stone, eyes lingering on its translucent surface. "I hold no fealty to whatever legends you ascribe to, my lord. Still, I can see how such a splendid little gem could pull at a man's mind and twist it." Eros wrapped it in the silk and placed it back in the chest. "That is why none alive should know of it but the 3 of us." He stood, looking at Ava. She remained motionless, resolved to not even blink. Her determination was, for a moment, absolute. The Bloodwood said, "Galt was there with you on the Aletheia Plains when you found the stone." "Aye." "He will try and take it." "Unfortunately, yes." "So you will agree to my plan?" the spider asked. "You know what must be done." Eros gave a slight nod. "Word of what we've done to Krista will reach Galt eventually. Perhaps Black Dougal has already enlightened the girl to the fact that Galt is not her father. If he gets wind that she is part of Dougal's caste, well, Galt is not quick to anger. He's calm as a pond, but when he does become angry, his rage knows no bounds." "Aside from creating one's own Bloodwood daggers from the souls of the condemned," Spiderwood said, "part of the sacrament of souls is to forsake all one's kin. A Bloodwood is to become fatherless and motherless in the eyes of Black Dougal. If he has not already enlightened Krista as to her true parentage, he soon will. Or he may have some other do the telling for him. Dougal can be devious in his purpose." "Would Galt know of this sacrament of souls and what it entails?" "The man is an astute observer of all things. I am sure he's heard rumours of the sacrament of souls. He will rush to her rescue, for sure." "I cannot have that," Eros said. "He cannot ruin our plans for her. Much rides on Krista and the tasks Dougal will set her to." "Dougal also knows this." "So it must be done, then?" There was hesitation in Eros's question. "Dougal has sanctioned our actions." "Galt is not even a full-blooded man of Sorcevere." Eros's face twisted in loathing. "Dougal is right. He should die. Most of his own kin are naught but goddess-worshipping witches who King Edmund either killed or had married off to noblemen like Aegis Albrecht. The match of Aegis and Evelyn Van Hester was deemed unholy even by the Lejon worshippers in Amadon. Galt is less than a bastard. As the Illuminations say, tainted blood is ever treacherous. He is, by nature, unholy, susceptible to betrayal. There is growing proof of his treachery. He has seen the stone. He desires it. And he has, of late, exhibited naught but rough lust for other things closest to me?" Eris's gaze sliced into Ava, the danger in his look real and palpable. His piercing eyes now had her in their binding, unwavering grasp. Hazy candlelight played off Eris's silky hair in yellow waves as he continued. "Galt thinks me blind to his subtlety, but I see how he appraises my Ava. I have foreseen his betrayal." Ava swayed on her feet. Nausea now enveloped her, and she felt faint. "I am so hungry." But she did not want to collapse again. She had already done so once, earlier that day, in front of Jenko and Mansela. "I am dying." Over the last 2 weeks, she had become willow-thin from lack of food. She feared she would wither away, both body and soul. But wouldn't it just be better to wither and float away into death's embrace? Over the days, she had stayed steadily drunk on a mixture of red wine and other such drink. What the Bloodwood said next turned Ava's veins to ice. "Galt will no longer be a problem for us. I'll see it done in Ravencur. Suspicion will not fall upon you, my Lord Eris, I assure you." From The Way and Truth of Lejeune. The brave and pure of heart are recorded in Scripture, to be sure, but so are the craven, the venal, and the foolhardy. No man is perfect. Remember, even the warrior angels were once brawlers, rogues, and thieves. One single man, even be he the reincarnation of one of the 5 warrior angels, cannot be totally without blemish. Only the reincarnation of Lejeune himself is to remain spotless of all stain. Chapter 43. Nail. 19th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Swithin Wells Trail Abbey, Gulkana. The dark-haired man came walking out of the fog. Face of a raptor and eyes black as death, he drifted toward Nail like a wraith through the mist, moving with a fluid gait. The stranger's every step across the loamy soil was a haunting reminder of the black-cloaked shade who had killed Shawcroft. Clouds had drifted in over the mountains earlier that morning and settled over the abbey. Nail had been lounging on a rock, enjoying the solitude, with Zane's dog, parchment, charcoal, and the beginnings of a new drawing in hand. A blonde girl, sitting at the base of a tall standing stone, flowers in her hair. But upon seeing this new stranger, he leaped from his perch. The man's dark hair was shoulder-length. He wore a leather harness bearing 2 cutlass-like swords crossed over his back, their grips and pommels jutting above his shoulders. These hilts, sprouting a profusion of serrated spikes, looked like antlers above his head. He also wore a brace of long knives at his hip. Slung over his shoulder was a black cloak stained with dirt. Beermug eyed the newcomer with concern, ears pricked. That the dog had not even been alerted to the man's approach was in itself alarming. Nail's hand was trembling as it latched onto the hilt of his sword and pulled it free. He brandished it before the man menacingly. That the stranger held out his hands in peace scarcely eased Nail's mind. A stumpy, bearded fellow came waddling out of the mist next, leading 2 roan palfrey horses, a quizzical look on his rough-hewn face. "Put away that blade, boy," he said. "You're liable to slice yourself to ribbons." "I've been in many battles," Nail said, then immediately felt stupid for saying such a thing, as he noticed the pocked and well-used look of the short fellow's iron half-helm leather armour and the heavy spiked mace strapped to his back. Nail realized that the squat and grizzled man was in fact a dwarf. He'd seen a few dwarves in his lifetime, but only from afar. Ofttimes, dwarf trading ships from the west coast of Windare would make port in Gallows Haven for a night. Nail and the other boys in town would run to the shoreline to see if they could spy a dwarf sailor or two. Stout and short, runty and ugly, this dwarf before him had a round, surly face hidden behind a tangled and wiry beard. The dwarf smiled, and that, too, did little to ease Nail's mind. His guard was up. It was the tall, dark-haired stranger who made the first introduction. "Hawkwood," he said, holding forth his hand. Nail backed away, sword up, ready. "Roguemore," the dwarf bowed. "Who might you be?" "I don't see why you need to know my name." His eyes bounced between the two. The two strangers exchanged a glance. One of the roans behind them whinnied. Beermug approached the dwarf, a low growl in his throat, then sniffed around the stubby fellow. After a moment's investigation, he began to wag his tail. "We're looking for Hugh Godwin." The dwarf's tone was affable. He petted Beermug on the head. "The abbey we seek should not be far. The fog has turned us around some. I doubt we're too extremely lost, but if you know of the abbey, please tell us. We've journeyed far." After his initial fright at seeing the two materialize out of the clouds, there was something about the smaller of the two travellers that Nail liked. "Is the abbey near?" the dwarf asked again. "Do you know Godwin?" Bishop Godwin had told Nail and the others that the abbey was a way station for weary travellers along the Swithin Wells Trail. "The abbey's not more than 100 paces behind me, in the fog," he said, hardly worried about divulging the abbey's location now, figuring the two would stumble onto it anyway. "I'll take you to Godwin." "Splendid," the dwarf said, removing his iron half-helm and bowing to Nail again. "So, you've been in many battles?" Hawkwood asked him. Nail nodded as matter-of-factly as he could. The man's eyes were sharp and keen. "Then I would be honoured if you were to show me your skill with a blade." The clouds had lifted, revealing the mountains around the abbey. Still, the air was heavy and damp, the ground mossy and wet as Hawkwood's cutlass bit halfway into the pig's corpse before he yanked the blade free. Blood oozed from the slippery sack of flesh. The beast hung from a rope, spinning slowly, a barbed hook through its mouth, its curly tail dangling just above the grass. He reached out and stopped the corpse from spinning. It was suspended from a bowed timber, the length of which was wedged between two crumbled stone walls just south of the abbey, remnants of an old horse stable. Hawkwood thrust his cutlass straight into the pig's belly, then pulled it free just as swiftly. "Striking flesh is different from clacking gunny-sack swords against each other," he said. Nail, Stefan, Doki, Lizhen and Beermug gathered around him. "Flesh is soft. It gives. Muscle and bone often catch the blade, jerking it free from your grasp when your foe falls back. It takes more effort, strength and speed to remove a blade from a combatant's body than to strike into it. Nothing worse than finding your own sword stuck in someone's ribcage whilst someone else cleaves your head from your neck." He motioned for Stefan to step forward and handed him the blade. "Thrust deep. Hanging as it is, the pig's vitals and ribs are in much the same position as a human." Stefan jabbed straight into the pig's midsection, but was thrown off balance when the pig spun. He struggled to regain his footing, both hands tugging at the hilt, wary of the serrated spikes along the sword's hilt guard. When the cutlass yanked free, he tumbled backward into the sand as the pig, triumphant, twisted on the rope above. "Tossed on his butt by a dead swine!" Nail laughed and took the cutlass from Stephen. It was a magnificent sword, with a long curved blade, sleek and, but for the thin film of pig's blood and guts, without blemish. The hilt, wrapped in black leather and sporting a profusion of the serrated black spikes along the hilt guard, was troublesome to hold. Still, he gave it a go. He thrust the cutlass into the pig, keeping his footing while ripping the blade free, the same as Shawcroft had taught him to rake a loosened chunk of stone away from a rock wall with his pickaxe. The pig swung, a deep hole in its side. "Good," Hawkwood said. "Now hold the sword with both hands, and swing at it with might and power, as if you want to slice the beast right in half." Wary of the spikes, Nail positioned both hands tightly around the hilt and found himself naturally placing his feet in one of the exact same stances Shawcroft always insisted on. He chose the stance he was most familiar with, his favourite one, the easiest one. He whipped the blade back behind his head, front knee up, foot off the ground, full weight on his back foot. Torso and shoulders bursting with speed and fury, he swung. His full body weight was behind the blade as he brought it flashing around. The curved blade bit deep, and his follow-through sent pig guts and blood spraying off into the trees, the beast swinging upward wildly on the rope. When the pig ceased twisting and twirling on the rope, they could all see Nail had nearly cut the thing in half. Only its spine held it together. "Nicely done." Hawkwood nodded to him, admiration on his face. "That was power unlike any I've ever seen. What was that footwork before you swung? I haven't seen its like in ages." "Just something I learned once." Nail was taken aback by the compliment. "Well, you're a natural. Keep it up. It will serve you well." Nail swelled with pride until Liz Hen snatched the cutlass from his hand and jabbed it with a shout into what remained of the mutilated pig. She jerked the weapon out easily. The pig remained still. Nail found himself scowling. Beer Mug barked happily. "The girl's a natural too," Hawkwood said, taking the blade from her. "I killed a sore severe knight," she boasted, puffing up her chest, "and I got the sword to prove it." "I helped with that," Doki piped in. "Good for you too." Hawkwood sounded genuinely impressed. "Well, anyway," Liz Hen nodded to the dangling pig. "I'll be cooking that swine for you later, Sir Hawkwood the Handsome," she said with a curtsy and a smile. "I'm just cutting it up now." Since the man had arrived, Liz Hen literally glowed in his presence. Hawkwood smiled at her graciously and handed Nail the cutlass along with a makeshift wooden shield. "Let's test your skills as a fighter." He pulled his other cutlass from his shoulder harness and sighted down the blade. Nail swung the shield to the ready position, dropping his left leg back a pace and raising the cutlass Hawkwood had given him. He wondered if his stance looked sloppy to the man. Nail noted that there was always a cool intelligence pouring out of the stranger's burning black eyes. He stepped back, crouching with the rim of his shield just under his eyes, the tip of the cutlass wavering uncertainly. Hawkwood danced to the side and struck with a swiftness Nail had never seen before, his blade naught but a thin blur. Both sword and shield went spinning from Nail's hands. Liz Hen clapped. She and Doki had perched themselves on the stone fence not far away. Doki's legs swung, booted heels thumping rhythmically against the rocks. Liz Hen stopped her clapping and smiled sarcastically at Nail. Glowering at the girl, Nail picked up the cutlass and shield, wiping the dew from the blade. His previous confidence was now gone. "Use only the sword this time," Hawkwood said. "I can tell the shield hampers you. It may be of use to lumbering knights laden down with battle armour, but I aim to teach you speed and quickness to go with your innate strength. Truth is, most sword fights are over in a couple of swings. Any man can heave a sword about, but it's the footwork that separates the common fighter from the master, and that is clearly what you have a natural aptitude for." Nail dropped the shield. Hawkwood tossed him his other cutlass. Nail caught it by the hilt with his free hand, still cautious of the serrated spikes along the sword's hilt guard. "And all warriors should learn to fight with two blades in hand," the man continued. "Swords are attacking weapons, whereas a shield is for naught but defence and a waste of precious speed and energy. Why fight with one sword when you can fight with two?" Hawkwood picked up a dead aspen branch from the ground. He snapped it in half over his knee and wielded both broken pieces like two swords. "Learn how two swords feel in your hands. Learn their weight, their reach. Discover how hard you can swing them before they throw you off balance. Swing until your arms grow so weary you cannot continue. We can incorporate the footwork you already know later. Try and hit me. I will block and parry with the sticks if and when I feel the need." "Footwork I already know?" With two swords in hand, Nail had zero idea how to begin. So he just stepped forward and swung one blade after the next. Hawkwood blocked every blow with ease. "Look at that!" Liz Hen jeered. "Even with two swords, Nail can't hit him." Nail advanced on Hawkwood, cutlasses swinging wildly now. The man backed away, thwarting Nail's arcing attacks. He could tell that, even wielding naught but tree branches, this dark-haired fellow before him had soldiering skills beyond what Jubal Brook had ever taught the conscripts of Gallows Haven. Though he had just met the man less than an hour ago, Nail wanted to prove to Hawkwood that he could truly fight, that he wasn't just flailing away. And the more he swung, the more he wanted to land a blow. He did not want to draw blood, but just land one solid strike. For some reason, he wanted this man's approval again. To Nail's great alarm, one of the first things Bishop Godwin had done upon Hawkwood and Rogamore's arrival was to take them directly into the chapel's library and show them the battle-axe and the blue stone. "I can finally sing praise to the moon scrolls of Mir," the dwarf had said, "that the years of toil and sacrifice of so many have finally borne such joyous fruit is a confirmation of my faith in Mir." The dwarf hefted the axe in his own rough hands and gazed with great wonder upon the shiny blue stone, tears forming in his eyes. Though Hawkwood did not touch either the axe or the stone, he did look upon each with reverence. Nail's stomach had been in knots as the dwarf handled the stone. It had been clear from the start that the bishop and the dwarf shared a history. Theirs was a natural comradeship. Nail figured it would have been nice had Godwin alerted them that he was expecting the dwarf and his friend, though Liz Hen certainly didn't mind the arrival of Hawkwood. She fawned and doted from the start. She was especially thrilled when Hawkwood challenged Nail to a duel. And now here they were, Nail wildly swinging two cutlasses in seemingly useless gestures at a man who backed away effortlessly and parried with ease. After a time, Nail grew accustomed to the weight and balance of the swords, and they became more comfortable in his hands. He gained strength in the realization and became more calculating in his swings, speeding up, pressing the attack. But soon his arms grew weary, leaden. Sweat plastered errant strands of hair to his face. Panting and tired, arms sore, he was determined to keep going. He swung and swung until he was breathing so hard he thought he might pass out. "Enough," Hawkwood said, dropping the aspen branches. He cast a direct and steady gaze at Nail. "I only wanted to get a sense of you. I can gauge a man's character by watching him swing a sword, and I can pretty much glean everything I need to know about a man by watching him swing 2 swords. You have a natural ability, Nail. You exhibit a grace and ease when using them, but your mind is distracted. You wandered off for a moment there. What were you thinking of?" "I was thinking about you and the dwarf and the bishop." Nail handed the 2 cutlasses back. "I was thinking about the axe and the stone that Godwin showed you." "Ah, yes, the axe and the stone. When Roguemore and I were looking at them, I sensed that they weighed heavy on your mind. But in battle, your enemy will care not about you or your problems, for he will have issues of his own, and the man who buries his worries away before battle is the man who will return alive to dig them back up. You have the makings of a good swordsman. The problem will not be in teaching you skill with the blade. You've enough confidence in yourself, that is clear. But more importantly, what you need learn is concentration. You must not let your mind wander. I believe if you conquer your own mind, you could be good with a blade, very good, one of the best. And I could teach you." Hawkwood bowed. "That is, if it pleases you." The thought of this man teaching him swordcraft pleased Nail greatly. "If what Liz Hen saw is true," the dwarf said, "then Jubal Brook probably reached Amadon some time ago. Jovan now knows of the sacking of Gallows Haven, and has, more than likely, come to Lord's Point via the King's Tolls to meet with the White Prince and negotiate a surrender." "How could Jubal have possibly reached Amadon in such a state?" Godwin asked. "The girl said that he was without arms, without legs, just tar-covered stumps." The bishop sat across the narrow table from Roguemore and Hawkwood. Zane's dog was under the table, nuzzling against Godwin's rough boots contentedly. The table was near the back of the chapel. 2 tall candles sat atop its burnished surface. The 3 men, along with Nail, were drinking ale and nibbling on the sourdough bread that Liz Hen had baked earlier that day. Up late and unable to sleep, Nail had slipped from his bunk and through the kitchen toward the chapel, his goal the library beyond, and then to the battle-axe, and more importantly, Shawcroft's satchel. If it was not locked away in the bishop's private chamber as it had been since they'd arrived. The note in the secret compartment plagued his mind. It was such a small thing, that note, and yet it contained a mystery, and he meant to read it. But at the door of the kitchen he'd heard the men talking, and entered. They bade him sit with them, so he had. "Armless and legless, and stuffed into a wooden box," Godwin added. "Any man would die from wounds so grievous." "Not if my brother plied him with Tenvamaru serum," Hawkwood answered. "He would survive with relative ease. Jubal Brook would reach Amadon well rested." "Pointless brutality," Godwin murmured. "Enna Spades is full of cruelty," Hawkwood said flatly. The dwarf looked at his partner, hard eyes unflinching. "The country you hail from is the very definition of cruelty. I cannot argue. Jovan mightn't even bother meeting with Eros," the dwarf said. "My feeling is he will send Leaf Chaparral,
or perhaps even Stirling Prentice to offer up the white flag. "What then should we do?" Godwin asked, taking up a crust of bread, ripping it in two, and stuffing it into his mouth. "Do you think he really will surrender?" "What we must do is concentrate on retrieving Afflicted Fire and Blackest Heart, and the two remaining angel stones that Sir Roderick left in the north. That is where Sir Roderick would have us go, were he here." Hawkwood said, "I suggest we head north to Ravencur, gather what word we can of the White Prince's advancement up the coast, and carry on to Lord's Point." He turned to the dwarf. "Meet up with your brother at the Turnkey Saloon, as planned." "And take these kids from Gallows Haven with us?" Godwin asked. "Aye." "They've seen enough grief to last a lifetime. They are not like the Bronichells, inured to gruesome gladiator matches at 10 years old. They hail from simple farm folk and fishermen. Hardy, yes, less pampered than royalty, true. But when Gallows Haven was sacked, their brutality was a traumatic shock they will suffer the ill effects of the rest of their lives. To march them back into the thick of more such trauma is reckless. Even if we make it beyond Lord's Point, without running into Eros's army, rumour grows that Ogle raiders are becoming more brazen in the north, near Skylocks and Deadwood Gate. The young people needn't be a part of this any more. Every young person in this land best get used to such trauma," the dwarf said bluntly, his deep-set eyes on Neo. "This young man and his friends are bound to the 5 pillars of Lejeune, their fates tied to the stones. They have each of them held the Angel Stone, and that is a bond not easily broken. That the boy Doki has survived a lightning strike, sharks, and arrows is no small thing. They are as the brethren of Mir now, privy to information few know. Eros may still have his knights of the Blue Sword hunting them. They will come with us. The time for coddling the youth of Gulkana is at an end." Nail bristled at the notion of someone thinking him naught but a coddled youth. Hadn't he proved his mettle? Was surviving the siege of Gallows Haven and leading his friends through the mines and icy mountains and finding them safety worth nothing? The anger simmered as he felt the blood rising up through his face and cheeks. "I have no fear of going to Ravencur with you," he said, staring unflinchingly back at the dwarf. "I will fight against the White Prince again if I must. I am not afraid." "It is good that you volunteer," the dwarf said. Godwin and Hawkwood appraised him flatly, but nobody spoke beyond that, and the silence was unnerving as they ate. Nail sat there, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Many of the things the men talked about were now needling at his mind. There had been more talk of Shawcroft and Angel Stones. But will these men answer my questions? He broke the silence. "There is much I wish to know about a great many things, but I fear you will keep things from me, as Shawcroft did." "We did not stop you from hearing our discussion," Rogmore said, "and invited you to sit even. We've nothing to hide from you." "Nothing to hide?" His eyes were trained on the dwarf. "That does not seem possible. Few men speak the truth, especially to me." His eyes moved smoothly to Godwin before returning to Rogmore. "What is it you wish to know?" the dwarf asked. "You promised the truth?" The dwarf appraised him with a raised brow. "I give you my word." "You are a friend of my master?" The dwarf nodded. "I knew him well." From his periphery, Nail noticed a sharp frown creasing the bishop's brow. Still, he asked, "Was Shawcroft really Sir Roderick Raybon, Prince of Windare?" "Aye, he was." "Then where is my twin sister? Who was my mother? Who was my father?"
His questions elicited a sigh from Godwin, who sat back on his chair and looked straight at the dwarf. Hawkwood looked up too, fixing Nail with a stony gaze. Roguemore remained still for a moment before saying, "Shawcroft told me nothing of your sister or mother or father. I only know that he watched over you as a favour to King Borden Bronnachel." The dwarf looked down into his mug of ale. "That is the truth." He took a huge swig of his cup. Nail swallowed hard. A deep silence filled the chapel. He wished to push the dwarf further, but he'd learned the hard way with Shawcroft. Pushing too much only made other answers more difficult in the coming. He would drop that subject of his parentage and take a different route. "You claim Sir Roderick found 2 angel stones hidden in the north. I was with him then, in Skylocks. I was still a small boy when we left there. I don't remember any of it. He never showed me any angel stones leastways. I was a little older when we mined near Deadwood Gate, but again, I remember no angel stones." He paused, his mind on the cross-shaped altar in the Rome mines, the stone Gisela had found, and the axe. He thought of the Varley woman Shawcroft had burned, and her dead, red-eyed mare in the pit, wondered if the Varley bloodwood had any bearing on what they were talking about now. "Godwin said Shawcroft has been searching for lost angel stones all his life. Is this why Shawcroft claimed men in black cloaks with demon-eyed horses had hunted us? Is this why Shawcroft was killed? For these angel stones?" "Yes." The dwarf's answer was quick, and left Nail in deep thought. It was obvious that the men at the table with him believed that the blue stone he'd taken from the mines was one of the angel stones, and that the axe was the forgetting moon, and that Shawcroft had found other stones and weapons of Lejeune. There was much that still didn't make sense to him. If the axe is really of Lejeune, and the stone is really an angel stone, then what are you going to do with them? What use are they to anyone? Why was my master set upon finding them? Did he find them? Did he give them away? Who has them? Or did he keep them in Gallows Haven and I never saw? He found them, and then left them where he found them, the dwarf answered, to be retrieved when the time is right. Traps of every make were set about those mines in ancient times. Shawcroft was adept at sniffing out traps like that, circumventing them or rendering them useless. But once the angel stones and weapons were found, what traps your master dismantled, he restored, then sealed the stones and weapons back up safe. But why would he do that? He made a mistake with the first stone he found, Hawkwood answered. Gave it to his brother, a green stone, along with Lonesome Crown. And that started a war, Godwin added. A war that has so far gone badly. Eros would have those around him believe his crusade is to reclaim land stolen from Saur Severe long ago, but it is the stones and weapons he most desires. The dwarf went on. And now the time is right to gather the stones your master once found. The return of the 5 warrior angels and Lejeune is at hand. The moon scrolls of Mir say that for Lejeune's return to come to pass, the weapons of the 5 warrior angels and the 5 lost angel stones must be gathered. Not only that, but the stones and weapons can only be used by the rightful heirs of the 5 warrior angels. Only then can fiery absolution be averted. The dwarf looked at him expectantly. Nail looked back at him blankly. At the time of fiery absolution, Hawkwood continued, it will be one of those 5 heirs who will step forward and claim his place as Lejeune reborn, and destroy the armies arrayed against Amadon. Lejeune returned will use the weapons and stones to do this. That is the Brethren of Mia's cause, locating all 5 weapons, all 5 angel stones, and then giving them to the heirs of the 5 warrior angels.
Godwin added, "It is Lejeune's will that we do this, or all of Gulkana will fall under the yoke of Rael, and the beasts of the underworld will return. It is the sole task of the Brethren of Mia to bring about the return of Lejeune, and Sir Roderick Rayborn, the man you knew as Shawcroft, has done more than most to hasten Lejeune's return."
Nail's head was full of even more questions. He looked squarely at the bishop, cleared his throat, and began. "If Lejeune needs us to have the stones and weapons, then why doesn't he just provide them for us? Why did Shawcroft have to search for them? Why all the mysteries hidden in scrolls and hidden treasures in altars? Why did Shawcroft go to the trouble of searching for the axe from under the mountains? And why must you now risk journeying back to Deadwood Gate and the Skylocks to retrieve the ones he left there? Why would Lejeune make it so hard? For my part, I do not believe any of it."
Godwin frowned.
Hawkwood leaned back in his chair. The dwarf looked at him straight and answered, "You have seen the axe, Forgetting Moon, with your own eyes. You have held an angel stone."
"Lejeune is real, Nail," Godwin said. "It's just that the version of Lejeune's history and gospel that you have been taught by the likes of Tolbrit is apostate. The way and truth of Lejeune is a false record. It has left the likes of Liz Hen and Doki, and even you to a certain extent, hollow and confused."
"I am aware that Shawcroft believed little in the Church of Lejeune," Nail said. "Yet he always gave me leave to attend 8th day service in Gallows Haven when I desired. But as far as the angel stones and weapons go, why would an all-powerful Lejeune hide them? Why create all this work to find them? It's a ridiculous god that would behave thus." The bishop stared at Nail with rigid, cold eyes.
"Skepticism, sarcasm, cynicism, these are all traits of the weak-minded, Nail. Sometimes Lejeune requires great sacrifice. We must humble ourselves before our Lord and prove our worthiness, and only then will Lejeune see fit to save us from absolution. Mia says that nothing in life that is great and worthwhile comes easily. Otherwise, how can we appreciate it? The hardest days of your life are before you, Nail, but you cannot face such tribulation alone. You must learn to let your guard down, if but a little, and you must learn to place your trust in others, even Lejeune. Only then will you achieve your potential and do what must be done."
"You speak as if all this angel stone business has something to do with me."
"It does, in a way," Rogmore said. "You have touched the angel stone, and that is no small thing. Dormant for so long, each stone has the potential to claim the first who lays hand on it. That person will forever be drawn to the stone, and the stone to them, be they an heir to one of the 5 warrior angels or not. Let me ask you, Nail, does the thought of someone holding the stone cause cold despair to grip at your heart?"
Nail felt a chill fold around him like a blanket. He remained nearly motionless, only reaching forth to grab a chunk of Liz Hen sourdough bread from the bowl on the table. Nervously he chewed, elbows on the table, thinking of Gisela lying in the snow, angel stone clutched in her frost-bitten hand. She'd been the first to touch the stone. "It just seems things should be less complicated," he mumbled, tongue thick in his mouth.
"So, you wish things to always be made easy for you?" Rogmore asked.
Sounds like something Shawcroft would have said. Nothing has ever been easy for me. Nail scowled again, trying to ignore the dwarf's frigid glare. He'd not meant to sound cynical. He did not want this dwarf, whom he somewhat liked, to think ill of him. He wanted to be a part of something, wanted to belong, wanted to believe in something. But do I want to become like Shawcroft, a cold murderer? Bloodwoods like the Varley woman had been hunting Nail his entire life, or so Shawcroft had claimed, and these men had as much as confirmed it. Did he want to become one of the Brethren of Mere, gathering lost angel stones and weapons of Legion? The notion held some excitement, and he generally did like the men sitting at the table. He raised his head and looked straight at the dwarf, finding resolve. It is true nothing worthwhile comes easy. I have learned that lesson. All of us have. Stefan, Dorky, Liz Hen, me. We all of us have had it hard. But we all of us survived. I cannot speak for them, but even despite my skepticism, I would desire to help you retrieve the stones of Legion that my master once found in Skylocks and Deadwood Gate. He looked at Godwin. For a number of reasons, really. To discover if they really do exist as you claim, and, more importantly, to go to those places where I once lived with Shawcroft, to retrace my heritage. Perhaps I can learn the answers to my questions there. The three men exchanged glances, none of them saying a thing. If you'll have me, Nell went on, I will pledge you my honour, Sir Roguemore. I am in need of a new master, someone to look after me anyway. I would desire to finish what Shawcroft started. I pledge to work on behalf of the Brethren of Mere in his stead. The dwarf slid from his chair and bowed low to Nail. I accept your pledge, but I will ask much of you, for the journey I will take will be toilsome and full of much peril. The burdens I will place upon you may be too difficult to bear, for I fear eventually you may discover the answers to those questions you seek. If so, do not lose heart, but take faith in the knowledge you gain, because, as you serve me, know this. I truly believe that to some are given the gift of faith, yet for others faith must be earned. And it is clear to me, Nail, that part of your journey in life is to acquire faith. Faith in yourself, faith in others, and mostly faith in Legion's plan for you. From the Moon Scrolls of Mere. With much cleverness, the last warrior angels have written destructive words into the way and truth of Legion, that it is better one man be slain than an entire kingdom fall into destruction and unbelief. Thus, Avard Sansum Bronachel, first Lord of Amadon and first King of all Gulkana, began his society of day-nights, purging the rotten stink of mere goddess worship from the 5 Isles. Chapter 44. Sterling Prentice. 19th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Legion, Amadon, Gulkana. Sterling put his eye to the thread of light emanating from the crack in the wall. He had finally found the girl. Backing away from the light, he pushed his fingers into the small fissure, prying at the brick. He heard the small chunks of dried mortar rain to the floor on the other side as he widened the unstable crack and put his eye back to it. Laurie Legraven was not more than 4 paces from him, her lips blue, eyes closed. She lay on a cot in the centre of the next room. Candles flickered on the table at the foot of her bed, and from what little Sterling could see of the poor girl, she was reduced to naught but skin and bones, her chest barely rising and then falling with breath. The dank and dim closet was adjacent to her brother's bedchamber. 2 of the walls were made of fairly solid-looking stone, but with the other 2 walls there were places where the brick had crumbled until just slats and mortar remained, and one of those walls was no more than a wedged mass of broken stone. Sterling could see that someone had lined the 2 crumbling walls with thick cedar planks to hold up the disintegrating stone. There were chains and irons, along with leather leg harnesses fastened high on the walls. At some point the room had been used as a prison cell. Sterling stood on his tiptoes for a better view, and pain shot through him. The lingering effects of his injury when Glade Chaparral had cracked him with the Varley chainmace. He wasn't fully healed. The wrong kind of movement hurt beyond imagination. He shifted the weight of his legs, giving his still sore groin room to breathe in his leather armour. With the discovery of Laurie, Sterling would soon get his revenge. Of that there was no question. The lies Tala had spread about him would soon be at an end, and his honour would be restored. With that thought, Sterling closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths. His heart felt heavy with weariness from battling back the wraiths that had plagued him ever since suspicion for the girl's disappearance had fallen upon him. He knew that Jovan would have had him hung days ago, if not for the Holy Vicar's intervention. Sterling knew that he owed Denarius and the Church of Lejeune his life. He was now questioning some of his own choices. He'd loved Borden as a brother, but his own recent involvement with the Brethren of Mir had thus far netted him nothing but trouble. But that was over now. He would soon return Laurie to the care of the vicar and regain the trust of the king. He had resolved within himself that if he found Laurie, his days of helping Roguemore and his schemes were at an end. Sterling again focused his eye on the crack in the wall and Laurie LeGraven. Before the sickness had shriveled the skin up around her bones, she had been such a beautiful young woman, 17 and ripe with beauty. Such perfection could only be found in youth, Sterling believed. So how can her brother be so ugly? Lindhof LeGraven, with his dark, beady eyes, crooked grin, and bread dough face covered in scars. That sad sack of rotten cabbage didn't seem to be the most lively candle in the sconce either. Once Sterling regained favour with Jovan, he would see to it that both Glade Chaparral and Lindhof never advanced in the Silver Guard, and they would never become Day Knights so long as Sterling lived. With that thought, he took one last gander at Laurie through the crack in the wall and backed away, satisfied. Sterling hadn't gone far before realizing he was lost. He knew the secret ways of Amadon Castle could be tricky. That was why he always marked his trail. A scratch from the tip of his sword marked the floor before him, yet he would swear on the grave of the Blessed Mother Mia that he had never been in this particular corridor before. It was fragrant with dust and rat droppings, old stone and rotting wood, and completely unfamiliar. Not a few paces from his mark was a stairway that led up to a crooked, narrow doorway at the corridor's far end. A spray of red light shone from a crack under its ill-fitting door, as if there were a large hearth fire in the room beyond. He drew his sword and scratched an X over his previous mark, and the faint whisper of metal on wood drifted up around him, sending a shiver up his spine. He cast a wary eye in each direction, but there was nothing. Blade in hand, he advanced up the stairs toward the narrow door and the faint red light, his senses now attuned to any danger. At the top of the stairs, he pressed his ear to the wooden door. There was no sound. He set his shoulder to the door and pushed. With a creak, it moved inward, and red light rained over him. The room was warm, and as he stepped in, sweat immediately sheathed his forehead. High on the far wall was a large stained-glass window, the noonday sun blazing through. Each pane was such a deep shade of red, a scarlet radiance showered down upon everything in the high-ceilinged room. The place was lined with dusty wooden benches. Its white-plastered walls were so discoloured and streaked by smoke as to be almost black. Along the near wall hung a tapestry, a beautifully stitched likeness of the Blessed Mother Mia gracing its centre. This scarlet-hazed room looked spacious enough to hold 20 people. A stone altar in the shape of a cross sat in the centre of the room. Anger flared within Sterling. It was forbidden to construct an altar in the shape of a cross. He shuddered at the thought of what fell rituals may have been played out in this unholy place. There were ashes and fragments of bone strewn about the floor, and the altar's cross-shaped stone top was stained with a dark substance. Dried rivulets of blackness ran down the sides of the evil construct like tar. His eyes followed those twisting, weeping trails of blood down to the floor. Then he saw the carvings. At the base of the altar they stared back at him in all their unadulterated blasphemy. Jagged teeth, scaly flesh, burning eyes, hooked wings and snake-like tails. Beasts of the underworld! It felt as if his heart had stopped beating. He could not tear his eyes from the hundreds of tiny, foul images. Dragons! Something stirred above. A sound no more than a lonely breath, the swirling of the stale, dust-filled air. He whirled, sword at the ready. There was nobody. He lowered his blade, feeling foolish that the carvings had spooked him so. Yet he heard it again, like a hollow whisper. Frantic, his eyes roamed the room, sword held high, ready. But there was nothing. He relaxed the blade a second time, and wondered about his own sanity. Where did Hawkwood and the dwarf go? An indistinct voice said from all around him, the sound of it mellow and easy. Sterling jumped back, eyes swiftly scanning the room. "Show yourself," he commanded, bluster in his voice, sword firm in hand. "Show yourself now!" Nothing. A moment passed. Then, as rich as fine wine, the voice moved over him a second time. Hawkwood, Roguemore. They set off from Rockley Isle on a boat. I know you arranged horse and transport. Have they made you a full-fledged member of the Brethren of Mere? You and Culpabara? I can see glimpses of the future. Some call it fey witchcraft. Some call it the workings of the wraiths. But I saw your death in this very spot. Saw it many moons ago. He was slowly circling now, eyes on everything at once. "Show yourself, I say!" What did Hawkwood find under the city? The voice asked. Sterling faced the door he had just come through. Was I followed? But now the voice came at him from behind. I will pull the information out of you. Then I will have one of my pets kill you. Though I doubt she will enjoy the task."
He caught a flicker of movement in the red light above. Turning slowly, sword ready, he looked up. A dark silhouette clung to the stained-glass window there. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the brightness of the light filtering around the figure, but once they did, Sterling could see there was somebody perched on the wide window seat, leaning casually against the stone window frame, faceless, dressed in a black hood and black leather armor, a glinting black knife in one hand.
"The Grand Vicar rapes the girl,"
the dark figure continued, voice now sensuous, deep and liquid.
"But of course you know all about Denarius's dark lusts, don't you? You stand guard at the doors and let him have his way."
His spine tingled, as if chill fingers crawled the length of it. "That the Holy Vicar chooses to bless the sick in private is none of my concern," he answered.
"It is not just prayers and washings and anointings the vicar performs."
"You falsely accuse the Holy Vicar. You're misled."
"You like to watch him with Laurie. But she is meant for another, one more important than even your vicar."
"Are you the assassin who attacked Jovan?"
"Aren't you the clever one? I was given the name Silkwood by my master, Black Dougal. I am Bloodwood."
"Bloodwood." Shards of ice lanced through Sterling's veins, slicing nerves with each beat of his heart. "Come down from there, and I will show you the Grand Vicar's true wrath. Or do you dare not?"
"Oh, I dare."
The assassin silently dropped from his perch, almost seeming to float as he landed silently, knife still in hand, glinting. "It is my sworn duty to protect the honour of the Grand Vicar," Sterling said rapidly, formulating a plan of attack. The cross-shaped altar still separated him from the dark stranger. He measured himself against the size of his foe. Sterling was no slouch when it came to swordplay, and the Bloodwood was not that big. If it came to a fight, he figured he could win it quickly. But for him to launch a strike now, he would have to navigate around the altar, which could prove tricky. He figured it best to keep chatting whilst he strategized. "All of the vicar's actions are sanctioned of Lejeune."
"You have the brains of a shit bucket," the assassin said. "But I forget. You are all the same. Inadequate. You damn sick people. So beholden to your false Lejeune and your power-hungry quorum. You will all soon be exterminated."
"You dare blaspheme the Vicar and Quorum of Five before one of the Danites?" Sterling's voice rose in anger as he stepped to the side, getting set to spring. The black-clad figure mimicked his step. They were now circling the altar like two gladiators, sizing each other up.
"Who is worse, the one who rapes, or the one who enables the rapist?"
the Bloodwood asked.
"Or do you secretly wish to fondle the young woman yourself? I can see your sins, Captain. That you've raped both women and boys, and even children, is written on your face."
"I'll have your tongue for that!" Sterling's mind was in turmoil. This Silkwood was accusing him of things that no man should. Tala's allegations were far-reaching indeed.
"Oh, yes, I can see your sins."
The dark figure leaped onto the altar.
"For your soul has been laid bare before me." Those previously hidden eyes under the hood now glinted with evil, piercing through the scarlet haze, aimed right at him. What he saw in those two black orbs, both pulsing with utter wickedness, drained him of all bluster. Sterling took one faltering step back. The room now took on a more reddish hue, which spread in crimson waves of light over the cross-shaped altar and the figure now poised atop it. He came to realize that this wasn't a confrontation he was likely to win. It now seemed this Bloodwood could read his mind, control it even. He did feel inadequate. He knew his lack, but that in itself wasn't the problem. It wasn't his present state of cowering before the battle that hurt his pride either. It was the fact that he hadn't served the Holy Vicar the way he should have. His sins were laid before him now, and the most grievous sin. He'd gone against Denarius. He'd gone behind the vicar's back and worked in consort with John Drelin and Culpabara to help Hawkwood and Roguemore escape. And this assassin knows. Perhaps Denarius knows too. Sterling cursed his own weakness. On the cross-shaped altar, the dark figure loomed over him like Lejean's wrath, ready to strike him down. Sterling took another faltering step back, stumbling into the rough stone wall behind him. He noticed his sword hand trembled, and for a moment he felt it wasn't attached to his arm at all, but was instead a foreign beastly claw belonging to someone else entirely, some dolt who scarcely knew how to wield a weapon of any kind. Then the assassin pulled back his hood, and a face was revealed. "You," Sterling muttered. And now the familiar apparition struck like a serpent, like venom flowing. The black blade had scarcely come into view, and it was buried in Sterling's chest just over his heart, and then pulled free, red and wet. Sterling whimpered. All feeling left his limbs. Stumbling, he felt his face smack against the wall and slide down, the cold, coarse stone eating at his flesh. The last thing he saw was crimson waves of scalding brightness, and the fading memory of a familiar face, as it hovered over him before all dissolved into total blackness. The face of the Bloodwood, the face of the Val Vale princess, Satyr. From The Way and Truth of Lejean. Take up your cross and wield it in righteousness, for it is a blade sent from heaven. Only the three-fingered sign of the Lejean cross over the heart can stave off the wraiths and the nameless beasts of the underworld. Only the three-fingered sign of the Lejean cross over the heart can stave off Lejean's wrath, those lightning spears of heaven. So let the sign of the Lejean cross be like a sword unto you. Chapter 45. Tala Brunachel. 19th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejean. Amadon, Gulkana. Glade crawled into the small dark chamber, letting the tapestry fall into place behind him. He wore all black, boots, pants, jerkin and belt, with a short sword at his side. Tala felt along the stone wall until she located the wooden door above her head, pulled the bloodwood dagger from her belt, and slipped the black blade into the crack. She heard a click, and the door retreated inward with a rasp. With great effort, she pulled herself up and into the opening. A short corridor was disclosed before her, with a ladder at its far end. She pulled herself the rest of the way through, dusting off her tan leather pants and maroon woolen shirt. She had been in these passages before, with Laurie, the day that she had first met the Bloodwood. "Follow me," she said. "Whatever you say, my lady." There was a hardness in Glade's voice. Tala knew that Glade Chaparral, of all people, did not like being ordered about, especially by her. She heard him climbing, and he was soon right behind her. "I only follow you on this fool's quest to see the humiliation on your face when there is naught to it, Tala." He had been curt with her, since she had sent him false word that Jovan wished to see him in Sunbird Hall, only to show him the latest note from the Bloodwood once he'd arrived. Reluctantly, he read the note. After perusing its contents, he made her show him the black dagger mentioned in the note. "And you will come with me," she'd insisted. The dagger was tucked into her belt now. Just this morning, Tala had found the note from the Bloodwood in her room. After praying over Laurie in Lindhoff's chamber, she had stepped into her own rooms and immediately sensed something amiss. The shard of mandolin that Seta had given her under the Swensong spire 3 days ago, the shard that she had so carefully placed in the centre of the stone mantel shelf, had been moved. It had only been moved a few inches from where she had set it, enough to get her attention. When Tala had plucked the shard of wood from the mantel, she found the Bloodwood's note scratched in tiny letters onto the back side. The note had read, "Before the light of day fades away, return my black dagger to the red room with the cross-shaped altar. There you will be given one last task. You will know it when you see it. Your clue to accomplishing the task is hidden in the verse I asked you to study. You will know that the task is complete when you found the antidote for Laurie. Once you have the antidote, make haste, for Laurie's time of absolution is near. Give the antidote to her, and she will become as new. She will become even more than she was before, ready for the greatness that is her destiny. Bring Glade Chaparral. Now that you have divulged our secrets to him, I am forced to give him a part to play in our game. He should play it well. Leave my black dagger at the foot of the altar." It didn't take Tala long to recall the room with the cross-shaped altar. She remembered it from her foray into the secret ways with Laurie a moon ago. But it was the holy book that still vexed her. Chapter 20, verse 31 of the Ember-lighting Song of the Third Warrior Angel. It read, "And it came to pass that, at the time of final dissolution, he died upon the tree, nailed thusly, purging all man's abomination, the sword of affliction piercing his side. Thus all was sanctified. Upon the altar they laid his body in the shape of the cross archaic, and as prophesied in all doctrine, she took up the angel stones, and it came to pass, the 5 stones of final atonement she placed into the wound manifest." The verse made no sense to her, especially in the context of procuring the antidote for Laurie's poison. Tala feared all she'd done for her cousin so far amounted to nothing but a sordid culmination of failures. Laurie was near death, each breath slower than the last. Tala imagined the days a little more than a moon ago, when her own cares had been relatively simple ones. She wondered whatever happened to those "I lost my shawl, should I stay in bed a little longer" days, those "what to have for breakfast" conundrums, those all-important "should I scrub my hands before dinner" questions, those "don't forget to say my prayers" nights, those runny-nose, bad-hair days. Laurie's plight had certainly put her life into perspective, though. My life before seems so ridiculous. She knew she could no longer live in blissful ignorance again. Not after seeing Jovan and Leif together. Not after seeing the Grand Vicar blessing Laurie. Glade was staring at her in the dark. Just the sight of him could fill her heart with all kinds of terrible, conflicting emotions. Mostly loathing, even though his auburn hair glowed beautifully in the narrow ray of sunlight streaming down from a crack high above. Up there." She pointed down the narrow hallway toward the wooden ladder at the far end. Together they crossed the length of corridor. Glade examined the ladder, which rose up and disappeared into a dark hole in the roof. It was rotten, but Tala climbed anyway, knowing from her previous venture here that it was safe. Glade followed, mumbling his displeasure with the entire journey. The ladder emptied them out into another room, more of a crawl space, really, and dark. Kneeling, Tala bumped her head on the ceiling anyway, but located the trapdoor in the floor with its bolt cut off. Together she and Glade lifted the wooden door up and over, and descended a cramped circular staircase, and through a series of dimly lit rooms, lined with wood plank boxes and piles of discarded, moth-eaten clothes, and rusted pottery. Tala felt rat droppings crunch under her feet. She had to duck scores of hanging spiderwebs. The stench of dead mice permeated the air. The dreary squalor of the unkempt place nauseated her. They came to another wooden door, also with a broken lock, and they both slipped through into a much wider and well-lit hallway. Pink light filtered in at regular intervals through the arrow slits in the walls. She knew there was a spectacular view of Amadon through those slits, but she passed them by without a second thought. Their journey through the dank air of the secret ways passed in silence, a silence laced with fear. Tala now had the sense that they were being followed as they travelled through a few more dark, narrow corridors, down a twisting stair, and into the glowing room she sought. She opened the door to the red-hazed chamber. Tala stopped in her tracks. Glade bumped into her from behind, cursing softly. But she paid him no mind. Her eyes were focused on the naked man lying face up on the altar before her. Her heart felt like a lump of cold wax in her chest when she realized who it was. "Bloody mother mia!" Glade muttered and shoved his way past her. "It's Prentice!" Sterling Prentice lay on his back, arms spread in the shape of the cross, chains binding both wrists, the ends of both chains bolted to irons in the floor. The day-night captain was staring straight up, mumbling. A wild thatch of dark hair covered his chest and stomach, all the way down to dark, curly hair around the flaccid stub of his groin. "His tongue is cut out," Glade said, leaning over the altar. "And look at these other marks on him. Rotted angels of the underworld." A small puncture wound was just discernible through the chest hair above Sterling's heart. On the mound of his belly there was a 3-inch vertical slit in his stomach. Blood welled from the sliced flesh. "We must unchain him," Tala said, swallowing the awkward lump in her throat. "Certainly so," Glade said, and for a fraction of a second the tone of hardness that had been in his voice earlier was absent, and a momentary glint of compassion shone in his eyes. "Actually—" He wiped the expression away, and his demeanour changed abruptly. "Why should we?" "How can we not?" Tala answered, confused. Clarity seemed far beyond her reach. She had trouble focusing on what he was saying. "If we do nothing, he will die." "I doubt anyone even knows he is in here." Tala caught the dismissal in his tone. "The person who did this to him knows that he is here," she said. "We could be implicated in the crime." Glade studied her in a distracted way, a contradiction somehow only he could pull off. "Whoever did this will not confess, and neither will I say anything. Or you. There is nothing to be done for him." Tala could tell that even now he was working out some plan in his head. In the dim red light of the room, the purity of conceit and callousness in his eyes now burned like hot coals. "It is time for my brother to be the day-night captain," he said. "I say The quicker Stirling dies, the better. Tala looked at him aghast, unbelieving. How can you be so unfeeling when a man is dying right in front of us? She asked, her fingers searching for the Bloodwood's black dagger at her hip, her fingers curling over its hilt. She kept a tight grip on the knife, if only to steady her quivering arm. Leif is meant to be the leader of the Danites. The words were coming out of him husky and feverishly ripe with bloodlust. Your own brother wants it. Jovan only waits for this doddering fool to die before he makes the move. And now, here he is, lying in chains before me, all but dead. He's not dead yet. True, Glade said, pulling a dagger from the folds of his own jerkin. He is not dead yet. Then, gripping the blade tight, Glade bent over Stirling and drew the edge forcefully across the man's heaving neck, opening it wide. Tala gasped, her eyes afire with the insanity of it all. Dark blood bubbled from Stirling's lips and poured from the new wound spanning the width of his throat to cascade down over the altar. The directness of Glade's sudden, murderous act stole her breath. Frozen in immobility, she could do naught save watch in terror as the last of Stirling's life flowed away. Her body was tense at first, and then it shook with nerves, as if her muscles were trying to crawl from under her skin. Her first indrawn breath was congealed agony, thick and rancid and clawing up her throat like wraiths from the underworld seeking escape. He's more like Leif than I'd ever imagined. Could this Glade chaparral before me really be the same person I knew as a child? What have you done? The words slipped through her pursed and pallid lips. Her head hammered, whilst sparks of rage formed behind her eyes. I've just secured a future for my brother. Glade swiped the dagger over Stirling's hairy chest, wiping away the blood. As he did so, Tala's heart thundered. She had a strange aching to touch Stirling's dead face. It was a morbid yet powerful desire that pulled at her. She had to take a step back to break the spell. Glade rammed his dagger back into the sheath at his hip. Now let's find this magic antidote for Laurie and leave this damnable place behind. Tala just stared at him, watching in sick fascination as he searched around the altar. He looked under all the benches, crawling, scouring the floor with his eyes, even folding back the mere tapestry on the wall and looking there. There is nothing here, he said. Have you led me into some trap, Tala? Glade's eyes roamed the room almost frantically. Tala's mind raced. What do I do? The air she breathed was so stuffy, cloying. She felt as if she were sinking under water. Lejean, forgive me. Laurie, forgive me. I have failed. She closed her eyes and silently prayed, making the three-fingered sign of the Lejean cross over her heart. And when she opened her eyes, there was something that flitted at the edge of her mind, a sudden understanding. And it came to pass that, at the time of final dissolution, the first words of the ember-lighting song of the third warrior angel leaped from her mouth. But she stopped there, clamping her mouth shut. Still, she knew that in those words lay the answer to the Bloodwood's final riddle, right at the edge of her grasp, unreachable. You can stay here and pray to Lejean all you want, Glade said. I'm leaving. Tala grabbed the sleeve of his shirt and held him fast, not wanting him to go, the answer so near. She recited the rest of the passage. He died upon the tree, she quoted, looking at Glade. nailed thusly, purging all man's abomination, the sword of affliction piercing his side. She released Glade and whirled to face the altar. Upon the altar they laid his body in the shape of the cross archaic. Her eyes went to Sterling's arms, spread wide upon the cross-shaped altar, and then to the 3 wounds in the man's body, the severed throat, the puncture just above his heart, and the small slit in his stomach. And, as prophesied in all doctrine, Mia took up the angel stones, and it came to pass the 5 stones of final atonement she placed into the wound manifest. Her eyes focused on the 3-inch slit in Sterling's belly. The room now hummed with a music that would not quite form into melody. Or was the sound only in her mind? Could Glade hear it too? It was hard to tell. He made no movement behind her. She placed into the wound manifest. Tala repeated the last line to herself, almost in a whisper. And then it hit her. The horror of what she now must do sank in. She placed into the wound manifest! The bloodwood had hidden the antidote inside Sterling. The castle shivered beneath her boots. Sickness and fear threatened to overwhelm her. It seemed the room was too loud and red and bright, although she knew that it wasn't the case at all. The place was deathly silent. Sudden exhaustion hit her with force. She wanted to simply lie down and rest. "Are you done praying?" Glade still watched her, his eyes silver glints against the darkening red haze of the room. "What are you waiting for?" he asked. "Let's go." Tala stepped closer to Sterling and reached out her hand, running her fingers over his chest hairs to the slit in his belly. The hole in the flesh of his stomach was just large enough for someone to slip a hand into. "But dare I?" Laurie's life depended on it. So, closing her eyes, bracing for it, Tala plunged her right hand into the wound. "You fool," Glade muttered. "What wraiths possess you, girl?" "Wraiths indeed." Holding her breath, she began probing the steaming stew of Sterling's guts. It was warm inside the man's stomach, hot even, so hot she nearly jerked her hand right back out. But gritting her teeth, she resolved to finish the job. As she worked the hot, squirming lumps of his intestines and vitals aside, she was glad Sterling was dead. The bloodwood had obviously planned for her to attempt this gruesome search whilst the man was still alive. After several excruciating moments, stirring Sterling's guts, a growing feeling of dread began to grow within Tala. The futility of what she was doing hit her. Despair crept upon her with the swiftness and ease of a serpent. And, just when she was about to abandon her search, she felt it, a solid, tubular object. At first she thought it was just another bone, a rib, perhaps. But this bone was not attached to anything, and fell into the palm of her hand so snugly it nearly made her shout in surprise. She pulled the object forth almost triumphantly and held it out for Glade to see, arms slick and steaming with globs of red. The thing in her hand glowed green through all the blood, and for a moment Tala thought she had pulled forth one of the fabled angel stones itself. But as she uncurled her fingers, she could see that it was not a bone nor a stone, yet rather a small vial filled with a green luminescent liquid. It was then that Tala felt the unseen eyes greedily boring into her from all around. She turned, pulling the bloodwood dagger from her belt with her left hand, brandishing it. But there was no one in the room with her, save Glade. He was looking upon her with utter disgust.
"What have you involved me in?" he asked, eyes on the glowing vial. "I will not easily forgive you for making me a party to it. Only one overcome by the wraiths would behave so. You are no lady."
"It was you who killed Sterling," Tala said abruptly, disappointed in the meekness of her own voice. Feeling as drained as an empty wineskin, she just couldn't muster up anything in the way of emotion. "Who will forgive murder?" She tried more forcefully, holding up the vial. "You slit a man's throat in cold blood, and you're disgusted by this?"
"Lest you forget, it was you who brought me here."
He stepped up to her, anger and desperation in his voice.
"We keep this a secret."
His hand lashed out, grabbing her chin in a vice-like grip.
"All of it. Secret. Neither one of us speaks of it, ever. Not Sterling's death, none of it. Do you understand?"
The pain where his hand tightened on her chin was intense. Anger filled her now, rage, fury. She struck at him with the dagger, but he effortlessly knocked it away with his free hand. It spun to the floor, clattering softly against the base of the altar. He whirled and snatched it up in a flash. She backed away, turned, and tried to run, but he was on her quickly, latching onto her arm, spinning her around. Gripping her chin again, Glade forced her face up to his, black blade at her throat.
"Let me go!" she demanded.
For a moment, his eyes bored into hers with malice. Then they travelled down to the green vial, still clenched in her hand. "I helped you find that Valori, so now you will do as I say." He leaned into her until their faces were no more than a handspan apart. I killed Prentice," he snarled, pressing the blade against her flesh. "He was a useless fool. He needed to die. Your own brother would agree. I did Gulkana a great service today." His lips brushed her trembling cheek. "But if you tell anyone that it was I who killed Sterling, then I will kill you as easily as I killed him." He released her, shoving her back roughly. "And I will kill Laurie, too."
"You will not touch her," Tala growled as she slipped the green vial into her tunic.
She hadn't journeyed this far for her cousin just to have this spoiled brat threaten to kill Laurie.
"And I suppose you think you can stop me?"
Glade thrust the dagger out threateningly between them.
"I will have no problem gutting her like I just—"
Tala clapped as hard as she could. She connected perfectly. The dagger spun from his hand and to the floor and skipped across the room. Both surprise and pain filled his eyes as he drew his own blade and lunged for her. It was instinctive, a reflex, swift and brutal. Her right knee flew straight up between his legs with crushing force as she ducked his blow. His eyes bulged as her knee knifed into his groin like a thunderbolt and lifted him off the ground. Just as quickly, he folded to the floor, curling into the fetal position, gulping for air, his dagger no longer in hand.
"Bitch!"
he managed to spit out between heaving gasps. Then a stream of vomit splattered the floor under him. He tried to stand, clutching at the altar for help.
"You can find your own way out of here."
She spun and made her way to the door alone, a throbbing pain in her knee, a sweetly satisfying pain that dulled by the second as she hurried from the room.
"I will kill her,"
he gurgled as she left him there.
"Tell anyone, I swear it, and I will kill her."
But Laurie was already dead when Tala returned to Lindholt's room. Dead from the Bloodwood's poison. "She just stopped breathing," Lindolf cried breathlessly, devastation on his face. "I'm sorry, Tala. I didn't know what to do. I watched over her like you asked, wiped her forehead with the cool rags. I didn't know how long you'd be gone. I've been sitting here in despair, watching her breaths become more shallow. Jovan will have us hung for this." Panic hammered Tala's heart as she rushed to her cousin's side. When she felt Laurie's cold, sunken skin, anguish settled over her like a wintry blanket. "Dead? It couldn't be. After all I've been through. So much." She pulled the vial from her pocket. The liquid inside still glowed with a feverish green light. Tala uncorked the vial and poured a dab of the serum on her fingertip, its touch cool against her skin. She brushed her finger over her cousin's pale lips. The green potion instantly dissolved when it touched Laurie's flesh, then disappeared, drawn down into her skin, leaving behind the fresh, healthy colour of life. "Help me, Lindolf!" Hope roared through Tala's veins as she wiggled her fingers into Laurie's lips, prying her mouth open. "Hold her head still!" Lindolf grabbed his sister's face with both hands and held her chin up as Tala emptied the Bloodwood's antidote down her cousin's throat. Tala sat back, empty vial clutched in her hand. Laurie's eyes flew open, and she sat bolt upright in the bed, coughing. "I had a dream!" she blurted excitedly. Lindolf was wide-eyed. To Tala's astonishment, all colour had returned to Laurie's flesh, and she looked almost completely healthy, if a bit meagre and starved. Laurie's willowy arm lashed out and she grabbed Tala by the hand, lively eyes boring into hers. "I had a dream about you, Tala." "Are you okay?" Tala could feel the warmth of life's blood pulsing through the palm of her cousin's hand. She was too stunned to cry. "I'm fine," Laurie said, eyes darting around the small grey room and its chipped, broken mortar held together with cedar planks, brow furrowing when she spied the chains and irons and hooks high on the walls. "Where am I?" "In a storage room, just off your brother's chamber," Tala answered. "Are you sure you feel okay?" Laurie looked around the room, confused. Her gaze lingered on her twin for a moment, and then she addressed Tala again. "I had a dream about you. You were married to Grand Vicar Denarius." "But vicars and bishops can't marry," Lindolf said. "That's exactly what Denarius said in my dream." Laurie kept her eyes fixed on Tala. "But Jovan claimed it was high time vicars and bishops be taken in marriage, and then he promised you to Denarius. In my dream, you were betrothed to the Grand Vicar, Tala. I attended your wedding." From the Chivalric Illuminations of Rael. How art thou fallen from such lofty grace, O Lejeune, father of all mourning! What a great travesty that the hordes of the deceived think thy mantle of atonement lies in Amadon with wretches and fools, when it was so clearly bestowed upon your one and only beloved son, Rael, your true and pure dragon claw. Chapter 46. Galt Olbrich. 20th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune, south of Ravencur, Gulcana. Ava Shea bade him come in. At first he refused. Then, seeing the sober expression of fear and worry on her face, he'd reluctantly pulled open the folds of Eris's tent and slipped inside. It was the first time Galt had been alone in the tent with the girl. She walked in front of him now, leading him into the centre of the entry room. The wind of the girl's passage brought a faint scent to Galt's nose, the enticing perfume of young womanhood and a freshly washed body. It also carried the smell of recent sex, a familiar aroma that hit him in the chest like an axe. She had lain with Eros. The Angel Prince had just received word from Spiderwood that the scouts he'd sent to Ravencur had reported a small band of Gulkana knights bearing King Jovan Bronachel's standard camped north of the town. At the news, Eros had left, taking the Bloodwood with him, leaving Galt alone at his post in front of the tent. Ava's sleeve brushed his hand. He jerked away as if stung, then realized she'd been watching him intently from the corner of her eye. Despite his best efforts to remain indifferent to the girl, something about her was growing more alluring every day. His undeniable attraction to her now extended beyond the notion that she was naught but a curious reminder of his dead wife, Avril. His attraction was now approaching lust. He knew he blushed whenever her eyes met his. She was not just watching him now, but staring at him with an anticipation of some sort that he could not quite identify. "What is it?" he asked, wanting to look away from her, yet unable to. She faced him, eyes deep green, eyes that one could get lost in and never desire to be found. She wore a white shift, tied about her waist with a thin black cotton sash, accentuating the suppleness of her figure. Blonde hair flowed down her back. In the torrid glow of the tent's many candelabras, the silken curls about her face danced like flame. "I must warn you," she blurted in a rush of breath. "As we camped on the outskirts of Tompkins Sty, Eros and the Bloodwood, they talked of you and me." Galt's blood turned to ice. Tompkins Sty, the village they had destroyed after Gallows Haven. The Sorcerer army had swelled in ranks to over 10,000, and more ships would be arriving from Windare by the time they reached Ravencur on the morrow. Still, despite all of his success, Eros was showing signs of impatience. In Windare, the Angel Prince's army had killed only those soldiers who'd fought against them, never women or children. However, Eros's siege of Gulkana was an all-out slaughter. Anything and everything in his way was crushed underfoot, leaving few alive, and those remaining were now his slaves. His eyes narrowed of their own volition. "And what did they say?" "Eros cares not for the way you look upon me." She dropped her eyes. "Nor I you." Galt cursed himself for not being more circumspect in how he had handled himself around Ava. He had never blatantly gawked at the girl in Eros's presence, never spoken to her more than briefly, but Eros had sharp eyes and even sharper instincts. He would be quick to pick up on even the smallest of clues, especially if he had caught the girl looking at Galt in the same way. She continued tentatively. "Eros said that you are not a full-blooded Sorcerer man, and your mother was a witch from Aiden White. He said that you were less than a bastard. He deemed you unholy. He thinks you will steal the helmet and angel stone from him. He is afraid you might find out the plans a man named Black Dougal has for your daughter." "Black Dougal!" Galt felt all the colour drain from his face. He took a step back from the girl and felt his eyes bore into hers. Plans for his daughter. The last image Galt had had of his stepdaughter was of her waving to him from the battlements of Rokenwalder Castle, as the armies of the Angel Prince sailed from the shores of Sorcerer toward Windare. He remembered King Averit's promise to keep her safe. She had been scarcely 12 at the time, but those days were over, and almost beyond recall, and allowing himself to dwell on them would only ruin the edge he needed to remain alert and alive in the coming days, That is, if what Ava told him was true. Longing for the past was an indulgence best left to the small-minded. He closed his eyes and cleared his head, breathing deep. When he reopened them, Ava's face was clear as crystal before him. "How is it you heard them discussing me?" he asked. "They speak freely in front of me. I fear the Bloodwood plans to kill you." "Kill me?" "I swear it." "Perhaps you imagine things," he said. "A dream, maybe." "The wraiths put no such imaginings in my head," she said with fierceness. There was something dark in her face, a look of rage, perhaps, or cruelty. "I only chose to warn you because I cannot bear the thought of your death." His questioning her brought genuine hurt to her eyes, and genuine concern, too. She had exposed herself to him as a friend. She had wanted to help him. That he acted distrustful had disturbed her. "You're right," he said, "for only the wicked can be deceived by the wraiths." She seemed to retreat inward at his words. "And you, above all, are not wicked." He lifted his hand and touched her hair. She didn't flinch, except perhaps around the eyes. "I wish to believe you. At the same time, I hope that there is no truth in what you say. I thank you for risking so much to warn me." "I risk nothing," she said. "I am already dead. I ask only that you kill Eros for me. But if you cannot slay him, I understand. However, you should at least try to escape from this place, and if so, you should take me with you." Galt found that his fingers were still entwined within the blonde curls of her hair, but his body went rigid at her words. In all the battles he'd fought these last 5 years, nothing had prepared him for this. The very thought of Eros plotting his death stung, but what stunned him more was the last wish of this girl. Fleeing in fear of his own life was something he had never contemplated. "Eros showed me the green stone." She pointed to the gold filigreed chest set on a rug in the corner of the room. "And the helm. The White Prince thinks you will steal them away. So take them now, and take me with you when you escape." Ava wanted him to abandon the Angel Prince, abandon his lord, to steal from him too. He could feel the stone pulling at him now. And it's right there in that chest. He'd felt the stone's glamour and lure ever since he'd first seen it. But to gain it, this waif wants me to become a deserter, the lowest form of man. And she wanted him to take her with him. But what shook him to his core was the fact that he was now contemplating doing just such a thing. He cursed himself for his own weakness. Is it the striking look of her face and perfection of her body that has bewitched me? He let her hair drop from his fingers, never more ashamed of his own lust. Then he kissed her. She flinched away at first, but then her lips were pressed into his, soft and warm and open. His tongue searched her willing mouth, finding hers, curling together. Then, realizing what he was doing, he pushed away from her as if bitten. "She's scarcely 17. He walked 10 paces from her and poured himself a cool cup of water from the basin on the far side of the draped room. He drank deep, heart pounding. Krista's age. He looked at the girl and saw the hurt and confusion. She's but a child. There was a stirring of the air and a flash of light. Galt's eyes flew to the entry of the tent. Eros stood in the canvas doorway. The sunlight from outside grazed his shoulders and hair. The glint in his eyes like piercing hailstones. Silhouetted against the brightness of the sun, his face appeared absolutely bloodless. "You are excused now, Colt," Hera said, holding the flap of the tent open. From the Moon Scrolls of Mir. I have witnessed the folly of men. Trying to save your own skin will not make you a hero, for every soul has an instinct to survive. Even the starving rat, slinking in the sewers of Amadon, will fight the mangy cat that stalks it. You are only a hero when you risk your own life to save another. But man is stupid and filled with pride. I have seen men throw away their lives just to prove they were tough, or, legend forbid, right. Chapter 47. Jondralin Bronichel, 20th day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejan, Ravenker, Gulkana. Jondralin sat on a lichen-coated rock next to Kulpabara. Her ears were alert to the cries of the gulls skimming the ocean below. Leif Chaparral stood near them in his leather armor, a black shard against the moonlight, the hilt of his sword a barely visible gleam at his hip. Leif held the king's standard in one arm, tip planted in the turf, his body leaning against it. The crescent moon was a sharp scythe poised over him. A soft light misted the jagged edge of the cliff not 50 yards from Leif. The cliff overlooked Ravenker and Autumn Bay. The sheer drop plunged heedlessly to the rocks and breakers below. Foamy waves crested the sea in the distance, glinting with a moon-washed glow. The king's standard, a banner with a silver tree on a black background, snapped to life in the wind. The small gust also bent and swayed the top of the few gnarled trees that shimmered along the cliff's edge. The gust was stout enough to pull the spring leaves from the branches and send them spinning away in silver twinkles. 60 of Kelvin Cronon's Ocean Guard stood at ease not 100 paces behind Jondralin, Leif, and Culpa. The three of them had ventured to this spot, high atop the bluff on the western side of the bay, for good reason. Even though it was well past midnight, they'd come here to scout the terrain, looking east over Ravenker and the looming mountain range beyond. More importantly, they were now looking across the bay at the White Prince's army, camped under the autumn range a mile south of town. "We needn't risk discovery," Leif said. "We've satisfied our curiosity and seen Eris's armies with our own eyes, John. I say we make haste to Lord's Point. We've brought too few men. The White Prince must know that we watch him. His scouts are clever. I worry for your safety. We should leave now." From their vantage point, they could clearly see the army of Sorcevere spread south of Ravenker. It looked to be over 10,000 strong. Ravenker itself was a town of surprising size, holding 2,000 people at least, with outlying farms and steadings that spread out along the lowlands on either side of the bay. But it was dwarfed by the vastness of the army camped to the south of it. Good portions of the inner town itself were encircled by a high ancient stone wall, a crumbled-down affair filled with more holes than not. A bulky bell tower marked the northernmost inland curve of the wall, whilst two squat towers sat at either end of the wall flanking the bay. On their journey to Ravenker, they had passed by many who were fleeing the southern coast northward. Many had heard of the White Prince's slaughter at Gallows Haven and Tompkins Sty. They were learning of Eris's brutality and wished to avoid it, so they were all now heading to the safety of Lord's Point and places beyond. "We shall meet with the White Prince at first light," she said. Leaf seemed bemused. That would be suicide, with no army of our own. We need not delay in delivering Jovan's terms of war. It seems like madness to me, milady. Your safety is of utmost importance. I will meet with the White Prince on the morrow. Eros would kill you, and the 60 knights with us. He will not, she said. We will go under a banner of truce. Eros asked that my brother come to him and swear fealty, and that is what he will be expecting. We are being invaded, Leaf. We must show our quality at some point. Why not on the morrow? We cannot stand about tremble-footed forever. Let us wait until Eros advances on Lord's Point before offering the king's terms of war. At least then you will have the entire army of Gulkana behind you. Jondrelin looked to Culpa for help, but the blond fellow sat on the rock, the point of his day-knight sword buried in the turf between thick leather boots, the black opal atop the weapon resting against his face. The young day-knight just sat that way, staring across the bay at the Sore-Severe army. Jondrelin looked back up at Leaf, whose dark-rimmed eyes were like black pits in the night. Though Leaf's thin lips were visible, they were pursed in a tight smile as he said, "We should retreat to Lord's Point and make preparations there. I beg of you." "I disagree," Jondrelin stated. "Meeting with the White Prince here and now is the proper thing to do." Leaf did not relent. "What of Cronan's Ocean Guard? You have to understand, John, that when one of royal blood, one who commands even a bit of power over them, shows up on the battlefield, hardened battle commanders with years of experience will sense the futility of their position, and the common soldier grows wary. They all of them wonder, will I be needlessly sent to my death now on the whim of a woman, a princess? I sensed this very thing in Cronan not 4 days ago." Jondrelin winced at his words. Leaf just stared at her, unblinking. Those painted dark eyes of his cut through the night, sharp as knives. She gave him a cold stare back. "He is trying to help me here. His advice is sound, yet he does not know the things I know. He is not part of the Brethren of Mir." "I appreciate your forthrightness, Leaf, and I see there is wisdom in your words, and I know it is no small favour I ask of them. But my mind is set. I will take Lord Cronan's knights and venture into the White Prince's camp at first light and offer Jovan's terms of war." "There must be another way, milady," Leaf said. "Will you let me think on this a while, alone? I must take a piss." He bowed. "By your leave, of course." Jondrelin nodded, and Leaf excused himself, the king's standard now planted in the ground. He walked alone down the slight incline toward the gnarled trees and cliff's edge, not 50 yards away, limping through the grass as he went. "If it were anyone but Leaf," she turned to Culpa, "I would simply order him to do as I wished. But I do want him to feel like he is part of this. He has swallowed his pride, accepted me as his leader, and made himself an asset to our venture. I know that initially he harboured scant respect for my position over him." Culpabara said, "I would consider it an honour to ride into the camp of the White Prince with you. I know who you are. I know the prophecies hidden within the scrolls of Mir. Leaf does not." "You will have ample opportunity to prove your loyalty," Jondrelin said. "That both Roguemore and Squirek hold you in such high esteem is no small thing." "Squirek, Roguemore, your father, all of them have taught me much of the Brethren." Culpa lifted his sword and pulled out a whetstone, running it along the edge. "Did I tell you my father was a swordsmith in Port Follett?" he asked. "You did not." Jondrelin shook her head. "Roguemore mentioned your father was the greatest swordsmith ever, that he was friends with Rogamor's brother. A fine-honed blade is a beautiful thing, Culper said, holding up his sword in the moonlight. This sword is my life. He paused a moment, a reflective look in his eyes. I gazed upon afflicted fire but the once, when Sir Roderick and I found it at Deadwood Gate. What must it have been like to wield such a blade? Magnificent, I assume. The sword of Lejeune. Hawkwood and Rogamore go to get it. We will have it with us again soon, and Blackest Heart as well. Afflicted fire. We will have it with us again soon. Jondralin thought on Culper's words. Did she really believe Culper had seen it? Had been witness to its rediscovery, then left it where he and Sir Roderick found it? We have found the 5, Rogamore had said. The princess, the gladiator, the assassin, the thief, and most importantly the slave, each a descendant of one of the 5 warrior angels, each tied to one of the 5 isles by blood, each ready to play a part in summoning forth the true heir of Lejeune and bringing about his return, as the moon scrolls have foretold. Jondralin pulled out her own sword, the standard-issue Amadon Silverguard blade. Not much of a weapon here. She bemoaned the simplicity of the thing, with its flat blade and standard cross hilt. Perhaps afflicted fire is different, like you say. Valdraken told me how the Vale believe that their souls are in their swords. I fear there's naught but poorly forged iron in this blade. This weapon is not my life, Culper, and I don't know why you're so enamoured of yours. They're all of them the same. You have it wrong. With great care, Culper ran the whetstone down the length of his blade again. A sword is a symbol of justice, a symbol of authority. A sword will survive long after its owner is gone. It can be handed down through generations of warriors. My son will one day own this blade. I should be proud of it. It is an honor to carry the steel of the Danites, standard issue or not. A sword is not but a damn fine way to kill a man, she said, or ogle. Culper rubbed his hand over the black opal atop the pommel of his weapon. My father used to quote verses from the Book of the Cross in The Way and Truth of Lejeune. My favourites were, Nothing can set Lejeune's honour more right than the cut of a sword, and with the sword wipe away moral stain and achieve perfection in the spirit. Jondralin liked those verses, and hearing them recited by Culper, a man so full of conviction, made her think upon the subject more deeply. There was a verse in The Way and Truth of Lejeune she had always fancied that had to do with swords, but at the moment the sense of it eluded her. She racked her brain, wishing to recall it, hoping, by doing so, that the measure of her quality as a fighter would go up in Culper's eyes. But the passage would not reveal itself, and most knights worth their salt memorized every scriptural reference to swords in The Way and Truth of Lejeune. But the verse that eluded her would just not come to mind. She cursed herself, knowing how her fickle brain worked sometimes. She knew that when she least expected, or least needed it, the passage she was looking for would thrust itself into her head for no reason. Frustrated, she looked out into the darkness at Leaf, under the gnarled trees at the edge of the cliff. Silhouetted against the moonlit sky, Leaf's back was arched as he pissed with the wind. It was no simple task, undoing even the leather armour of the Danites to urinate, then doing it back up again. In full Danite battle armour, complete with black-lacquered breastplate and greaves, some knights were known to go without food or drink for days, just to avoid the inconvenience of their bodily functions. Her own armour had rubbed her raw in places she wished she could forget. Riding as hard and swiftly as they had to reach this spot had been a cruel lesson in torture for her. Battle armour and horse riding did not make a perfect match. Culpa spoke again, his tone reverent. "My father said that the finest swords are forged under a full moon, thus endowing them with the powers of the stars. I was lucky to have grown up by the glow of the forger's fire. The very best swords my father ever made were those he made for the day-knights. He would test each sword's sharpened edge by dipping it into a river and slicing floating lily pads in half as they drifted by." "Why did you not take up the craft?" she asked. "You seem to love the art." "Hadn't the talent. But I cut a good figure with a blade up my hip," my father said. It was true. Culpa could handle himself well with a blade, and there was nothing like the lethal beauty of a sword to enhance oneself. Some day, Jondrelin now hoped there would be a special weapon for her, afflicted fire. It wouldn't be the clunky silver-guard blade she was forced to wear now, or the clunky blade that had accidentally skewered Ankh-Bourbon. The fact that she hadn't been affected by killing the ogle surprised her none. It had been like killing a chicken or a dog, nothing more. She wanted to know what it felt like to really take a life, a human life, in battle, of course, for a purpose. An enemy's life, the life of a Sorcevier soldier. After all, her brother had. At Oksana, Jovan had fought alongside their father during Sorcevier's initial invasion of Windare. So had Leif. Her gaze again travelled to the edge of the cliff where Leif was in the process of fastening up his armour. Perhaps they should do as Leif advised. Perhaps they should just turn back their army and wait in Lord's Point. But that is not the way a person of destiny would think. It is not what my mother would do. Culpa Barra was still working his sword with the whetstone. The concentration and care the fellow displayed were truly astounding. He stroked the blade back and forth with a certain tenderness, as if the day-night sword meant as much to him as a person would, as a lover would. Even Culpa has killed. It seemed that any normal man would be racked with guilt at what Culpa had done to his 4 fellow day-knights in Black Glass Courtyard. Yet Culpa had remained stoic in following Jovan's orders. She had always meant to ask the young day-knight about his involvement in the events of that day, but there had never seemed an appropriate time to broach the subject. Culpa looked up, not at her, but outward, out toward the cliff edge, his eyes tightening. Jondrelin followed his gaze. Leif stood facing them now, stretching, as much as he could in his armour, his back to the cliff, the moon hovering just over his head, the tree branches looming above the moon like crooked claws. At first, Jondrelin hadn't seen the crows, still and soundless in the trees. But when Leif turned, they all leaped skyward, branches rustling and creaking in the night. They were everywhere, hundreds of them, filling the already black sky. Their flapping wings sent a fright through her. But soon the night settled again around her as Leif returned. "I see some wisdom in what you say, my lady," Leif began, kicking at the dirt under him with his steel-toed riding boots. "We may as well get this war started. It's not as if the White Prince has been dallying about these last 10 years. He is on our shores, and conquering our villages. I agree. We should meet with Eros on the morrow and tell him that Jovan will not surrender at Lord's Point. There is bravery in your course of action, John. We need to show our enemies that we will not break before them, nor cower to their will. Your bold valiance in the face of overwhelming odds does great honour to your father." Leif then bent his knee to her. Jondralin stood and placed her hand on Leif's shoulder. "Thank you," she said, almost in tears. She had hoped this journey that Jovan had sent her on would satiate her unsatisfied yearning for validation in everyone's eyes. If she could show some measure of courage before Eros Rael, here at Ravencur, she knew she would be looked upon as more than just a beautiful face on a coin. "Stand, Leif," she commanded. He stood, and she continued. "The history books will speak of this day, when we faced the White Prince together, Leif Chaparral and Jondralin Bronichel." "Indeed," Leif said. Yet his eyes held a haunted look. "I just ask of you one thing." That he should agree to. That way, my mind will be at ease. If we meet with him on equal terms, we do not place ourselves at undue risk of being killed, or, worse yet, captured. "It is a good plan," she said, clasping his shoulder again. "And you risk much by volunteering to go alone. Do you wish Culpa to accompany you?" "This task I take upon myself. I shall go alone. And if I do not return by first light, know that I am dead. And I beg of you, John, if I do not return, ride back to Lord's Point with all haste, for I fear if Eros will kill me, your messenger, then he will kill you too." From The Way and Truth of Lejeune. The merfolk and kraken and sharks of the ocean are likened unto the nameless beasts of the underworld. Man's continued dominance over them is as man's continued dominance over the lord of the underworld. Therefore I prophesy to you, with an eye toward truth, the return of Lejeune, as Lejeune of old, will be born and raised by the sea. He will become like a torch unto mine path, leading all toward that fiery absolution. Chapter 48. Nail. 21st day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Autumn Range, Gulkana. Lightning flashed all around, hitting the water with thunderous claps. Nail felt his lungs ravished of what scant air remained. Red glowing symbols swirled in the deep, circles, crosses. Then his head broke the surface of the sea. Mermaids surrounded him on every side. "Come this way," they whispered with liquid voices. "No, this way." They prodded, circling in the fiery water. Nail floundered, thrashed. "Come this way." The mermaid nearest him reached out her delicate pale hand, lifting his chin, turning his face. Nail saw Stefan sitting against a white birch, dead, rough-hewn arrow piercing his chest. A blue angel stone lay at his side. Above Stefan, Liz Hen was hanging from the tree. Her hands and feet had been severed. A potato sack, painted black, hung around her neck. Somehow, Nail knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Jenko Brook was responsible for the dismemberment of the girl. Jenko stood beside Liz Hen, grinning, sword stained red. "She is more important than you, Nail," Jenko said. "She had to die." The bottom of the potato sack tore free, and Liz Hen's hands and feet spilled forth. Nail looked away. When he looked again, Liz Hen's feet and hands were being sewn back on with glowing blue thread by a sad blonde girl with a metal claw for a hand. In Liz Hen's own hands was an ornate dagger. Nail watched as she ran her fingers over the intricate varlet scrollwork of the knife's crossguard and the sleek texture of its ivory-covered hilt. She carved the word dragon into the white bark of the birch. Suddenly, her brother Zane was there, standing on the edge of an icy glacier crevasse. He had the dagger now. He raised the bright blade slowly to Nail's forehead, pressing the tip gently against his flesh with both of his hands. 2 big tears squeezed out from the red-haired boy's eyes and trickled down his cheeks. "You should have tried harder to save me." Then Zane sliced into Nail's forehead twice, once crosswise, once down, then peeled back the skin. Blood oozed out, then congealed, then flaked from Nail's skin and floated away over the edge of the glacier like soot. Then Zane did something truly awful. He plunged the dagger into his own chest, right where his heart would be. He rooted the blade around and, with the tip of the knife, pulled forth his still beating heart. It dripped blood and was covered in bright glowing blue granules of sand. Zane's tongue flicked out hungrily, licking the sand from his heart as if he were licking the sugar from a candied apple. "Who are these men you follow, Nail? Who?" Zane then crammed both the heart and dagger back into his chest. "Death is your heritage." And with a crack of thunder, the glacier gave way around Zane, and he was plunged into the icy depths of the bottomless crevasse. All that remained of his passing was a broad, bloody smear that led over the lip of the ice to the darkness below. Nail could not identify the clattering noise that woke him, and for a span of a few heartbeats he lay confused, dizzy, not knowing where he was, eyes cracked open. It was as if the world was tilted alarmingly. His head swam with panic. When his vision cleared, he found he was looking straight up at the dark, spindly pine boughs overhead, and the stars twinkling between them. He could feel the warmth of the campfire on the side of his face. Hawkwood, Godwin, and the dwarf sat around the fire talking. Nail rolled over, placing his back to the fire, breathing heavily, trying to repress the dream he'd just had. It was way past midnight. It had been a long day of hard travel from the Abbey. He'd grown exhausted within the first half-day of riding, sore, unaccustomed to the feel and motion of Godwin's piebald pony, Dusty. After the long day of riding, he both appreciated and hated Dusty. Stefan, Doki, and Liz Hen struggled with their ponies too. "I'd sooner stay here for a time," Liz Hen had said when Godwin first told her of their plans to leave the Abbey. "I can tend the goats and ponies for you, Bishop, while you and the others go back down to the coast." "And I'll help her," Doki piped up. "I dare not venture far from here, especially any place near the army of the White Prince, you know, lest they toss me in with the sharks, and I dump in my breeches again." But the bishop would have none of it.
"You will be safer with us, young Doki. The abbey will be boarded up, and the sheep and goats can roam for the summer. The ponies will bear us to Ravenkirk quickly. Fear not, Liz Hen. You will be given a stout enough mount. You won't have to hoof it yourself down the mountain. We will see you to safety at Lord's Point and elsewhere. The Abbey is not the place to stay."
Stefan was overly protective of the bow Shawcroft had given him. When Godwin had tried to secure the bow onto the back of Stefan's pony, he snatched it from the bishop's hands roughly. "I will carry it." Nail knew the bow meant a great deal to Stefan, especially ever since his friend had carved Gisella's name into its wood. For the journey, Shawcroft's satchel had been tied to the back of Dusty, along with the battle-axe. But he couldn't search the satchel for Shawcroft's note without drawing attention to himself. Since the start of the journey from the Abbey, it was what he'd desired most, to see what was written there, to see if it answered any more of his questions that the men had failed to answer earlier. And if I ask Godwin to just show it to me, I'm sure to get a lecture on faith or some such. Every time he tried to slow his mount and let the others pass him on the trail so he could read the note, something would foil his plan. Beer Mug would bound off into the woods after a fox, causing a commotion, or Doki would stop and stare at one of the many standing stones they passed. The bishop had given the boy a small sketchbook. Doki had taken up the habit of sketching each new symbol he saw on the stones during their breaks from riding. Doki was not an artist at all, but Liz Hen would flaunt his drawings in front of Nail, claiming with each one that Doki was far better than he. Nail wasn't sure if he had the stomach to ever draw again. Each standing stone that they had passed was like another dagger in his heart. The ominous markers, with their familiar carvings sheathed in lichen, had seemed to call out to him. If he lingered near them, nausea soon overcame him. He could find nothing good or noteworthy about the stones or their carvings. They were home to the wraiths, he'd decided, wreathed in a thick pall of evil, dead set on making him ill, dead set on making him recall images best forgotten. Bloody, shark-infested water, mermaids, lightning, slave brands, a Vale Bloodwood murdered by Shawcroft. There were still just too many things out of his control. Like a leaf fallen into a raging current, he was just spinning with the roiling waters into the vast unknown. Now they were camped for the night, and Nail couldn't sleep more than a few winks without his dreams morphing into horrid, disturbing things. He tried to concentrate on sleep, but the men talking so near made it difficult.
"It's what was done to Alana Bronichel that I cannot forgive,"
he heard Godwin say, his voice filled with something not far from panic. Nail's heart beat faster.
"Leave it alone, Hugh," the dwarf said.
"I've paid my penance for past sins," Hawkwood said.
"I won't have us bicker over the past, which cannot be changed."
The dwarf lowered his voice.
"We are who we are, all of us. I fear for the lives of the young folk with us," Godwin said, "especially Sir Roderick's ward. He is a danger to the others, a danger to us."
Nail's ears perked up, straining to hear the men talk over the crackling campfire.
"I see great strength in him," Hawkwood said. "I do not share your optimism," the dwarf said. "He is teetering on the brink."
"Shawcroft did not raise him to be weak," Godwin said. "Don't forget, he has been told his entire life that he was nothing, a bastard, and now we've hinted that he can be part of something far greater than anyone could have ever imagined. What is the precedent for such a thing? How should he react?"
"I sense his eagerness to pledge loyalty to us is but an act," the dwarf huffed.
Hawkwood interjected. "I have always respected your instincts when it comes to assessing one's character, Roguemore. But with Nail, we should reserve our judgment for a while. The bishop is right. How should the boy react to all we've said? Let him make his own decision. It is only fair. I say we tell him exactly why we need him."
"Keeping secrets may be a mistake, yes," the dwarf mumbled, "but I fear all would come to ruin if we were to tell him everything now."
"Sir Roderick was a hard, unfeeling man," Godwin said. "He never wanted Nail, never thought the charade was a good idea. Roderick resented the Brethren's decision and how it placed such strain on his life. As a result, Nail has been treated with 1 part kindness and 2 parts meanness. The boy knows not what to believe. He has calluses on his heart that may never heal."
"He longs for friendship," the dwarf continued. "More than anything, I sense that in him. And it is just that kind of loyalty and longing for acceptance
that could prove to be our biggest quandary. He wishes for the well-being of his friends, but some day he will come to know just how much of a danger he has always been to them, and to us. In knowing the truth, he may very well walk away from us without suffering a moment of remorse. One thing is certain. If his friends stay, they will all die because of him." An ominous pall hung over the camp at the dwarf's statement. The campfire popped and hissed. For Nail, Rogamor's last words were like a knife plunged inside of him, twisting and ripping at his innards. His heart burned with anger. Yet he lay there, under his blanket, as cold as a rock, the dwarf's words sounding over and over in his head. "Even these men hide secrets from me." He was truly lost and alone. I was responsible for the slaughter of Gallows Haven. His mind spun. What crushed his soul the most, though, was the thought that he had finally found a place for himself in the 5 Isles, with these men, a cause to believe in. But during today's travel with them through the autumn range, he now felt a fool for his want to become a member of the Brethren of Mere. These men, who he had pledged loyalty to, had not been honest with him. So soon they had betrayed him. Now they claimed he was truly a danger to his very own friends. Shawcroft never wanted me. The dwarf was right. Nail could walk away from his pledge to them without a moment's remorse, and, he vowed, on the morrow he would. The wind's soft breath drifted from the ocean and up the mountainside. Nail, Stefan, Liz Hen, Doki, even the dwarf, the bishop, and Hawkwood watched in dismay as the morning sun danced off the rippling waters of the bay like polished gold. Ravencur lay far below, nestled between the Autumn Bay to the east and the Autumn Range to the west. To the south of Ravencur, along the coastline, the White Prince's army had destroyed all. Farmhouses were smoking ruins, fields trampled under by horse and soldier. It was a wasteland. North, as far as the eye could see, unspoiled farms and cottages and hamlets dotted the landscape, random as seeds scattered in the wind. Patches of lush meadows, woodlands, and rock-fenced fields bordered the farms. A broken wall circled the northern half of town. Villagers streamed in lines from it, many leading ox carts loaded with possessions, many walking singly and in groups. The mournful hymns they were singing floated with the breeze high up the slope to where Nail sat atop Dusty. But he saw little meaning in their sad song. Too many dead spots were taking root in his emotions now. That the townsfolk below were about to lose their homes barely pierced his sense of sorrow. Their deaths are probably my fault too. The bishop had been correct. Shawcroft had raised him to be unfeeling and hard as nails inside. And everyone is full of lies. The Swithinwells trail from the Abbey to Ravencur was wide enough for wagons, as it was here. In the short time the piebald had lumbered down the trail since they had awoken and tore down camp near an hour ago, Nail's legs, still unaccustomed to riding, had begun to burn. His thighs were already tight and cramping. He brooded in the saddle, unhappy about a great many things.
"We dare not risk taking the stone and axe so near the army of the White Prince," Godwin said.
For the journey, the bishop had again forsaken his cassock and robe for knee-high boots, leather breeches, and a woolen shirt. With his day-night bow strapped across his back, he now looked the part of a deadly archer. It was hard for Nail to imagine the man had ever worn a bishop's cassock at all. Rogemore, face gruff and weather-beaten under his bushy beard, sat atop his sway-backed pony. Mountainous peaks still crowned with snow rose high over the dwarf's shoulder. "We may have no choice," he said. Their road, now skirting an overgrown limestone quarry, dropped down abruptly into a series of steep switchbacks to Ravenker below. Nail's own mount shuffled sideways along the rutted clay road. He pulled the reins, calming Dusty, before she bumped into the back of Godwin's taller draft mare. Stefan, Doki, and Nail had kept their own Gallowshaven armour for the journey. Nail somehow felt the old scrap of metal had just become a part of him. He wished he had a sword. Underneath, all three of them wore shirts and tan leggings of good wool, edged with dark leather that the bishop had given them. They were all four wrapped in warm, fleece-lined cloaks, also gifts from Godwin. Now here they sat above Ravenker, looking down upon the White Prince's army again, in dismay. Stefan, Doki, and Liz Hen looked ill. This was what they'd feared most. Stefan held his bow in anxious hands, fingers nervously caressing Gisella's name carved there. "I see the king's banner." A stout wind lifted dark hair off Hawkwood's shoulders. He sat atop his roan, between the bishop and Doki. "North of town I see it, but there seem to be only about 50 or 60 Gulkana knights, all in blue livery." "Lord Cronan's Ocean Guard, no doubt." The dwarf looked at Hawkwood. "We risk capture if either Jovan or any of Stirling's men are down there with them."
"Our trail leads straight through Ravenker," Godwin said. "I do not like this."
"There is no other road north," Rogemore said. "It would take us a week to skirt around Ravenker through the cliffs and mountains. They are too rugged and steep. Our only path is through Ravenker."
"We can still slip through unseen," Hawkwood added. "We can easily pass ourselves off as just another group of fleeing villagers." The dwarf nodded. "That would work, if we stow our weapons. Cover the axe. Stefan, you'll have to hide your bow." Stefan's eyes widened in fear. Whether it was fear of giving up his bow for a while, or fear of journeying so near the armies of Eros Rael again, Nail couldn't tell.
"Let Jean be with us," the bishop said. "I still do not like the idea of travelling through that town, lest we become separated."
"If we become separated," the dwarf said, looking at them all one by one, "make your way to the Turnkey Saloon in Lord's Point, where my brother Ironcloud is to meet us. It will be our rendezvous point." From the Chivalric Illuminations of Rael. Luck lasts not. Skill endures. Lejean is on the side of the strongest warriors. Lejean is on the side of those willing to look into the eyes of the men they kill. For death cannot get more personal than face to face and blade to blade. Lejean is on the side of those who do battle in the name of his son Rael. Chapter 49. Galt Albrecht, 21st day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejean. Ravenker, Gulkana. It was first dawn now, but Leif Chaparral, the Prince of Rivermead, and son of Lord Claybor Chaparral, had come to them in the middle of the night, bearing a banner of truce, along with news from Jovan Bronnachel. Leif claimed it was he himself who had escorted Baron Jubal Brooke from Lord's Point to Amadon. He'd assured Eros that Jubal had delivered the Angel Prince's message to the king. Then he told them that Jovan had been sorely injured in an assassination attempt, and could not meet them in Lord's Point as requested, saying, "In his stead he sent his sister, Princess Jondrelin. She desires that you meet her at noon in the centre of Ravenker. She has travelled with but 60 knights to show her good faith. She asks that you bring 60 of your own knights. There she will deliver you Jovan's terms of war." "Jovan does not wish to surrender?" Eros asked. "Jondrelin will answer to the particulars of that. She seems eager enough to, and I would hate to spoil her moment." Leif had appeared almost bored with the whole conversation. "I would take my leave now." He bowed. "I ventured into your camp at great risk to myself. If I do not return by first light, Jondrelin will make haste back to Lord's Point, and you will not get to speak with her." Eros had studied the Prince of Rivermead with an amused glint in his eye. The Prince of Rivermead appeared unruffled. He was a long-haired, athletic-looking and confident fellow with dark-rimmed eyes. Eros said, "Before I grant you leave, Sir Leif, answer me this. What happened to the 3 knights I sent with Jubal Brook, Marcus, Patrick, and Blodeved? Will they be returned to me?" "They accompanied the Baron to Amadon, true. From there I know not where they went. My king did not detain them, if that is what you are asking." And that was the extent of the conversation, before the Prince of Rivermead was escorted back to his camp by the Bloodwood. Now, at the break of dawn, all 5 knights archaic stood in front of Eros's tent. Galt, Spades, Hammerfus, Spiderwood, and even Eros's newest bodyguard, Mansela Allen. Plus one unexpected soul, Jenko Brook, there at the behest of Eros. The flaps of the Angel Prince's tent folded back, and Eros stepped out into the cool morning air. Galt and the other knights archaic bowed before him. Jenko Brook even dipped his head slightly. As Eros drew closer, his pace almost a saunter, he twirled a thin gold chain in his hand, his skin, as always, cold-looking and pale. His mouth quirked slightly as he spoke. "I am most unhappy about the coming meeting with this princess." Spiderwood said, "I talked to the Prince of Rivermead at length as I escorted him back to his camp. I got the sense that Golcarna has little will to fight, and Leif claimed Jondrelin Bronichel is ill-equipped to deal with much of anything. Meeting her would accomplish little in Leif's eyes, and mine. I imagine she is meek in spirit." Spade smiled, fingering the copper coin in her hand, a Golcarna trinket with the image of the woman she so hated minted upon it. "Let me crush this princess and her 60 knights." Galt knew Spades was like a coiled spring, ready to leap from Eros's tent and pounce on this Golcarna princess who had stolen Hawkwood's heart. She hadn't carried the coin with Jondrelin's likeness across the breadth of Windare for nothing.
"Jovan's weakness is an affront," Hammerfist snarled. "He could not even bother to come meet with you himself. Instead, he sends his sister. I beg of you, let me parley with this Golcarna bitch. I will gladly send her back to her older brother in 100 finely carved pieces fit to barbecue."
Eros paced before them, gold chain still twirling, faster now. Galt knew Eros loathed trifling matters, and this meeting with the princess was clearly a trifle to him. Whenever the Angel Prince's eyes met his, Galt tried to read what he saw there, but Eros's eyes were stone. Galt wondered if the guilt for what he'd done with Ava Shea was written all over his own face. That Jovan has not come himself is indeed an affront. The web-like veins under Eros's pale, stretched skin pulsed in anger. He looked at Spiderwood with cold eyes. Leaf spoke of an assassination attempt on Javan. With that I am most displeased. The king was not to be touched by any in Black Dougal's caste. If there was an attack on Javan, it was not the Bloodwood's doing. Eris's face grew taut, veins now swelling along his neck and forehead, the chain still twirling in his hand. If the king of Golconda cannot speak with me himself, why should I bother speaking with one of his underlings, one of his siblings? Having seemingly asked the question of himself, Eris looked to the ground, not expecting an answer. I will send one of you in my stead. Again he shot icy eyes at the Bloodwood. Send me, Spades growled, fist tightly clenched over the coin now, as if she meant to crush the Princess of Golconda's image into pulp. That, Eros said, watching the coin spin in Spades' hand, I most certainly will not do. I do not want Jondrelin killed, leastways not yet. And you would likely gut her from navel to throat and then slice her face off and send it back to Hawkwood in a box. Fire burned in Spades' eyes. Do not deny me this honour, my lord. I cannot risk her being killed. Not now. Spiderwood bowed. I will speak to Jondrelin for you. I harbour her no ill will. Plus, no use you falling prey to some foul trap this princess may have planned. Eros studied the Bloodwood, chain no longer twirling in his hand. You will wear my armour, don my helm, and bear my sword, Skyreaver. This princess must be convinced that it is indeed me she parleys with. Everything the Angel Prince was saying had a strange sordidness that Galt couldn't quite place. For his part, something about this hastily thought-out plan did not feel right. As long as I am allowed to ride my own horse, Scowl, the Bloodwood added, if it pleases my lord. Eros raised his brow at that, a rueful smile playing at the corner of his mouth. It would certainly unbalance Jondrelin to see the White Prince atop such a demon steed. I beg of you, my lord, Spade said, eyes aflame. Let me do this. Do not send the spider. Eros turned to his newest knight archaic, Manseler Allen. You will go too, Manseler. Then his gaze fell upon the Gallows Haven lad, Jenko Brook. And you shall accompany the Bloodwood also. Get a look at your princess's face. I hear she is most beautiful. If it comes to battle or treachery of some kind, and she is captured, it will be you, Jenko, I give her to. What do you say to that? Would you like a chance to rut with the famed Jondrelin Bronachel? Enna Spades stormed away. Galt knew nothing good could possibly come of her being kept from this parley with Jondrelin Bronachel. Nothing good could possibly come of her going either. Eros was right to keep her out of it. The Bloodwood stepped toward Jenko Brook and whipped out a handshake, quick and firm. "Welcome to the adventure," he said. With some hesitation, Jenko shook the Bloodwood's hand. With that one gesture, it was now clear. Jenko was slowly being welcomed into their fold. "Make your preparations." Eros motioned for Spiderwood to enter his tent. "Gather 60 knights of the Blue Sword. You know my armour. Put it on, and find some source of your colours for Jenko Brook." As the Bloodwood vanished into Eros's tent, Galt bowed to his lord and prepared to follow Spades back into camp. But Eros latched onto his cloak and pulled him aside. "Prepare yourself," Eros whispered. "I am sending you, too, with the Bloodwood. I do not fully trust him. And get a sense of Jenko Brook for me. See if he is made of the same material as Manseler. I've a premonition he can become a great warrior for Rael some day.
Galt could not rid himself of the vague aura of anxiety he felt under Eris's immediate scrutiny. His mouth filled with a bitter taste. He did not want to go on this mission. None of it sat right with him. He could not stop thinking of those things Ava Shea had told him.
Rest easy.
Eros let go his cloak. The Bloodwood will not know you are there. You will go disguised as a knight of the Blue Sword. I've already commandeered a suit of armor your own size. The armor awaits you in Hammerfist's tent. You are my eyes and ears, Galt. I fear that Black Dougal and his gaggle of Bloodwoods have been meaning to betray Sorcevier for some time now. This is why I have kept the spider so close.
Eris's eyes were narrowed, unblinking. But Dougal forgets who I am. I can sense when those nearest me plot betrayal.
Ravencur. The view of it was desolate, empty. The roadway into the village was a patchwork of cobblestones and dirt. The streets of this strange place were lined with buildings 2, 3, sometimes 4 stories high, most built of thick stone and wooden gables, leaning walls crawling with blossoming ivy. High, jagged cliffs and steep mountainous terrain rose above the town for miles, both north and south. As he rode, Galt's visor was down, as were the visors of the other 60 knights of the Blue Sword with him. They were all of them indistinguishable. Ahead, atop the black stallion with the glowing red eyes, rode the Bloodwood. He was dressed as Eros Rael, white cloak, shimmering pearl-coloured chainmail, silver helm, skyreaver sheathed at his hip. Riding next to Spiderwood, at the head of the column, were both Mansler Allen and Jenko Brooke. The Gallows Haven lad also wore the armour of a knight of the Blue Sword. He bore the standard of Sorcevier, the white flag with the blue cross. Galt had positioned himself in the middle of the column of 60 knights, uncomfortable on a horse not his own, a dun-coloured destrier. He missed the reassurance of having spirit under him. A few Ravencur banners flapped wildly from atop the buildings round about. The grey flags with the black raven in the centre were the only moving things in sight. The silence of the place was unnerving. Galt's skin crawled. A phantom sensation coiled around him like smoke. He felt someone was watching them from the windows above. But when he risked a glance upward, there was nothing. That he should be so wary in an abandoned town was odd. Galt detected some nervousness among the other knights, too. Why? He did not know. They had sacked hundreds of towns in Windare. Still, Galt's eyes continually looked up, checking every nook, his trained eyes surveying every building for hidden archers. But for all intents and purposes, Ravencur was vacant. The Bloodwood marched them down a long and winding street, and into the centre of town, where he held up his hand, bringing the column to a stop. The town square was an open space, devoid of trees, with a 10-foot-tall statue of Lejeune leaning on a Graken spear in its centre. Directly across the square were 60 or so silver and blue-clad knights of the Lord's Point Ocean Guard, several bearing banners of blue, a group of squires huddled behind the knights. Before the 60 in silver and blue were 3 knights in the silver and black of Amadon, one bearing the black flag of Amadon with the crest of the silver tree, and a 4th in the silver armour and blue livery of the Ocean Guard. It didn't take long before one of the 3 in silver and black removed his helm. It was a woman. In fact, it was the most beautiful woman Galt had ever seen. Princess Jondralyn Bronichel.
No wonder Hawkwood had fallen in love with this Jondra Lynn. Even astride a lightly armoured bay palfrey, with hair fresh tousled from under a helm, she radiated beauty. The Gulkana princess motioned for the 3 knights next to her to remove their helmets. They followed suit, and the 3 rode out to the centre of the square behind her, stopping in the shadow of the Lejeune statue, waiting. The Bloodwood, atop his red-eyed steed, unmoving, looked high and regal in Eros Rael's armour. He wheeled his black steed around, facing the column of Sorcevier knights. He raised his hand and pointed directly at Galt, motioning him forward. Galt froze, his legs and heels unable to spur his mount. Sweat rose on his brow under his helm. "Damn it, soldier!" Spiderwood snarled from under the silver helm. "Come forward! We can linger no more. 4 of us must ride out to parley with the enemy. Me, Manseler, the standard-bearer, and 1 other. Come!" The Bloodwood whirled his mount and rode up beside Jenko Brook and Manseler Allen. Galt reluctantly spurred the unfamiliar mount forward. There was a bitter, hollow feeling in the pit of his stomach. He reined his warhorse up beside those of Spiderwood, Manseler, and Jenko. The Bloodwood reached up and removed Eros's helm, revealing his face and short-cropped black hair to all. There was darkness living in the Bloodwood's eyes as he stared at Galt. "They do not wear their helms," he said, his hard expression melting into a wry smile as he spoke. "We, too, must remove our helms here as a sign of good faith." Good faith? Manseler and Jenko removed their helms as ordered. "You deceived the Gulkana princess by pretending to be Eros." Galt remained motionless. "And I deceived my lord Eros by falling in love with his slave." "Off with it," Spiderwood commanded. Galt's heart pounded. The warhorse, sensing nervousness, shifted under him. With a jerk of the reins, he brought the unfamiliar beast under control. He was bristling with disgust and rage now. "Off with it, soldier!" the Bloodwood hissed. Galt reached up and removed his helm. Spiderwood favoured him with a cordial smile, eyes boring into Galt's. "Let us go, then, and meet with this princess." The Bloodwood whirled and spurred his mount forward. Manseler followed, as did Jenko, the Sorcevier's standard snapping in the wind. Galt allowed himself a tight grin. Cursing inwardly, he set spurs to flanks. When the 4 of them reined up in the centre of the square, the 4 from Gulkana gaped at the Bloodwood, their eyes transfixed on his ghastly mount with its oily coat and demonic eyes. "Where is the White Prince?" Jondra Lynn broke her gaze from the horse and asked. Up close, she was young and more sullen-looking than Galt had first imagined, still utterly gorgeous, though. She wore silver armour of a fine polish, far brighter than the black lacquered armour of the 2 to either side of her. The 4th man, clearly a knight of Lord's Point, was just a few steps behind the others. The Bloodwood answered flatly, "Much like your brother Jovan, our angel prince could not find sufficient reason to attend this meeting." "This is a disgrace!" She turned to Leaf. "This is not what was agreed upon." "Who is to say what is disgraceful and what is not?" Leaf answered. "He is an emissary of the White Prince. You are Jovan's emissary. What would you have me do about it?" A breeze, stiffer than before, washed over them, ruffling Jondra Lynn's dark, lustrous hair and making Galt blink away dust and grit. "Who are you?" Jondra Lynn asked the Bloodwood. "You've a familiar look about you. I don't like it." I am the emissary of the Angel Prince, Spiderwood answered. Who are you? I am Jondralyn Bronichel, she answered impatiently, then nodded to the long-haired man with dark-rimmed eyes to her left. This is Sir Leif Chaparral, Prince of Rivermead, to whom your White Prince has already spoken. My standard-bearer, Sir Culpabara of Port Follett. She nodded to the stern blonde fellow to her right. And Sir Revelard Averset of Lord's Point. She motioned to the man in blue. Of the four, Galt judged the one named Culpabara to be the real fighter. There was a cold detachment in the eyes of that one. Leif looked the same as last night, capable but overconfident. Sir Averset looked fierce. Jondralyn Bronichel, the Princess of Gulkana, though stunning to behold, was nothing as a fighter. He could see that. He'd always assumed that the women of Gulkana were forbidden to learn swordcraft and fight in the armies, yet here this princess was, armoured up and looking serious. Jondralyn demanded, her brow furrowed, her voice rising in pitch. "Introduce these men with you." The Bloodwood did not answer her. He turned to Manseler. "Go back," he ordered. "Tell the knights they must retreat to Eris's camp. Tell them that Jondralyn Bronichel has refused to negotiate with me." "I've said no such thing," Jondralyn said, her voice more strained. Confusion covered her face as she watched Manseler turn and ride away. "Go with him." The Bloodwood slapped the flanks of Jenko Brook's mount. With a lurch it bolted, galloping away. Galt watched the Gallows Haven captive race across the square and rein up before the Knights of the Blue Sword with Manseler. "What is the meaning of this?" Jondralyn spurred her mount forward, facing Spiderwood. "Where is the White Prince? Why did you give those two orders to send all your knights away? I mean you no harm." But the Bloodwood held up his hand, hushing the Gulkana princess, eyes still trained on Manseler, Jenko, and the Sorcerer knights in the distance. It wasn't long before the 60 knights of the Blue Sword wheeled their mounts and followed Manseler and Jenko back up the street, around the corner, and out of sight. "What are you doing?" Galt's voice was a menacing whisper. The Bloodwood whirled his black horse around. "As we agreed earlier," he addressed Leif Chaparral. The Prince of Rivermead nodded. There was a sudden iciness breeding in Galt's muscles. His hand gripped the hilt of the unfamiliar sword at his side. He felt a queasy rumbling in his stomach as he looked at Spiderwood coldly. The Bloodwood's eyes appeared aloof and vaguely amused as he said, "As I promised you, Leif, I bring you one of Eris's own knights archaic for your king to slake his lusts upon." Then a dagger was in the Bloodwood's hand, the blade slicing through the straps of Galt's saddle, then sweeping up, burying itself into his war-horse's eye. As the saddle slid from the destrier's broad back, Galt lost his balance. He tried to right himself, but the horse, now dead, dropped out from under him. At the same time, Spiderwood whirled his own black mount and raced away. Galt, now plummeting to the ground, lost sight of the fleeing Bloodwood as the destrier crashed down on his left leg and rolled up his body. And just like that, Galt found himself trapped, staring up from under the dead horse at the Lejeune statue above and the few white, fleecy clouds passing by beyond it. As he struggled to crawl from under the dun-coloured destrier, Galt realized the Gallows Haven girl, Ava, had been right all along, and the Bloodwood had indeed been quick about his betrayal, brutally efficient, even. From The Moon Scrolls of Mia. Both man and woman and Vale alike will ascend into heaven to sit upon the heights of the stars and exalt Lejeune's throne. Thus I, your blessed Mother Mia, do promise the truth in all things. For I knew les gens autour de Luc, and Achel Dougal, and Morgan Drayborn, and Jabus Van Hester, and Savon Bronichel. I will tell you everything that I know of them, for I also knew them as the 5 warrior angels. Chapter 50. Jondralin Bronichel. 21st day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejon, Ravencourt, Gulkana. As the dark-haired man and his red-eyed stallion disappeared around the corner, Jondralin could do nothing. Rage clawed its way from deep inside her, emerging from her mouth in a torrent. "What is the meaning of this?" she shouted at Leif. Leif, a smug smile on his face, looked down at the Sorcerer knight trapped under the dead destrier. "Looks like your countrymen have abandoned you, Sir Gault." The bald man continued to struggle under the horse. Leif barked an order, and 60 knights behind Jondralin trotted their mounts forward, their swords now drawn. The Sorcerer knight freed himself from under the dead horse and lurched to his feet, sword out, unbridled anger on his face. But it was too late. 60 mounted ocean guards surrounded him. His skin was tan, and his eyes icy as they ranged over those who now held him captive. He did not launch an attack. It looked as if he desired to, but had weighed the odds and had wisely chosen against it. "May I introduce Sir Gault Olbrich?" Leif's shout echoed in the sombre air. "Knight Archaic and bodyguard of the White Prince. Our king will soon do unto him what those Sorcerer bastards did to Jubal Brook." Jondralin knew the name Gault Olbrich. The Sorcerer knight's eyes scanned the surrounding ocean guards, swords still poised in front of him. "Are you truly Gault Olbrich?" Jondralin asked, her mind travelling back to Rockley Isle. "Rogmore mentioned you." She stopped talking, realizing she could not remember exactly what it was the dwarf had told her about this man, Gault. "Why was Eros not here?" she demanded of Leif through gritted teeth. She sat atop her horse, motionless. Her fists, she noticed, kept clenching and releasing, clenching and releasing. She shouted the question at Leif again. "Why was Eros not here?" Leif gave her something approaching a defiant smile. Disgusted, confused, she looked down at the Sorcerer man and snarled. "I say, is your name Gault Olbrich?" But the bald knight's steely eyes remained fixed on Leif. Then she remembered. The dwarf had claimed Gault was Squiric's cousin. "Are you Eros's bodyguard, Sir Gault? Are you the cousin of Squiric Van Hester?" Again, Gault just stared at Leif, who drew back his own palfrey a few steps. "I think he means to kill me." Leif chuckled. "Protect me, princess. I beg of you." "You made a deal with death," the bald man said calmly, unamused eyes fixed on Leif. "That Bloodwood is not your friend. In time he will kill you." "I doubt that." Leif's laughter rang through the square. "He will kill you and take back the gold he must have paid you to take part in this ruse. I doubt you will live long enough to spend it." Leif shrugged. "Someone must really dislike you, Sir Gault Olbrich. The Bloodwood was quick to betray you, but you are correct on one account. He indeed paid me handsomely to deliver you to Jovan." Jondralin raged at Leif. "You arranged with our enemy for this man's betrayal?" Leif's wide grin was long in fading, What would you have done? He asked. 100 lifetimes worth of gold to do this one small task that will please Javan greatly. What have I to lose?
Only your life. Galt's mouth curled in a mirthless smile. If Spiderwood doesn't kill you, I soon will.
Leif raised his brow. You're in no position to threaten me.
I could kill you before your men could even draw their swords.
I welcome you to try.
Enough!
Jondralin shouted, glaring at Leif.
Whatever the White Prince has against this man matters not. What you've done is dishonourable, Leif. We will let Galt go. Let him settle his own disputes with Eros. I want no part of it.
He is your prisoner now, Princess, Leif said. A gift to send to your brother. He is one of Eros's most celebrated warriors. You will be hailed as a hero after such a grand capture. Is that not what you seek? Heroism? Adventure? He shall be tortured, as was Baron Brooke. Jubal Brooke's shame will then be made right and his honour duly satisfied.
And what of your honour?
Jondralin's mount shifted under her. She clutched the reins.
I will be no party to a scheme cooked up behind my back.
What's done is done, Leif said. This is how war is waged. We cannot just release him.
He has a right to his freedom.
He has taken part in slaughtering our people, Leif shouted, disgust for her alive and livid behind his eyes. Jondralin knew she had been played for a fool. He's never been concerned for my well-being, or the success of this mission. She had endured enough impertinent looks from those dark-rimmed eyes in the past. She would endure them no longer.
Then you, Leif, will duel him for his freedom, she said.
A duel? Leif's voice simmered.
To satisfy the whim of a princess?
Jondralin pulled her sword from its scabbard with a ring. Her mount shuffled under her again.
Then I will duel him, she said,
trying to gather her balance atop the horse, sword held high. Unable to completely bring her horse under control, she simply dismounted, awkwardly though, and nearly falling. The flesh under her armour was rubbed so raw in places it stung with a fury with every move she made. She tossed the reins to Culpa. Concern was etched on his face. You should not make such a decision in the wake of emotion, John.
Worry not for me.
She turned to face Galt, standing squarely before him now. Culpa said, The man is a battle-tested knight. Jondralin whirled, eyes flashing with anger and boldness.
I killed Ankh Bourbon, she said forcefully. I, too, am battle-tested.
She knew that, despite her gender, she cut a sharp figure in her armour. She looked every bit the warrior, dressed in full battle gear. She made the three-fingered sign of the Legion cross over her heart and looked heavenward. She felt the strength of Legion and the Blessed Mother Mia infuse her as she stood under the impassive gaze of the Legion statue in the centre of the town square, so near. Legion was watching over her now, and approved of the rightness of her resolution. The Sorcerer man had roaming eyes, always watchful. But Jondralin knew she could conquer this enemy. A glint of something approaching fear now appeared on the man's face. What would they say about her in Amadon when she brought back the head of one of Eros's Knights Archaic? She would be hailed as a hero. She would have her sword swathed in real blood, drenched in glory. This man had taken part in the 10-year slaughter of 2 kingdoms. Many innocent deaths could be laid at his feet. Deaths that she could now avenge. The words of the 4th warrior angel spoke to her now, the verse she was trying to think of last night. There is absolution in the lonely sword that slays.
She held her sword up before Galt, motioning with it, motioning that the man should prepare for death. "John," Culper tried to get her attention, "you have no helm. Neither does the man before me. I fight as he fights. We are equal. Let me fight in your stead." It wasn't that Culper offered to fight for her. It was the real tone of concern in his voice as he made the offer that stabbed at Jondralin's pride. She lowered her sword. "I have trained with Hawkwood and Valdraken and the greatest Ogle gladiator trainer in all the 5 Isles." She looked up to the Lejeune statue for reassurance. "My destiny has already been laid out before me. I am one of the warrior angels, the princess, the harbinger." "Let me fight in your stead," Culper repeated. "Let her fight if that is what she wants, Sir Culper," Leif interjected. "Let Jondralin Bronachel show her own quality before her brother's army. It is what she has desired from the start. It is why she led us down here to begin with, to show her quality. Let her show us what grit and bravery are in her. Let her show us the hero she is." Jondralin tore her eyes away from the statue. Nervousness gone, she cast a quick glance at Lord Cronan's Ocean Guard gathered around. Did they all think her incapable? She could read nothing in their posture, their eyes hidden within the dark chasms of their narrow eye-slits. Only her own blank stare reflecting off their polished silver helms answered back. She had mustered the courage, steeled herself for this very moment. She looked back up to Lejeune, and the unquenchable, unconquerable fire in her bosom grew. "I am one of the 5 warrior angels, and this man, this killer in Eris's army, this Galt Olbrek, Knight Archaic of Sorcevere, deserves a swift death." "Clear a spot!" she shouted. "Form a circle around us!" As the knights backed their mounts away, forming a shallow ring, Jondralin stood taller. The sword felt feather-light and finely fit her hand. She knew it would slay like crushing thunder. Her father would be proud of her now, prouder than he had ever been of Jovan. Like a bonfire, the spirits of both Lejeune and the Blessed Mother Mia were burning in her bosom as never before. Confidence had never manifested itself so strongly within her as it was now. She looked at Galt squarely. "I am Jondralin Bronachel. I am in command of these men. It is clear that injustice has been done you. It is clear that your fellow man, in conjunction with Leif, schemed to betray you. We will fight to settle the matter honourably. You have my word. My soldiers will let you go free if you are victorious. You will be allowed to go back to your own countrymen. Go back to deal with those who've betrayed you in what manner you see fit." She turned and looked up at Leif atop his horse and said, "If I am killed, let no man lift a hand against this man." Leif nodded, as did Culper, the latter looking a bit pale. She turned back to Galt. The bold man's armour was well made, his sword long and steady in his hand. The sun gleamed off its edge with a brilliant flash of sunlight. He looked confident. Jondralin shifted her own sword from hand to hand, now squaring up to the Sorcevere knight, preparing herself, her sword melding with her hand, both becoming one instrument. In a way, Culper was right about the power of a sword's allure. There is absolution in the lonely sword that slays. Jondralin repeated her favourite passage from The Way and Truth of Lejeune in her mind again. Words of the 4th warrior angel. That the verse had come to her twice now, after plaguing her all night, was a telling sign. Lejeune and Mia would guide her sword.
Indeed, her standard-issue silver-guard sword, as plain and utilitarian as it was, felt like lightning in her hand. "Bow down thy merciful ear, dear Lord," Jondralin repeated in her head. Other passages from The Way and Truth of Lejeune now came to her in a flood. She recited them to herself. "Wash me of mine iniquity. Cleanse me of mine own sin. Forgive all transgression. In thee, O Lejeune, I place my trust. My rapturous sword is yours. It is bathed in glory." Jondralin struck first, aiming her initial blow at Galt's head. But she was met by a stout parry that knocked her off balance. In a flash, the bald man's sword bit through the air, slicing into the back of her neck. She tried to duck aside, but found her armour splashed with blood. And when she put her hand to the back of her head, her fingers came away red and sticky. This wasn't how it was meant to be. Despite the wind, the courtyard seemed unnaturally hot. She didn't even see the blow that ended it, but felt the impact of steel against the top of her forehead, and a flowering, tiny echo inside her brain that swallowed her up. She knew she must be falling, but never felt herself hit the ground. From The Way and Truth of Lejeune. There is but one Saviour of our souls, Lejeune. He it is who paid the butcher's bill. He it is who paid for our sins on the tree. He it is with whom we covenant to keep ourselves pure of all abominations, lest the wraiths and winged demons arise up again from the underworld and bring about our ruin. Chapter 51. Nail. 21st day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Ravencoeur, Golconda. It was noon, and Ravencoeur was a windy place, frightening and vacant. Beermug, panting, tongue drooping lazily from his open mouth, padded along beside Nail. Scattered clouds painted parts of the town dark with eerie shadow. The crumpled wall that circled the inner part of town had a moat filled to the brim with marshy grass. Nail lagged behind the others, leading Dusty by the bit. Cantering along about 100 paces ahead was Roguemore, followed by Godwin, Stephen, Liz Hen, and Doki. Last was Hawkwood. All were cloaked and hooded, pretending to be villagers fleeing the might of the White Prince's armies. None had noticed Nail falling behind, none but Beermug, who had joined him. Shawcroft's satchel was still secured to Dusty's back, the battle-axe too. It clanked now and then under the canvas that covered it. As he lumbered on, Nail noted that the streets of this strange new town were bounded on both sides by buildings 2, 3, 4 stories high. Many were slender, crammed side by side, others separated by narrow alleys. Other than the Gallows Haven Chapel, he'd never seen buildings so tall. He untied Shawcroft's satchel, fumbling at the leather ties and flap of the hidden compartment containing the note. Finding the note, he read, "The boy now bears the mark of the cross, the mark of the slave, and the mark of the beast. He is bathed in scarlet, bathed in blood." That was it. Nail looked for something else. Anything. The mark of the cross, the mark of the slave, the mark of the beast. He already knew about those. He looked at the scars, the mark of the cross on top of his right hand, the broken S brand of the slave on the underside of that same wrist. He pulled up the sleeve of his shirt, adjusted his plate armor, and examined the scars, from the mermaid on his bicep to the tattoo next to it, the tattoo Stefan had given him after the Graken hunt. Either of those could be the mark of the beast. He has bathed in scarlet, bathed in blood. That made little sense. He was disheartened that the note offered no information on his parents. He placed the note back into the satchel. A handful of dusty curs playing in the roadway stopped and watched as Roguemore and the rest passed by. One dog barked. Soon all barked. Beer Mug's ears pricked up. Nail noted a rumbling in the distance. The pack of dogs began running toward him. Chickens squawked as the dogs tore through their midst. The distant rumbling sound grew louder. Nail was familiar with the sound. Charging horses. The White Prince attacks the town, and we're in the middle of it. Beer Mug's hackles bristled, and a low growl issued from somewhere deep within him as the rumbling cacophony of horses' hooves grew deafening. It sounded like Hawkwood was yelling his name as a mass of war horses came boiling from a side street to his right, straight at him, all wearing the blue and white of Sor Severe. Dusty broke and bolted. Nail, reins wrapped around his hand, was hurled sideways as the pony ran off with a shambling gait. Over 50 war chargers thundered by, dust billowing in the wind. As Nail scrambled for safety, he lost hold of the reins, and the piebald barreled away with a pack of barking dogs, chickens squawking and flapping in their wake, satchel and battle-axe bouncing wildly. Dusty disappeared around a corner out of sight. Beer Mug took after her. Nail stumbled back as the last of the knights in blue and white went pouring around him. One knight peeled away from the main group, doubled back, and now drifted toward Nail at a loping gait. A second knight also disengaged from the group, turning toward him too. For all the dust swirling around, Nail couldn't see any of his companions. He whirled and ran after Beer Mug and the pony. The two knights set heels to flanks and gave chase. Nail's legs, stiff and sore, churned under him, the soft dirt of the roadway kicking up behind. His tattered breastplate clanked against his chest as he flung himself around the corner and saw Beer Mug and the piebald bolt down another side alley not 50 paces away. Nail sprinted. He rounded the bend after them and found himself in a small market square, a large sculpture of a raven above a dry fountain and pool at its centre. Ahead, in the roadway near the fountain, stood Dusty, a touch of wind stirring the dust under her legs. Beer Mug was there too. The piebald looked spooked, jittery. Nail lumbered forward, gasping for air, trying to calm her with a soft word as he approached. He caught a flash of blue and white from the corner of his eye. The two Sor Severe horsemen had caught up to him. He scanned the small square for something to hide behind, or a doorway to dash into. Beyond a few rocks and wooden planks lying against the fountain, there was nothing. The street was clear, and all buildings boarded up. One of the knights charged toward him. Fear fluttered in Nail's chest. Dusty shambled away. Nail lurched after her, reaching for the battle-axe tied to her back. Seeing the pounding hooves of the war-horse bearing down, Nail dug under the canvas and pulled the axe free. Pain flared from somewhere deep within him, along the scars on his flesh. Once again, the surface of the axe seemed to cast a foggy blue glow. Wisps of smoky light leached from the metal in bright blue tendrils. It felt right in his hands, light as goose down floating. In one smooth motion, he whirled to meet his foe, and felt a white-hot pain thunder through his shoulder as the flat of the knight's longsword smashed into him, sending him sprawling to the ground, battle-axe spinning away. Dirt clawed at his face and arms as he rolled. Beer Mug danced away from the charging horseman, slavering teeth striking at the knight's steel-toed boots. Frightened, Dusty skittered down the road a ways and stopped. Nail tried to stand. Entangled in his own wobbly legs, he scrambled over the roadway for the axe on hands and knees. The warhorse turned, dust puffing beneath its hooves as it trotted back toward Nail and reined up. A pole bearing the blue and white standard of Sir Severe was in one of the knight's hands, a long sword in the other. The Sir Severe rider threw the standard to the ground and dismounted. Weariness tore at Nail's every limb as he crawled toward the axe. The knight planted the standard into the ground and brandished his sword, stalking toward Nail. Beermug snarled a challenge. Tall and ominous, the Sir Severe man stood over Nail, armour glimmering in the sunlight. His face was hidden behind a war helm with unholy eye-slits that bred darkness and death. Nail gathered what strength he had and picked up the axe, climbed to his feet and faced the knight. The weapon again felt unnaturally light in his hands. What was natural, though, was the way his fingers felt at home, gripped around the haft, perfectly balanced. And his feet were naturally braced in one of the many stances Shawcroft had drilled into him over the years. The second knight reined up. Nail backed away, blood crawling through his veins. Axe at the ready, feet steady. Beermug snarled menacingly. The first knight levelled his sword at the dog, reached up and removed his helm, and Nail found himself face to face with Jenko Brooke. At the sight of the Baron's son wearing the colours of the enemy, it was as if a great bloody ocean wave passed over Nail, spun him back in time within its whirling, frothing waters, and plopped him back down again, roughly, amongst the Graken bile and sharks and merfolk. Everything seemed changed, as if he were now seeing the world through completely different red-hazed eyes. "You're wearing Sir Severe armour?" The words spilled from his mouth in a rush. "You left me to rot and die." Jenko tossed the helmet aside. There was a glint in his eyes that was not welcoming. In fact, those eyes were dark, staring, and full of malice. Nail wanted to ask about Ava, but Jenko's sword was already slashing toward his head. Nail swung up with the massive blade of the axe and parried Jenko's blow with ease. Jenko was thrown off balance, while Nail set his stance again firm. The earlier red-hazed confusion instantly gone, replaced with a crystal blue focus. He could feel something from the axe transferring into him, some familiar rush of power. When the Baron's son charged in again, Nail was ready. Footwork practiced and impeccable, he stepped into Jenko's hurried blow and met it headlong with a perfect, crushing swing. Jenko's sword was turned aside with a hollow clang, and the follow-through brought Nail's battle-axe arcing up and around, high and to the left. Like he'd performed 1,000,000 times in the mines, he brought the axe swinging back around to the right, crashing into Jenko's return attack mid-swing, making the sword in the Baron's son's hands quiver. Just like swinging a pick in the mines, only Jenko's sword wasn't unyielding stone. Nail pressed the attack. One perfectly placed swing, and he sent the biting blade of the battle-axe past the guard of his foe, sinking it into the heavy armour just under Jenko's ribs. The blade lodged there in the iron plate, at least an inch or two deep. As he would do with a pickaxe sunk in stone, Nail twisted the axe and raked back with all his might. The pointed horns of the curved axe head caught the hilt of Jenko's sword and ripped it violently from his hands. Jenko looked at once horrified and stunned, sword now lying in the dirt at his feet, a gash in his armour. Whether the Baron's son was bleeding underneath, Nail couldn't tell. But Jenko's eyes were now fixed on the gleam of the glorious weapon in Nail's hand. Nail noticed it too. The fog of light emanating from the axe seemed to mist and flow in sinuous blue tendrils up his arms. What he failed to notice was the other knight who had dismounted and was now joining the fray. Nail threw himself to the side as the second knight's blade glanced off his iron chestplate. The axe was jarred from his hands as he fell heavily to the dirt, body numb with pain, breath now gone. The knight quickly kicked the axe away from Nail's reaching hand. Then his sword seemed to quiver and sing with a thin, keening noise as he brought it up for another blow. "Manseler, stop!" a commanding voice yelled. Cursing himself for losing the axe, Nail, flat on the ground, saw a third man, a dark-haired man in pearl-coloured armour, riding up behind Jenko on a stallion made of midnight. The steed's cold black coat glistened with an oily sheen, and the red of its eyes seemed feverish. Beermug cowered from the black horse. The man atop the beastly stallion wore a thin, cruel smile, his armour colourless. A sword at his side was of a deep blue hue. It was like the armour and weaponry the White Prince had worn during the siege of Gallows Haven. But this man was not Eros Rael. Still, there was something familiar about him. Nail had seen him before somewhere. In the muddy dreams of my youth. Or more likely through a thin red film of his own blood while standing on a corpse-strewn beach. A bloodwood. The newcomer's eyes raked over him, the dark gaze burning with intensity. The bloodwood who killed Shawcroft. "Who is this you torment?" the bloodwood in pearl armour asked Jenko. "Nail." Jenko faced the dark-haired fellow. "Ah, yes." The bloodwood narrowed his eyes, studying Nail. "A face I have not seen in over 14 years. Older, but yet the same. The boy Eros hunts for?" The second knight removed his helm. There was a familiar, animal-like bearing about this young Sorcerer knight that Nail recognized. He had squinting eyes that were dark and fierce, with thick smears of blue war paint under each. Carefully pressed russet braids draped down his back in long cornrows. This was the young knight who had struck him down on the Gallows Haven beach. "Sir Manseler, unstrap that leather satchel from Nail's pony and go straight back to camp," the bloodwood ordered the second knight. He then pointed to the axe on the ground, and to Dusty. "Make sure both the battle-axe and satchel reach Eros. I trust you with this task. That axe is a priceless treasure." He turned to Jenko. "And you, go with him." Living in Jenko's dark amber eyes was a sizzling rage. "Not before I kill Nail." "Eros wants him alive." The bloodwood pulled a thin black rope from the folds of his white cloak. "Do as I say, Jenko Brook, and follow Manseler if you wish to live out the day." He leaped from his devilish steed and drifted silently toward Nail. Nail scrambled back, feet kicking up dirt, butt sliding along the roadway. But the bloodwood was fast. In 2 loping strides he circled behind Nail. In one slick motion he wrapped the rope around Nail's neck and pulled with such force that Nail's legs jerked straight out and all air was sucked from his lungs. "Do not worry," the man whispered in his ear. "I do this for the sake of my horse. Scowl does not suffer strange riders unless they are unconscious or dead, or very pretty girls. So give in. Let the darkness take you." Nail had never known such pain. His lungs refused to breathe as the rope cut into his flesh. He clawed at it with his hands, but the bloodwood only increased the pressure. Beermug let out a short, sharp bark and lunged at the man, mouth pulled back, bearing dagger-like teeth. The man's stallion, braying more like a saber-toothed lion than any horse Nail had ever heard, blocked the dog's attack, front hooves lashing out, raking Beer Mug's hindquarters, sending the dog tumbling away. The black stallion reared, pawing at the air above Beer Mug, stomping down. The dog darted backward, barely escaping the beast's crushing hooves. The horse, undaunted, forced Beer Mug back even more. Blood matted the dog's haunches from where the stallion had first struck. Through blurry eyes, Nail looked beyond the dog and horse. The sore-severe knight named Manseler trotted down the roadway on his stout destrier, untying Shawcroft's leather satchel from Dusty's back. Jenko Brooke followed on his own mount, sore-severe's standard in one hand, battle-axe in the other. Nail's vision soon faded, and a bleak darkness engulfed him, blackness swimming at him from the very air. His lungs screamed in protest. Slaver and foam gurgled from his mouth as he choked and choked. "Let the boy go, brother." From a vast distance, Nail heard a familiar voice. "I said, let the boy go." The rope eased up on his neck. He could see again, but through a haze, darkly. "You can save either the boy or the stone," the man strangling Nail said. "The choice is yours, Hawkwood." "Two sore-severe knights carry the stone and axe to Eros. If you take off after them now, you might catch them, kill them, take back your treasure. The boy or the stone, brother? Answer me now. My blade grows thirsty." Hawkwood stepped smoothly into Nail's line of sight, both of his curved swords drawn, his roan horse just behind him. "I said, let him go, Spiderwood." The man strangling Nail let out a shrill whistle. At the piercing sound, the demon-eyed horse backed away from Beer Mug, red eyes now fixed on Hawkwood. The roan behind Hawkwood appeared to offer challenge, then trotted back in defeat. The man named Spiderwood released Nail, but in the same motion threw a black knife straight at Hawkwood. With a spontaneous ease, Hawkwood casually deflected the flying dirk with one of his swords. The clash of metal on metal rang sharp in Nail's ear. Freed now, Nail found he was not so much breathing the air, but gulping it down, his hands gingerly feeling the torn flesh of his throat. There was blood there, warm and wet to his fingers. His vision still faded in and out of focus. He saw naught but red fog. The town was turned sideways. His head was lying on the ground. His neck hurt. His legs hurt. His entire body hurt. Even his eyes hurt. He blinked madly to soothe the burning, catching glimpses of the men before him, both now fully engaged in battle. Hawkwood launched the first attack, flashing a right-handed strike that thundered toward Spiderwood's face. The Bloodwood reacted with an upward slash of two black knives that hammered like lightning toward his opponent's belly. But Hawkwood danced away, feinting to the right and striking again, fast and furious. The Bloodwood backed away, not even bothering to unsheathe the bright longsword at his side. They circled each other like saber-toothed lions, their movements graceful, liquid, and refined. "Where is Roguemore? Bishop Godwin?" But there was no one else, nor any sound save the soft crunch of the two combatants' feet in the dirt road. Spiderwood attacked. Hawkwood swayed back, then stepped in quick with a combination of strikes that drove his opponent away. The Bloodwood counterattacked, the black glint of his whirling knives severing the air with a flowing hum, every move of his arms blindingly fast. This man needed no sword. Daggers were clearly enough. The two circled again, each man testing the other. Nail pressed his hands to the ground and tried to rise. Beer Mug was at his side, whimpering, tugging at his plate armor with his teeth, trying to drag him from harm's way. Nail rose to his knees, dizziness nearly toppling him again.
"Eris's armor slows you considerably," Hawkwood said, circling.
"You've let your hair grow," Spiderwood countered. "You look like Leaf Chaparral now, like a Golconda woman."
Hawkwood surged forward, ducking under a murderously wicked strike, catching Spiderwood under the arm, his curved cutlass grazing the other man. The Bloodwood seemed unfazed, yet his dagger seemed to do little more than lick and graze over Hawkwood's back and left shoulder. But when Hawkwood danced away, his black, boiled leathers were slashed open, glistening red with blood. Still, Hawkwood glided forward and struck back just as quickly. But Spiderwood spun, sending a stinging slash upward. Hawkwood lurched back awkwardly, biceps sliced open, spraying blood over the dirt roadway. He dropped one of his swords. Nail's body felt leaden, as if his knees had been sewn to the ground. He fell, rolled onto his back, and took a deep breath. Beer Mug's tongue licked at his face, the wetness of it awakening him. Blue tendrils of mist rising up from the axe-blade.
"You fight with swords now," Spiderwood said. "Black Dougal will be most disappointed to hear that you've given up the knives."
"Black Dougal and his poisoned knives and his twisted honour can rot. I haven't given up much."
"Today you give up your life."
"Is father still swallowing the blood of the dragon? Have you too taken up the habit, older brother? I see the streaks of red alight in your eyes."
Spiderwood struck again, exploding with a flurry of strikes, sending Hawkwood tumbling unceremoniously to the ground, bleeding from more wounds. Hawkwood rolled, many cuts now opened up in his torso, arm shredded, holding aloft his remaining sword in feeble defence. But it was too late. Spiderwood was on him, slashing, stabbing. Nail levered himself to his knees. His mouth tasted of dirt, and his eyes were full of dust and grit. He stood, rubbing his fists in his blurry eyes. He searched the ground for a weapon, but there was none.
"You have grown weak in your skills, brother," Spiderwood said, as he halted his attack. "Is one beautiful princess worth betraying your country?" he asked.
One booted foot now planted atop Hawkwood's chest.
"Is Jondrelyn Bronichel worth betraying your own father? There are many beautiful women. One is much like the next. Even Spades is beautiful, and she is the vilest creature in the 5 Isles. How the shame of your weakness must eat at you."
"There is no weakness in falling in love," Hawkwood said, his voice strained from the pressure of the other man's boot on his chest. Scarlet pumped from his wounds all over the roadway, as redness welled from a dozen different slashes and holes in his chest.
"Women carry naught but weakness in them," Spiderwood said. "It infects all whom they touch."
Nail saw the stack of wooden planks lying against the fountain not 10 paces away. Hawkwood's roan lingered there with Dusty, head lowered. Nail took a step toward the wood planks, legs sore, injured neck, and scorched lungs heaving for air. Spiderwood Stallion watched him with naked red eyes. The sound of the crunching dirt beneath Nail's uncertain feet whispered promises of safety if he just ran and saved himself. What did he owe this man, Hawkwood? He scarcely knew him. He could run. By all rights he should run. There was nothing to panic about now. He was alive, at least. He had survived. He had come through almost unscathed. If he just fled, Nobody would know of his lack of bravery but for Dusty, Bearmug, Hawkwood's roan, and the red-eyed horse. The black stallion was pawing at the ground now, looking ready to charge at him at any moment and crush him underfoot. "You can save either the boy or the stone," Spiderwood had said. The words rattled in Nail's head and gave him pause. Hawkwood had let the angel stone go with Jenko. Hawkwood had chosen to save him over the battle-axe and stone. Determination in every painful step, he stumbled toward the wood. The first board he grabbed was about 4 paces long, heavy, with 6 rusty nails jutting from one end like crooked little spikes. Wielding it like a club, he advanced on the man looming over Hawkwood. The stallion charged. Nail kept moving, eyes focused on the 2 men before him. Through the thunder of hooves, he heard Spiderwood say, "I will look into your eyes as I kill you, brother." The Bloodwood knelt on Hawkwood's chest, black dagger poised over his throat. "I will look into your eyes, so you will know there was never any weakness in me." And his knife slashed toward Hawkwood's throat. Nail swung the plank with all his might. Like a pickaxe on rock, it smashed into the back of Spiderwood's head with a wet slap. The Bloodwood spun away and folded to the ground, legs and arms stiff, clenching, then twitching. Globs of scarlet flowed from the Bloodwood's ears. He coughed blood over his shiny armour. "That was for Shawcroft," Nail muttered. Then the demon-eyed horse reached Nail. Bellowing in rage, it reared up on its hind legs, pawing at the air with its razor-sharp hooves. Bearmug was between Nail and the stallion again, lunging high, snapping at the horse's neck. Nail cursed and swung at the beast with the wood. The black monster leaped aside as his swing connected, the nails of the board raking into the horse's flesh. Bearmug leaped for the beast's throat again, but the stallion flicked the dog aside with a wide sweep of its body. The horse bucked and snorted, a raspy bellow escaping its maw. It lunged and feinted at the dog again, pawing at the dirt with its hooves, positioning itself over its fallen master, eyeing the dog with 2 danger-filled orbs, blood streaming down its chest and forelegs with each beat of its evil heart. Seeing that the stallion was not going to attack again, Nail dropped the length of wood and slumped down beside the inert form of Hawkwood. The man was dying. Blood poured from 12 or more wounds. "What is happening?" Nail mumbled, voice hoarse, barely audible even to himself. "Who are you?" he asked, a little louder. "I'm nobody." Hawkwood struggled to sit up, but fell back, eyes now closed. Nail tried to rouse him, but could not. He turned toward Spiderwood. The man lay in the pearl-coloured battle armour of the White Prince, blood pooling on the roadway around his head. "Why did Eros want me?" Nail murmured, knowing that the one man in the 5 Isles who might know the answer to that question he had just bludgeoned with a stout length of wood and rusty nails. "Win, Dare, boy," Hawkwood mumbled, voice slurred. "Sit up." Nail propped the man's head up with his hand. "You must sit up." Hawkwood struggled to sit, arm dangling uselessly at his side. He looked only slightly more lucid now than he had a few heartbeats before. He crawled forward and snatched his own 2 curved blades, and then pulled the longsword from the sheath at Spiderwood's belt. He slowly sheathed his own swords. "Nail," he muttered, examining the other sword, which gleamed blue in the sunlight. Its gleam reminded Nail of the axe. "There may be other sore severe nights around. and my brother's horse. It has been injected with Rauthuin bane, a serum that can turn a horse rabid as a dog. I would not trust it to remain still for long. Lift me to my feet."
Nail helped Hawkwood to a sitting position, eased his neck under the man's uninjured shoulder, and lifted him. Hawkwood stood, one arm around Nail's neck, the other using Spiderwood's sword as a crutch, trying to talk, each of his words struggling to the surface.
That's my brother. Was attempting to strangle you. Tells me that he needed you unconscious quickly. It tells me the poison on his blades is of a kind that works slowly. I know not how long I will last. I have never before suffered the bite of his blades. Have to find the dwarf. Get me over there to my horse. My saddlebag. Poultice kit. If I'm to have a chance.
Bearing the weight of them both, hesitant and uncertain, legs so weary he feared they might just drop out from under him, Nail led Hawkwood toward the roan and Dusty. Beermug followed. The red-eyed horse stood guard over the bloodwood. Though he'd taken some medicines for his wounds, Hawkwood sat like an awkward, burdensome weight atop his horse when they rode into the courtyard with the Lejeune statue. Spiderwood's sword was cradled in his lap, his own 2 curved blades again strapped to the baldric crisscrossing his back. Gulkana knights in bright silver and blue livery were near the statue. Banners, also blue, rippled above. War horses milled about. These warriors, 60 or so, gathered near a litter bearing the body of a long-haired knight in silver and black. The dead knight's head was cut from forehead to chin, face peeled back from the wound. Above one eye was pale bone and skull, nasal cavity partially exposed, chopped, white, and ragged. One eye gazed up vacantly, the other was hidden under a mess of blood and skin that was twisted, wrinkled, and shrunken, no longer completely stretching around the head, but crawling away from the huge gashing wound that stretched from forehead to cheekbones to chin. Like a hunk of meat, it was just another poor dead fellow who would never again breathe or love or ride a horse, Nail figured. The sight of the knight with the destroyed face was merely one more horrible image in a lifetime's worth of horrible images Nail had suffered through. Jenko Brooke was wearing the colours of the enemy. The thought curdled his blood. Is Ava one of the enemy too? Then the knight moved, and Nail realized that the injured fellow might still live. Another knight with darkened eyes was silently tending to the faceless knight on the litter. He wore black lacquered armour and made the 3-fingered sign of the Lejeune cross over his heart. "Ocean Guard," Hawkwood muttered, "and Leaf Chaparral with them." A blond knight in similar black armour stood near Leaf. The blond fellow had a very familiar look to Nail. "We must go." There was urgency in Hawkwood's voice. "Who lies on that litter?" Nail muttered. "I can't quite—" Hawkwood swallowed. "My vision plays tricks on me." His dark eyes struggled to focus on the litter bearing the knight with the destroyed face. "I'm afraid—" "No." Hawkwood's face looked pained beyond measure as he slumped low in his saddle. "Leave me, Nail. Flee! At once!" Leaf and the other knight in black armour were now staring at Hawkwood and Nail with purpose. Some of the blue-clad knights beyond them were taking an interest in them too, moving slowly around the litter.
Dusty nickered and shuffled aside. Nail regained his balance on her. Bearmug let out a sharp bark. A fearsome-looking bald knight, sitting in the dirt at the foot of the litter and wearing the colours of Sir Severe, looked up at the bark. Rope bound his wrists and ankles. A heavy rope drooped from around his neck, down to the ground and back up again, connecting to a stout iron ring tied to the litter. "That's Galt Albrick in chains," Hawkwood hissed. "A most dangerous man." "All men prove dangerous," Nail said. He detected rage simmering behind Hawkwood's next words. "A grand day for Leaf Chaparral to capture Galt Albrick, along with the turncoat Hawkwood, and Jondralin." He went limp, nearly sliding off his horse. Nail moved Dusty next to the larger roan and helped Hawkwood stay upright in the saddle. The two knights in black, Leaf and the familiar blonde, were now striding toward them. "I know that man," Nail said, an undertone of puzzlement in his voice. "He is Shawcroft's friend. It is Culpa. He is a knight." The last time Nail had seen Culpa Barra, it was at Deadwood Gate, and Culpa was no older than Nail was now. But it was certainly his master's friend who approached. Hawkwood wobbled in the saddle again. The sword with the sky-blue blade slipped from his lap to the ground with a clank. Nail tried to right Hawkwood, but a firm hand stopped him. "Go, Nail. Run. Now!" Hawkwood drew him close. "Remember Lord's Point, the turnkey saloon." Nail's eyes flew to Culpa and the other black-clad knight, Leaf, 30 paces away and drawing near. Bearmug growled. Hawkwood peered woozily from under dark locks of hair. He took Nail's hands in his. "You and your sister were kept from each other for a purpose." "Where is she?" Nail's heart raced, mind suddenly spinning with confusion. "Listen, boy." Hawkwood gripped his arm. "Your mother is dead. I wish it were otherwise. They will say she was Cassietta Raybon, the younger sister of King Torrance Raybon of Windare, and Shawcroft your uncle. They will say you are from Windare, that Raybon blood flows in your veins mixed with—" "Who will say?" Nail demanded through gritted teeth. Hawkwood's eyes were glazing over quickly. "They will say your father is King Everett Rael of Sorcerer, that you are King Everett's youngest son, and that only the youngest Rael can claim ownership of the title Angel Prince." Hawkwood's eyes rolled up. "But your destiny," he mumbled, falling forward into Nail's legs, clutching at him for support. "Even they cannot fully fathom." He thrust the reins of his roan into Nail's hands. "Don't let them take my horse." And with that, Hawkwood crumpled into unconsciousness and dropped to the ground. He landed with a thud between the blue-bladed sword, his horse, and Dusty, who stepped aside. Nail backed both animals away from Hawkwood. The two knights had reached them, Leaf kneeling, rolling Hawkwood over onto his back, Culpa Barra gawking at Nail in mute wonder. And Nail stared back at Culpa. Here was Shawcroft's young friend from Deadwood Gate, dressed in ominous black armour, a huge sword with a thick leather-wrapped hilt and a black opal-inlaid pommel sheathed at his side. Like Baron Brooke's sword, just like Shawcroft's Day Knight sword. "Nail?" Culpa asked, a quizzical look on his face. Leaf, spiderwood sword now in hand, gazed up at Nail too. And what Nail glimpsed in Leif's dark-rimmed eyes made him tremble with bitterness. He had seen the look before, in Jenko Brooke's eyes, that night not so long ago, when they had agreed to spar in the Graken Spear Inn. It was the look that men of station frequently gave him, that look that said, "Whoever you are of no account to me." With that one look from Leif Chaparral, Nail knew what he must do. He wheeled Dusty around, set heels to her flanks, and galloped away as fast as the piebald would take him, Hawkwood's roan trailing. And with a short, sharp bark, Beermug raced after. From the Way and Truth of Lejeune. Behold Lejeune, whom you seek, whom you delight in. He shall come suddenly to the place of his death, that place where he banished the demons and winged serpents into the underworld. And the tree that he was hung upon shall become like unto a pillar of fire, and those 5, once hidden from sight, will finally be revealed. Chapter 52. Ava Shea. 21st day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Ravenker, Gulkana. In the waning light of the tent, Ava heard Jenko's shaking voice. "We bring you treasure from Ravenker, my lord." Ava carefully eased her way through the room toward the tied flaps of canvas that separated Eros's bedchamber from the rest of the tent. She set her eye to one of the narrow slits between the canvas drapes. Jenko Brooke, Mansla Allen, and Eros Rael stood in the section of tent adjacent to the Angel Prince's bedchamber. Jenko was handing Eros a gigantic double-bladed battle-axe. Its edges gleamed in the faint light. To Ava, the monstrous thing looked sharp enough to cleave through someone's leg just by dropping it. The axe had a thick haft of steel wrapped in black leather, interwoven with Vale runes and silver thread. Though beyond murderous-looking, the axe was the most magnificent thing Ava had ever laid eyes on. Its haft seemed to fit perfectly in Eros's 2 pale hands. Neither Jenko nor Mansla's eyes left the axe, even as Eros spoke. "You've damage to your armor?" he addressed Jenko. "A scratch," Jenko answered. Ava saw it, a long gash in his plate armor just below the ribs, and gasped. It appeared some blood had leaked from it. "I send you two off on a fool's errand of the Bloodwood's making, and you return bearing one of the 5 greatest gifts known to mankind." Eros leaned the magnificent axe against his divan. He then took up the leather satchel at Mansla Allen's feet. The satchel was dark umber, a flap wrapped over the top and buckled on the side. The scrollwork inlays decorating the leather were of a unique design entirely, of Vale workmanship, Ava surmised. Eros opened the satchel's flap and pulled forth an old collection of bound scrolls and an ornate prayer book. He gave them only a cursory glance and set them aside. The object he took from the satchel last was a black swatch of silk. Eros unwrapped it. Buried within was another brilliant stone, an exact replica of the stone he had shown her and the Bloodwood before, but this one was a radiant, sparkling blue. It rested graceful and perfect in the White Prince's hand. Mansla Allen's eyes widened at the sight. Eros held the stone out for Jenko, but Jenko recoiled. As smoky waves of dazzling blue colour passed over the stone's smooth surface. You're lucky. Eros wrapped the stone into the black silk. For your feeble wit comprehends none of what you've seen.
What are they?
Jenko asked with a blank-faced stare. Plunder. That is all. May I ask where you two found such treasures?
We took them from a boy, Mansella Allen answered. I took them from Nail.
Jenko looked at Eros with some emotion now. The boy is with Spider, Mansella finished. Eros's eyes were alight. You bear most excellent news. For the gifts and tidings you bring, I offer you both anything you desire. With Eros's words, hope was not lost in Ava. This was what she had prayed for all along. Jenko would now demand her freedom. He would demand freedom for them both. After the other day, she knew that Galt was not her savior. But now, finally, she and Jenko could escape this nightmare and be together forever. They would travel back to Gallows Haven and start anew. She would finally have a husband and family. Yet it was Mansella Allen who answered first. I need no further gifts, for I have seen the truth and desire to grow in the ways of Rael. I am your Knight Archaic. I serve you. Beyond that I have no other desire. Surely there must be one thing, Eros said, placing the stone back into the satchel. Not one. Not one, my lord. Mansella bowed. And you, Sir Jenko Brooke? Ava's hopes rose. It was now that Jenko would demand her release. I felt something when I held the axe. Jenko was staring again at the large weapon leaning against the divan. There is some power within it. You felt something? The angel prince's eyebrows rose. Only those most loyal can know the secrets of the axe. I wished to wield it in battle. It seemed Jenko wanted to devour the double-bladed weapon with his eyes. Only those most loyal, Sir Jenko. I wish to fight alongside you, my lord. Jenko bowed. I desire to prove my loyalty. I wish to be made a Knight of the Blue Sword. As he spoke, his eyes never once strayed from the battle-axe. You are an opportunist for sure. A curving smile was playing over Eros's lips. But you have not even taken the oath of the Hound Guard, or blooded yourself as a rowdy, yet you still want to be made a Knight of the Blue Sword? I mean to prove myself. Of that I have no doubt. A rising tide of both panic and deep sadness filled Ava's soul. To her, Jenko was now wreathed in total darkness. She had prayed day and night he would not succumb to this evil, but now it appeared those prayers were going to go unanswered. Throughout her torment of the past weeks, the one hope she had clung to was that Jenko would one day rescue her from the demon Eros. Instead, Jenko offered him allegiance. The wraiths now assailed her from every side. They wailed in horrific song, tightening their grip around her soul. She had never felt such despair, such absolute hopelessness. She had never dropped so far down into the darkness with the wraiths, and known deep in her heart, in her soul, that it was never, ever going to get better. Hope had been lost forever. It was never coming back. And she wasn't sure that she cared. She was so tired, so bruised and exhausted. It was dark. Everything was dark. Everything was naught but darkness and despair. But who am I to be worthy of such despair? Who am I?
From The Way and Truth of Lejeune. Woe unto Amadon! O Amadon, dread city where Lejeune was slain! Wilt thou be distressed with heaviness and sorrow during your final absolution? Wilt thou be smote with pillars of fire and rivers of blood? Only Lejeune can return to save thee, O Amadon.
Chapter 53. Tala Bronachel. 21st day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Amadon, Gulkana. There was one last note from the bloodwood on her mantle. Bravo! You succeeded in every task. Thanks to your devotion, the downfall of Gulkana and the entire 5 Isles is now underway. Just a few more tasks, and Laurie's transformation will be complete. And only then will your destiny also be secured. Do any of us ever truly show our true selves? Here is what I need you to do.
Tala stopped reading and crumpled the paper, stuffing it into the folds of her cloak, as Laurie entered the chamber. She was flanked by both Satyr and Valdraken. The two Valets had shown much concern over Laurie as of late, practically fawning over the girl since her sudden recovery, and Laurie revelled in their company. At the sight of the three, Tala's heart hammered in dismay. Her mouth was unexpectedly dry, and her heart clogged her throat. She swallowed, feeling the pulse in her temple increase.
I saved Laurie.
But this new note swept away all pleasure and sense of accomplishment that was hers.
What have I done?
Everything okay? Satyr asked.
No.
She wanted to slap the Valet princess.
Things are not okay.
Tala searched her cousin's pale, innocent face in the pitiless torchlight of her room.
She is so beautiful.
But Tala knew the game was not over.
What foul green potion did I feed her?
The game had just begun. She could see it in Laurie's eyes.
Those eyes!
Those once wide, dark Legraven pupils. They were lit, luminescent jade from inside, as if some cursed magic had been let loose in Laurie's brain, and her eyes were crystal windows to the raw green mayhem within.
Or was it some trick of light?
No. Tala studied Laurie's smiling face. It was no trick of light. She could clearly see. The flecks in her cousin's dark eyes were mostly green. From the Angel Stone Codex. Oh, that I were once again pure Valet, and could recapture the dreams of mine heart. Oh, what did I give in exchange for mine own heritage? Behold, I confess unto you now my greatest wish, for I desire that the adversary of Lejeune, that assassin, the 5th warrior angel, that great betrayer, woe, even that last demon lord, had not taken up quill and ink, and written that dread tale, that book of the betrayer. For some things best hidden may soon be discovered before that last fiery day of absolution. Chapter 54. Lindolf Legraven. 21st day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune, Amadon, Gulkana. Lindolf felt the rough scars on his own left ear, with trembling fingers, wishing he were whole.
The burns and scars were a plague and a curse, but they had brought him here today. He had dreamt of this moment, glimpsed it within those fleeting and foggy images always hiding near the darker places of his mind. He gazed up at the statue of Lejeune and remembered his own words. "Tala, know that I would defile 1,000 Lejeune statues at your whim." Even now, his hunger for Tala's affection burned in his soul as fiercely as ever. Even now, as he stood before the statue, caressing the thin black dagger buried deep in the pocket of his cloak, caressing it as a man would caress the delicate hand of a lover, he thought of her. Tala. He thought of what she had done. Sterling Prentice had not been seen for days, but Lindhof knew where the day-night captain was. He was dead, rotting on a cross-shaped altar. How Sterling Prentice had come to be there, Lindhof would not hazard a guess. But there were a few things he knew for a fact. Glade had killed Sterling. He had run a knife across the man's throat, and then Tala had reached her hand into the man's guts and pulled forth a vial of glowing green liquid. After Tala and Glade had left Sterling, Lindhof had slipped from his hiding place into the hazy red room. Moving silently, he had drifted warily toward the altar and snatched up the black dagger, the strange weapon that his darling cousin had knocked from Glade's hands when he had threatened her. He fondled the thin blade now. It was his prize, his evidence against the two of them. He had followed Tala and Glade into the secret ways, and had watched Glade murder the captain of the Day-Knights and then threaten Tala. He was conflicted. His sister was again alive and healthy. The green vial Tala had pulled from Sterling's guts had saved Laurie. He'd been there. He knew shortcuts through the secret ways. He'd hurried from the room with the cross-shaped altar and been there in Laurie's room waiting, breathless, for his cousin. He'd watched Tala's eyes grow cloudy with tears as she'd fed Laurie the strange green serum. And somehow his sister's sickness had vanished. Some witchcraft was now at work within Laurie, even within Tala, within Glade too, and Lindhof meant to find out what. Tala wasn't alone in her skulking through the secret ways. Despite his cousin's warnings, Lindhof had done his share of sneaking about the castle too. Val Draken and Seta had been tutoring him in the ways of pickpocketing and thievery, and creeping about unseen. Alone, he'd snuck into places he shouldn't have. Heard secret conversations too. Words not meant for his ears. Things said between Hawkwood and Roguemore, things about the Brethren of Mia and Angel Stones hidden under Amadon. He was privy to events and matters even Tala and Glade were not. But Hawkwood, Roguemore, Tala, hidden treasures, those were not Lindhof's concerns today. Today was for Lejeune. Lindhof's eyes wandered about the temple of the Lejeune statue. The domed interior blazed with the light of 1,000 candles. Worshippers prayed at Lejeune's feet, their eyes gleaming in the shimmering light. As Lindhof looked at the statue, his heart pounded. Upon a dais of pale grey stone stood the great Lejeune, carved of riven rock marble, one muscular arm held aloft, great silvery sword in hand pointing skyward. His face was surrounded by bright, dancing motes of dust that filtered through the sunlight beaming down from the stained glass windows high above. His intricately carved chainmail armour glittered, sending sparkling shards of glorious light raining down upon all. A wreath of heather crowned his head, and his gaze was fixed forever heavenward. This was the statue of the great one and only. And it was curiously flawed. Lindolf stared up at the exquisitely carved face of Lejeune. So aesthetic it was, so precise in its symmetry and elegance. To behold Lejeune's peerless physique was an honour. This spectacular perfection in marble was, Lindolf believed, why men followed Lejeune, why soldiers and gladiators were inspired to hone their own flesh in his likeness and perfection. For this massive sculpture was, indeed, almost perfection. Lindolf studied Lejeune's squared yet supple chin, the smooth lines of his sublimely carved mouth and nose, and the fine lines of his jaw. The subtly aquiline, beautiful features were unmistakable now. They stood out so strongly, so overwhelmingly. Lejeune's marble eyes, though they gazed toward the dome of the ceiling, emanated softness and caring and bravery at the same time. Lindolf looked upon the graceful sweep of Lejeune's brow, leading to the wreath just above the flaw. His heart skipped a beat as he spotted it there again. That he knew of the hidden blemish when nobody else did filled him with a silent, almost panicked pleasure. And he only knew of the flaw because he had been atop the statue. He had climbed its smooth surfaces, stood on those broad shoulders, and felt the perfectly sculpted marble face of Lejeune with his own hands, felt the nose, the eyes, the hair, and the ears that bore that one mysteriousness of which no one knew. Lindolf had felt the chisel marks atop those ears that used to be pointed. So it was. He alone knew that this glorious likeness of the great one and only, this holy visage of Lejeune that all humankind throughout the breadth of the 5 Isles had bowed down before in supplication and flagellation and then prayed to, was a fraud. Only he knew that it was no likeness of a human at all. It was the likeness of a Vale. The End.